On this trip, we are starting in Southern California and making our way through Nevada, Arizona, and Utah, stopping at the most lawless place in America, getting stuck in a snowstorm, and taking my friend out to live in a van for the first time. This is definitely one of the most unique trips I've been on, and it's a long one, so I hope you guys enjoy, and as always, truly appreciate you guys watching. So, what do you think about Bryce Canyon so far?
It's sick.
Anything else?
It's super sick.
I love America. Look at this. Parked on a hill. Got myself a new laundry bag. My old one was all tattered and worn up, so that's something I really needed. And then, of course, since we're going on a about 2.5 week trip, gotta bring the Xbox too. Oops. All right, so I ran inside, grabbed one final thing. My last little bit of chicken thigh I had left over, because as you can see, my fridge is empty. So I think tonight, I was looking through my pantry in the van, and I have, I think, just enough stuff to make a chicken corned bean stew tonight. So I'm gonna see if hopefully I can get away with that and not have to stop at the grocery store, because I'd rather do that tomorrow. I think we should have enough stuff for it, but that is it. We are all packed up. Shirts, clothes, toiletries, cleaned out my closet. I have some new clothes. Got a bunch of hoodies because it's going to be winter time. It's got to stay warm. I think with that, we are finally ready to hit the road. And it's really starting to rain now. I don't know if you guys can hear that. So I've been getting a ton of people asking me since I started the mini truck build if I'm selling this van, if I'm getting rid of it, what the plan is, and I guess I never really answered that clearly, but the answer is no. I'm not selling this van. I don't think I ever will sell this van. This van has taken me so many places and done more for me that I don't think I could ever come around to selling it. Maybe eventually renting it out, but definitely never selling it. I am excited to get back on the road again, do some winter camping. I always miss out on the winter camping. I end up staying stationary somewhere warm, trying to avoid all the cold weather, but being out here for so long kind of makes me miss the cold and the snow. So I think for this road trip, we're gonna be going out towards Arizona, up towards Utah, back out, and then down the coast of California. Over the next 2.5-ish weeks, going into the desert, up in the mountains, trying to find some cool new spots that I haven't seen before. But for today, we're not driving too far, just a few hours up into the mountains. Near one of my favorite mountain towns, Julian, California. So I'm hopefully gonna be able to find a spot up there in the mountains, but before we get up there, I gotta make 1 or 2 stops.
Oil change?
Yep, oil change and then new wipers as well. So we are making our way up the mountain. We're about 15 minutes away from where we're going to be camping tonight at hopefully this this nice viewpoint that I saw on the maps. But I don't know if we're going to be able to see anything when we get up there because we're getting kind of close to the cloud line up here in the mountains. Driving around with this storm that's coming through. I thought it was going to break before we got up here and stop raining. It was at least supposed to. And as I'm driving up these mountain roads, I keep thinking to myself whether this mini truck that I'm building out is going to be able to handle it. Up till now, the roads haven't been too steep, kind of gradual inclines, but the last 3 or 4 miles have been pretty steep, windy roads up to the top of this mountain. So as I'm driving around on this road trip, I'm going to try to get a feel for how steep these mountain roads are and if it's even possible to get the mini truck up these roads, because I'm not really worried about the mini truck making it up hills. It's just the sustained uphill of a mountain pass is something that I'm worried about, especially with the truck only probably being able to hit 20 miles an hour when going uphill. Gets me a little worried. So I'm going to do some research of the area and see what the flattest route through the mountains out of San Diego is. I guess worst case scenario, we'll have to tow it. All right, we've made it. And as you guys can see, we just maybe like 4 minutes ago passed through the cloud line. So Not much of a view up here right now, but at least we'll have one in the morning. But one thing I get asked all the time, and I've said this before in the channel, but I don't really talk about it too much, is using the bathroom in the van. Especially when I'm in spots like this where I'm not really out in the wilderness, so I can't go out into nature and dig a hole. And there's also not like a porta potty or something up here where I could go. Rule number one, I got this bad boy right here, my little portable toilet, and then I empty it whenever I can in a bathroom or in a porta potty or something. And then in the unfortunate circumstance where I have to go number two in a place like this, it just sucks and I gotta go find somewhere nearby in a gas station where I can go. And this toilet technically does flush, but at the end of the day, it's just a glorified bucket with a lid. And I'm looking at my weather app right now. It doesn't look like the rain's supposed to stop for at least another 2 hours. But yeah, you guys are just gonna have to imagine the view here. Off there be a whole valley and some mountains. Pretty much just at this viewpoint on top of the mountain is where we're gonna be staying tonight. I don't really feel like driving far today, only about 2 hours from where I started. Just get up here, get back into the swing of things of being back in the van. And yeah, it's pretty miserable and wet and cold out right now. Hopefully tomorrow we wake up to a nice view right there. It is definitely much colder up here though than it was when I left by about 20 degrees. It's not too cold. It's like 45 degrees Fahrenheit, and I'll put whatever that is Celsius on the screen. And I think I should be good to hang out, at least for now, with the door open, because the wind is blowing. Oh, you can kind of see the view now. You see the river. Either that's a river or a road, I don't really know, but big valley views. But the wind is blowing this way, so all the rain is kind of getting blown across. The only thing I need to install, you can tell by all the water dripping down, is a rain gutter up here, so that I can keep the door open and it doesn't drip all over my countertop like it currently is. I'm gonna try to enjoy what I can of the view tonight while we make our makeshift stew chili stuff. I think my chicken is still very frozen. Hopefully that's thawed out enough in like 20-30 minutes to be able to cook some dinner. So I guess we can close that for now, but I think this is the thing that's coolest about van life, is not necessarily that I don't have to pay for lodging when I travel, which is always a bonus, but the fact that I don't have to plan it out, which I kind of like. I like the spontaneity of being able to kind of travel where I want to on a whim without having to book hotels and planes and all of this stuff that kind of locks you into a set plan. Every time I leave in the van, even this time, I don't really have a plan for where I want to go on a day-to-day basis, but I do have a overall goal for the route I want to take, but I can switch it up daily if I want to. Come here, go down to the valley, go back up into the mountains, and take kind of the long scenic route, and not have to worry about making it to any specific place at any certain time. So I think that's the number one benefit of van life, is if that's your kind of travel and that's the kind of person you are, I truly can't imagine a better way to travel. And you get to see a bunch of stuff that you wouldn't necessarily see if you were taking a pre-planned route. But I think after this winter I might make some upgrades to the van and make it a little cooler in here, maybe some external mods, because I've done absolutely nothing to the outside of the van. There's no lift, there's no suspension upgrades, there is no light bar, there's no anything other than the new tires. I've done nothing to the outside, so I want to get some maybe some external storage, a lift, and maybe some other external stuff. But I think I'll probably get around to that this summer after I build the truck and then do a trip in that. Also, the spot where I'm currently parked is only like 10 minutes outside of the town of Julian, which is like this really cool little mountain town that I love checking out, and I've driven through here a couple times, and I love going in there. So I think tomorrow we're gonna head in there, check out the town and get some apple pie before we head back down into the desert on the other side of this mountain range, because that is what the town of Julian is known for, is our apple pies. But I keep getting slight bursts of thick clouds that roll in, and then it thinning out and being able to see. I almost saw for a second there the mountain range on the other side of this valley, but probably won't fully clear out until tomorrow. But this chicken is actually thawing out a lot quicker than I thought, so hopefully we can start cooking dinner in the next 5 or 10 minutes, because I'm starving. All right, chicken isn't fully thawed, but I'm overweighting because I'm hungry. And look at this. Clouds have completely cleared. Even got a little bit of blue sky peeking through. Those clouds over there look so cool. But yeah, this is the view we're working with for the night. So this little stew, chili, whatever you want to call it, that I'm about to make. No real recipe, it's just whatever I had in my pantry, which just so happens to be some corn, diced green chilies, diced tomatoes, and some black beans. And then I got my chicken. So let's throw that into a pot with some better than bouillon. Hopefully it tastes good. And we're gonna throw in some seasoning as well. But first things first, before I put my apron on, actually, I'm gonna get my hoodie on because it is actually pretty cold out now. Also, in case you guys couldn't tell, I did get a haircut since my last video. My hair looks crazy right now, probably. Only got one mirror in the van, and it's this tiny thing, so I don't have a lot of space to pretty myself up for these videos. But I bought myself a new beanie, because I knew I was gonna be going on a winter road trip. So wipe your apron, still putting in work. I might make this into a design that you guys can buy. So let me know in the comments if you guys want a If you guys want to wipe here, cooking apron where you can wipe your hands so you can save your pants. And I might make it a just a waste one, not one that goes over your top like this, but slice up some half frozen chicken. And the chicken might take a little bit longer to cook because it's frozen, but cutting up frozen meat is so much easier than cutting up raw meat. I'm gonna cut it up a little bit smaller than I normally would because it's frozen. Beautiful. Also, this candle smells absolutely amazing. Might have to start lighting candles more often. I also am just kind of gambling that I have enough propane to last me through this meal. See my breath. It is getting kind of cold out. So I really don't know how much propane is left in this tank. So hopefully we can get lucky and I don't starve tonight. Let's see, what spices do we want to add to this? A little bit of onion powder, whatever I have left. Some cumin, definitely. Garlic powder, and then some paprika and oregano should probably do the trick, along with some salt and pepper. Wow, this is a pretty spectacular view. More and more of the mountains are popping up as it's clearing up more and more. And these are my favorite kind of meals to cook in the van. One pot meals, don't make much of a mess, and they're easy to cook. I am kind of on a slight slope though, so all my oil is kind of cooling down to one side of the pot. Now we'll just brown this chicken, and I'm gonna give it a little extra time because it was frozen. Get these spices in there. I don't like to measure anymore. I've kind of got a good gauge of how much spice you can add to something and how much spice you should from all the meals that I've cooked in the past. And the only thing you can really overdo, at least from these spices, will be the salt. So that's the only thing I gotta really watch out for. Now we'll just let that cook for like 5-ish minutes, and we can get all these cans open while we wait. It's looking good on propane though. At least we'll get our chicken cooked. Best Christmas present I got. My mom got that for me when I first moved into the van. Great for those like everyday use spices. All my other spices that I have up here are kind of more specialty. But those are like the garlic powders, the paprikas, the oreganos, all that stuff that I use almost every time I cook. All right, so now that we've got our chicken, we can just add everything else. Add our beans, corn, green chilies, crushed tomatoes. And then finally, 1 cup of water and just about a tablespoon of this better than bouillon. Get that all mixed in there. And then we'll just let that simmer for right around 20-ish minutes. And while we're waiting for that, I'll take you guys outside now that the rain has stopped. Look at that. It has really cleared up. There's some low-lying clouds in the valley over there that were above, and they look really cool with the sunlight coming through. This is kind of why I wanted to get back out and traveling again on the road instead of staying in one spot, because in the wintertime, it might be a little bit harder to access places and it might not be as comfortable because it's a little bit colder and the weather's not as nice, but there's so many less people out that it's just so much more peaceful when you come out to spots, because you're not trying to fight for campsites or get somewhere early so the campsite doesn't get taken. It's just a lot less crowded, which is really nice a lot of the times. Also, I do apologize, just now realizing I really need to clean my stovetop. So I promise before next video, I'll have that cleaned. Throw in a little bit of salt. Some fresh black pepper on the top while it's simmering. And we'll give it a taste once it's done. If we need to add more, we can always add more. All right, it has been just about 20 minutes. It could probably cook a little longer, to be honest, but I want to be able to eat outside and enjoy this view before the sun fully sets, which technically it already has. Look at that. Delicious. Feels good to be back out here. It's also cool watching these clouds like roll over these hills right around me. The mountains just barely hold the clouds back, and then they seep through right through that valley. You can see them kind of trickling through all the way down there. It's pretty cool. If you look right through this valley, you might be able to see a couple lights on that dry lake bed, or I guess it's not dry, but that's the Salton Sea down there. And I'm gonna be heading that way in the next few days. Anyways, cheers. had an absolutely horrible night's sleep last night. I don't know if you guys can hear it, but it's super windy outside. That paired with sporadic rainstorms all throughout the night, where we go from pounding rain to completely silent, it just kept waking me up. But I'm glad we were able to see at least some of the view yesterday, because definitely can't see it now. It's probably even cloudier than it was last night. But the bad weather has made it so that not a lot of people have driven up here. So that's a bonus, but definitely not the best night's sleep. One thing I really want in the van, pretty much the coldest place all the time, is the floors. Every time I get out of my bed in the morning when I'm in a cold spot, my feet turn into icicles. And I used to have these like nice fuzzy socks that I used, but I lost them. I don't know where they went. So now I've just got normal socks. Now, the first thing we got to get done today is we have to head into the town of Julian so I can get supplies, because I'm pretty much out of every single supply. I need toilet paper, I need trash bags, I need paper towels, I need all the basic commodities. I also need to find a spot to get some breakfast because I have no food. I always like to somewhat make my bed in the mornings, because unlike a house, you can't hide a messy bedroom behind a closed door. And having a mostly made bed makes it look a lot cleaner in here. And to answer your question, no, I'm not changing my clothes from yesterday because I didn't do anything in them. I don't feel dirty, so I don't really feel a need to. Onward. Into the mist. Nice little parking spot right here. Yeah, this is it. Town of Julian. Very small town up here in the mountains, but I love it up here. Ideally, I think within the next few years I want to have some land up in this area. One of the neatest things about this town is it's themed like an old western town for some reason. The old western style buildings. I don't know if that was for the tourism or what, but I kind of like it. Very good small town vibes here, but we're going up to this cafe to see if they have any seats.
He's upstairs.
Do you guys have any tables for one?
It's about like a 42-minute wait.
Okay, that's fine. So many things on this menu. And I hate when places don't have a small table when I come in as one person, because then it's just me in a giant booth like this. It just feels very awkward. I feel like I'm taking up so much space. Sadly, we missed breakfast because we had that 40-minute wait to get a table. So I asked them if they could just add an egg to the BLT, but they weren't able to. So I just got a standard BLT coffee. And this is the home of the original Julian apple pie, so we're gonna get one of those before we leave too. So this little town of Julian is so small it's not even census designated on a map. It's barely even a dot on the map. Some would argue that they have the best apple pie in the entire country, because back in the gold rush era, when this town was founded as a gold mining town, that was kind of what supported this town and made them their money. And then, like all other small mountain mining towns, when the gold rush ended, they were on the brink of collapse. They found new gold in their apples. So I think there's something special about the apples, and this being like the perfect climate for them. I don't know, but this is a extremely delicious apple pie. Have a good one.
Thank you, you too.
It says your table's ready.
Really starting to rain outside. I'll run back to the van real quick and get my rain jacket, and then head over to the grocery store, stock up on some supplies. Ready to go. So I don't think I'm gonna do my full grocery shopping here. It's not really like a full size. I mean, they got a lot of stuff in here for how small it is, but it's not really like a full size grocery store. Just get the essentials. Oh gosh. So now that I'm stocked up on at least the basic provisions that I'll need for the next 2 or 3 days, I think I'm gonna head down south, or I guess west, or I guess east, into the Colorado Desert of Southern California, over towards the Salton Sea, which is a very interesting area in America. So hopefully going through some cool areas in that vicinity will be in the itinerary for the next few days. And hopefully once I start driving more west, we get out of this miserable cold rain. But I think that's gonna be it for this video. I'm gonna spend the rest of the day kind of driving out into the desert, finding some cool spots to camp, and drying off a little bit hopefully. So I will catch you guys in the desert next time. So I realized last night, after I pulled one of these out, that I didn't get small trash bags. I got super large ones, which is kind of annoying because I only have a small trash can, but whatever. I'm taking out the trash right now, and if you guys can't tell by the noise, we are in an OHV area, which means off-highway vehicle area. Totally free campsite with some great views of the mountains, but there's actually a couple little kids on their dirt bikes and four-wheelers right now. And all these RVs in a circle are probably all toy haulers and have side-by-sides and 4x4s in them. And then they take them out there on this public land, rip around on them. These usually aren't the most ideal campsites because they are kind of loud, but most of these people can get here till this morning, so it's not too bad. And places like this are completely free. They can stay here for up to 30 days completely free. And they've got flushable toilets. And the best part, which is where we're going right now, nice hot showers. I actually only have 3/4. I thought I had more, which means I only get 3 minutes to shower, which I think should be enough, but I guess we'll find out. All right, so we cooked through that shower. I had some time left over on my 3 minutes. And the water also got surprisingly hot. It was actually a pretty nice shower. This desert air is wreaking havoc on my skin. Definitely starting this winter road trip a little bit warmer down here in the desert. It's like 65 degrees, beautiful day outside. Winter is just about the only time that the desert is enjoyable, when it's not 120 degrees. Especially where we're going today, which is the Salton Sea, which is 250 feet below sea level. And temperatures over there get to around 120 degrees in the summer, but right now it's a nice mild 65. Also, there really isn't much in terms of civilization out here, so put my Starlink up last night. Get a little bit better service. So we're going to this place near the Salton Sea today called Slab City, which is widely known as a lawless town and one of the last free places in America. And it's basically a town that's become a sanctuary for people who want to escape society and get away from it. You don't have to pay rent there, it's on BLM land, and you can basically just build your own house out of essentially whatever you'll find, which you'll see a bunch of when we get down there. But it's just a place I've always been interested in, and ever since I last came down here and went to Bombay Beach, which is another abandoned beach town on the Salton Sea, I wanted to make my way over to Slab City, so excited to finally get there. But before we head over there, gotta make some breakfast. I also want to use Starlink a bit more than I recently have. So instead of putting it fully away and taking it apart, I've just been taking it off the roof and kind of just throwing it in there on the seat. Makes setup a little bit easier when I go to need it again. All right, let's get out of here. We got about an hour drive until we get to where we need to go today. So let's get to it. All right, so we've made it here, but this is kind of the first marker, I guess, when you get into the city. Kind of like the Las Vegas sign. Welcome to fabulous Slab City, California. And there really isn't much out here. I mean, in terms of things you can see or do. There was a small town we drove through about a mile and a half, 2 miles back that way. But other than that, it's been a lot of industrial and kind of open, abandoned land. But anyways, onward. So I figured for our first stop here in Slab City, we'd stop by the most recognizable and famous spot in this area, Salvation Mountain, which I don't really know how to describe it, but it's this clay painted mountain with the message, God is love, and a giant cross on the top of it. And it is pretty spectacular. A lot of it's closed off though here because I guess there was rain over the past few days and it's kind of falling apart. I don't know if you can see it over there. Are you the caretaker for the mountain? What's the story behind it?
Leonard started this project in 1984.
Leonard is the builder?
He's the builder. He
Okay.
did everything you see here. All the vehicles, the mountain, the flower bed, the museum.
Okay.
He built everything here.
And it's all closed off right now because of the rain?
It's closed off because of the rain.
Are you still building it up or
No,
just kind of maintaining?
Just maintaining it.
Maintaining.
It's one man's passion, one man's work. It'd be the same as trying to add on to the Mona Lisa. You can't do it.
Is that stuff I hear off in the distance? Is that the military
Yeah.
range? The bombs going off?
They still do bombing up there in the Chocolate Mountains. They still fire weapons, all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, I read about that online that you can hear the bombing range from here.
Yeah, we got lightning, not lightning, but light shows sometimes at night.
Oh, you can even see them?
The Apache helicopters firing down at the crew.
Oh, that's pretty
and
cool.
They have tracer rounds.
How long have you lived here?
6 years.
6 years?
I've
What-
been volunteering for the mountain for around 4.5.
That's awesome. What made you come out here? If you don't mind me asking.
My wife. My wife and the laws kept changing in Florida. We had a small restaurant and a lawn tree service business. The state passed laws saying you couldn't feed the homeless.
Oh, really?
And I used to feed the homeless every Sunday out of my restaurant. And one day I was delivering food to a security guard that worked in one of the banks. And when I come back, I got 26 tickets handed to me.
So you think that's kind of what brings most people out here is just the freedom of it?
I think the freedom brings people out here, the lack of bills that you have to pay. If you brought an RV out here and you parked right there across the street and you made a little encampment for yourself for the winter time, it doesn't cost you anything. I mean, the only thing you have to pay for is your own power and your own water.
Mm-hmm. And you never get bugged by
Nobody.
Law
Even
enforcement
the
or anything?
Law enforcement don't bug you. They'll come by. I get law enforcement that bring donations to my camp. My camp is a very big camp and it's well known, and therefore they end up bringing people donations.
Okay.
And those donations I pass out to people who need it in the slab.
That's awesome. How big is this place? Because I know on the map it's like you got the main Slab
8,000
City up there.
acres.
8,000 acres. And what is it? Is it BLM land?
BLM and Teachers Association and the Mendoza family.
Well, I appreciate you. Thank you again.
Yep.
So it sounds like they have a couple rotating caretakers that come out here and not necessarily maintain the mountain, but just keep people off so it doesn't get any more destroyed than I guess it currently is. And it's interesting, if you look online, this was made by one man, Leonard Knight, over a 20-year period, one handful of mud at a time. And essentially what it did was he used hay bales mixed with mud, plastered them on, and then painted over them with like 17 layers of paint, and then ended up with this. And I guess he used to be able to go up in there, but rain has made it a little bit too dangerous. I also sat there and I was talking to him for a while, and I didn't get a lot of it on camera, but he told me that this is actually where Leonard Knight lived for 25 to 30 years, in the back of this truck while he built out that mountain. So he was kind of a OG van lifer. Pretty crazy to think that someone lived in this for 30 years in 120 degree heat in the summer and sometimes below 30 in the winter with holes in the walls and no insulation. I don't know how well you can see that, but there's a bed back there, a couple benches, a lot of paint. But yeah, I think it's time to get out of here and go somewhere else. My goal today is to meet a bunch of people and kind of see what life is like living here in Slab City. And he told me one place I gotta check out is East Jesus, so we'll head over there at some point before we leave today, see the art. So I think the best way that I'm gonna be able to meet as many people around here is to kind of walk around on foot and just see who I run into. Obviously within reason. He said some of the people around here are extremely friendly and some of them obviously came out here for a reason, for the privacy. So we'll kind of be wary of that. But I think before I get out and walk around anywhere on foot, I'm gonna drive myself around and get a lay of the land. All right, so I just pulled over on the side of the road again because there was another welcome sign. I was getting some shots of that, but also this house right here is so amazing. It's like a rusty metal igloo. This is your project? This is amazing. It's like a metal igloo. How long
I
did
never thought about it like that. Yeah, 'cause it is.
What's your name?
DNA.
DNA? Nice to meet you. I'm Ryan. So how long have you been working on this?
Oh, I started it actually a year ago, and then I took a break from it. We just picked it up the past month or so.
You build these sculptures too?
Yeah, that's what I really like to do.
Those are awesome. Yeah, I really like that small one.
And it's all out of Slab City trash, basically.
So you find all this metal just out here?
Yeah, from burnouts and stuff like that. All the insulation in this thing is used out of the mattresses and the
Wow.
cushions and stuff like that. we packed all it in for insulation. Still closing it up in here.
This is incredible.
We have a chimney in the center there.
Fire pit here.
Yeah.
This is going to be incredible.
The trees aren't really structural; they're just anchored in later. But the structure itself holds itself. This all built out of pallets.
Okay.
Pallets, and I added a few long boards over the center period here.
And then you plan on this is going to be where you're living?
No, this is actually going to be like a little store, restaurant /
Okay.
a cool room for the summer.
Yeah, definitely.
Since it's insulated, we're going to put an air conditioner in here and close this all off as well.
You got a name for the restaurant yet?
I think Pete's calling it the Last Resort. I'm building this
The Last
for him.
Resort? That's a good name. I like that name.
Well, it's the last resort for a lot of people.
Yeah, that's fair. What if you don't mind me asking, what brought you out here?
Yeah, the city life just ain't for me.
City? That's what I've been hearing. I was speaking to another guy down at the Salvation Mountain. He said the same thing. Just too many regulations.
You know, the individual, like the person like you and me, we get along fine probably. As soon as you get an organization going on, it seems like it gets out of control really quick and it gets to be a problem.
Yep, I agree. I'm the same way.
Where they're suppressing somebody else to step on.
Well, I appreciate you taking me in here. Let me get a view of the place. This is incredible. I can't wait to see how it looks when you're finished with it.
Yeah, it's gonna probably have murals painted on the inside.
Are you an artist, like a painter as well?
I do that. Do use that medium mainly. Lately, I've been with like metal sculptures, like what I've been doing lately.
Yeah, those ones out there are amazing. I like that one a lot. That one's so cool.
And I sold a couple of them. My mom even bought a couple of them. This doesn't really count, but.
You got any smaller ones?
Over at Dots, I got a couple things.
Dots is Dots another person that lives around here?
Another camp. This guy's got crushed, but he was.
These are some really cool pieces. Well, this is awesome. Appreciate it. Where is Dots?
Dots is right there before East Jesus.
Okay.
She's the camp. You'll see Dot, House of Dots.
Another person to check out and talk to?
Yeah, and she's got one of my big dragonflies over there.
Okay.
And maybe
I'll have
some
to
other
ask her
things.
about it.
There's a few other pieces throughout the slabs here.
Well, it's nice meeting you, DNA. Appreciate you taking me in your house. Let me see everything.
Yeah, you got it, man.
Yeah, cool. I'll see you around. Have a good one. Yep. Can't believe it took him so little time to build that. It's incredible looking. I feel like I'm kind of getting the roadmap to Slab City by stopping around and talking to people. I got East Jesus from first guy I talked to, and then DNA told me about this lady called Dots, who has some of his pieces, who might go try to meet and find out as well, but got a little sidetracked. Let's go drive around a little bit and see the rest of the place. Slab City, the last free place. Truly, this is like the last free place on earth if you think about it, because you don't have to pay rent, you don't have to answer to anybody, you can claim your own land, there's no kind of paperwork you got to go through. Don't know how the legality of it all works, not really sure, but it seems to work out for itself. So it's pretty interesting seeing all the different types of camps that are around here. Some of them are RVs, some of them are some places that they just built off of scraps they found around in the desert. Really interesting. They've even got their own town basketball court. It's so interesting to see stuff like this. Like, this is honestly what I would imagine if the world ever collapsed and we reverted back to the Stone Age. This is kind of what you would see after a certain number of years, but looks like that's a restaurant right there. Doesn't seem to be open. Oh, they got a little concert hall right here. Yeah, it looks like this is like some sort of concert venue. Open mic every Saturday. I wish it was a Saturday. Come out here at night. Check out the place, but it looks awesome. Got a whole stage up there. It's called The Range. Bunch of buses, seats. Probably gets pretty lively there on Saturday nights. All right, we've come to a crossroads. We've got East Jesus to the left, library and a hostel and an internet cafe to the right. And I guess this is kind of what he was saying about you can find anywhere, plop your RV or build a house and do whatever, and then you just got to lay claim to it. If someone takes it, they take it. I guess it's kind of, you just figure that out for yourself or something. I don't really know, but this place looked cool. So I'm gonna stop here real quick before we head down to the internet cafe and all that. It's like a tower someone built, almost like a pyramid. And I tried to come in here without any preconceptions about what I was gonna see, the people I was gonna meet, or what everything was gonna be about. So I'm just keeping an open mind, talking to everybody, trying to get a perspective from the people that actually live here and kind of draw my own conclusions, because no matter what you might read or see online, a lot of the times there's more to the story. Church of Enlightenment. Be cool to go up in that tower. But I don't see anybody out here. They might be inside or something. Also, the cool thing about this area is each house has its own identity. It's not like the cookie cutter houses of the suburbs. You kind of, every single house is an individual because it's built by the person who lives in it. Yeah, it looks like sometimes this is an open attraction to the public, but seems to be closed off right now. Yeah, it says under construction up there, but I just looked it up online. It was built by Dr. Spencer William Brown, acupuncturist, herbalist, sex therapist. Don't know if he is still around or if he's in there, if he's out, but pretty crazy structure. Built out here in the desert with, I'm guessing, no major machinery. But yeah, little gift shop. Pretty cool. All right. Hopefully we don't get sidetracked again. I think now I'm just gonna follow these signs, head over to the library and check out the internet cafe because I'm very interested to see what that is like. Also, it sounds like based on the language that these people are using, that this is, I've never been, but kind of like Burning Man, where all of these people are in their own camps but are part of a larger camp, and each camp kind of has its own stuff going on and stuff that they're doing. But pulling up to the free camping internet cafe, see if it's open. It's also kind of weird pulling up to these places because it says internet cafe and camping, but there's nobody here, so you don't know if it's like someone's private camp or if they don't want to be bothered or not. So a little bit cautious doing this. Someone's cooking something. How's it going?
What's going on? How you doing?
Good. Is this the internet cafe?
Yes, it is.
Awesome. Is this your bike shop over here?
Yes, it is.
What did you say your name was? Sorry?
Charlie pulled a bike guy.
Charlie Pull the Bike Guy?
Yeah.
Right. Very nice to meet you.
you.
I'm just walking around trying to meet as many people as I can.
Coffee in the morning, man, at the Oasis. Great place to meet people.
Coffee at the Oasis in the morning?
Yes.
What time?
They start at 7 o'clock.
So yeah, this is the internet cafe. Got a bunch of seats, tables. Come here and get some work done. Pretty cool. Also, they got cats. How long have you been living out here, if you don't mind me asking?
Going on 6 years.
6 years? And this is what you do full time out here, is just fix bikes?
Every day.
Is that how most people get around out here, is bikes?
Oh yeah, I mean, I take my job very serious. I mean, some people got to get water. I mean,
Yeah.
you got to do every day. If you plan on coming and just laying around, I don't think that's going to work out too good. We're just like any typical neighborhoods. Up here, we have a police force, and it's us.
Yeah, I heard about that online, that you guys burn down the houses if you find out they've been...
Well, we're trying to
They're
get them
pedophiles?
to stop that. There's no sense in burning up the resources.
Yeah.
To run them out of here,
Yeah,
man, to keep their shit.
Get them out? Yeah.
Right.
You take care of your own out here?
Here, everybody knows everybody in
Uh-huh.
some form or another. The bad people, the stealing people, and we got that problem too, because we got a problem with blue pills.
What is that? Is that meth?
No, blue pills, it's like a downer.
Downer?
I mean, I'm on meth.
Okay.
I mean, for the most part, all of us are on some type of drug. Yeah, brother, there's more good than there is bad here.
Yeah, that's what I've been hearing.
If this is your first time here up front around 4 o'clock, Wrangler's Roost.
Wrangler's Roost.
dinner,
Is that the restaurant place?
Yes.
Okay. How do you maintain in the heat?
I mean, whatever you heard, just add a little bit more to it.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, it's that bad. I won't pull no punches with it's bad.
Yeah.
It's hot. 125 degrees is hot. If I got gas, I run my generator, but I try
Okay.
not to run it too much, because if you run it, man, you're just going to blow it up. But yeah, I got an AC, but I'm more avid of hot weather than I am
Yeah.
cold weather. I
Yeah,
don't
same.
like cold weather.
I'm kind of the same way. So everyone knows everyone around here.
Yeah.
At least the people who live here full time.
At least, even if you never met them, I mean, there's people here, man, I know that I've never met.
Uh-huh.
You know, I've heard their names and stuff like that. But, you know, most people, man, come here, and I moved right over there in that spot. Matter of fact, they burned down my motorhome.
Oh, really?
2 girls got in a fight. Girl got mad at another girl, and next thing you know, they're burning my shit down.
Is that a big problem here? Arson? People burning down stuff?
You got to be on your toes,
Yeah.
man, around here. But don't get me wrong. There's certain people they know they can't with, and there's certain people they know not to with. People come up here and live. They don't want no trouble.
Yeah.
But I don't know how long you're going to be here. You're more than
About 2
likely.
days.
It's free parking here in the parking lot. You can sleep here, whatever you want.
Awesome. Appreciate
All the
that.
other camps, man, they charge.
Okay.
So,
Appreciate
but
that.
if you need a place to stay, you can stay right here.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
All right.
Appreciate that. It was very nice meeting you.
Hey, very nice meeting you too, sir.
Have a good rest of your day.
Appreciate it. Go to the library.
Library? Down this way?
Yeah, tell them all right. It's open today.
Okay. Thank you. So this is where Bill recommended we go next. The local library said it's open today, so head in there and check out, see what they got. Wow. A lot of books in here. Different sections. This place is incredible. It's like eerily cool. Just so unbelievably interesting. That all this stuff is just built by people who are living out here, most of which for free. It's incredible. It almost looks like a place that you'd pay $10 for a coffee in a city somewhere, trying to look like a hipster place. Also got like seating areas and stuff out here too. Pretty peaceful out here when you're not hearing the explosions and gunshots from the gun range, but it is a little eerie, the lack of people. That's it, that's the town library. I don't think we're gonna be checking out any books today. All right. It's exactly what you think it would be. It's a library, but it is way cooler than any other library I've ever been in. But Bill was telling me about this place, and I am getting kind of hungry. He was telling me about this restaurant that they have here, which I think is that place that I drove by when I first came in, that I said looked like a restaurant, but he was telling me it opens at 4, and they've got burgers and hot dogs and other stuff like that. So I'm gonna try to get lunch there today before we head out. But now we're going over to another place that Bill recommended, which was Dottie's, who is another slabber that's been living here for quite a while. So we're gonna go see if we can go check out her place as well. The farther you get into this place, kind of the worse the roads get. And you can tell the toll it takes when it rains out here. All of these washes turn into sloppy mud beds. Looks like we're pulling up on East Jesus here. Oh, and there's House of Dots.
Hi, how are you?
How's it going?
Good.
Are you Dottie?
Yeah.
I heard I was talking to DNA down the street. He said he had some of his work here.
I do.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Do you mind being filmed? I didn't
No,
ask.
what's it for?
It's for YouTube. I do a YouTube channel, kind of traveling around the country.
I do have some of his. So one of his flowers is sitting right here, which is kind of sad.
One of DNA's flowers?
Yeah.
His sculptures are pretty amazing.
Yeah, it's pretty hefty duty, man. That's a significant flower right there.
Yeah. Bury that quite deep
Yeah.
in order to get it to stand up.
Yeah, I can show you the other artwork that DNA did, and I can also show you some of my stuff.
Awesome, sweet. That'd be great. Yeah,
Right.
I've been trying to get out and meet as many people in the
Yeah.
area as possible and just kind of talk and get the story of the people that live here and just what it's like and that kind of stuff.
Well, up in there, that's my pool area, which normally has it's all shaded and covered, and right now it's really dirty, and I'm probably gonna fill it soon.
You fill it for the summertime?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'm probably gonna go ahead and do it soon, just because I haven't taken it down yet, and I might as well.
Yeah,
So.
makes sense.
Yeah. So
Got a
then
lot
up
of
in
stuff here.
That's the Alice in Wonderland dining room. Man, it's a perfect day to come after a rainstorm when things are just real messy. But up inside there is Taxidermy Dinner Party. You're welcome to take a look at my artwork in there.
Okay, so this is like, so you have different sections of
Yes, they're like immersion trailers.
immersion trailers, and this is Taxidermy Dinner Party.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. So what's the story behind this? This is, I'm guessing, the Taxidermy Dinner Party?
It's one of them. This is Young Buck, Uncle Buck, and Grandma Buck. And Young Buck, this is a time when deer have learned how to use guns. And he's bragging about having shot this poor guy. He's like, he's just filling up his gas tank. I'm hiding behind a tree, and I just blasted him right in his face. Didn't even see it coming. And Uncle Buck is all, we can ethically resource humans from all sorts of organizations like poverty, gangbangers, drug addicts, and homeless people. Super easy. And Grandma's like, stop talking politics.
And then this is another one over here.
Yeah, that's catotaxoplasmosia, a time in the future when cats have taken over.
What did you say it was? Catotaxoplasmosia?
Yes, very
Okay, so this is a time when cats have taken over?
Yeah.
Is it all horror type artwork? Just that room?
So you gotta ignore the mess. This is all of my mosquito netting that I had to take down from in there to fix my princess bed.
Okay, so this is your princess bed up here?
This is what makes it the Alice in Wonderland scene. Boop. That one detail. And not to mention we got the Mad Hatter. And we also now have the cat.
Oh, yeah. How do you get all your stuff? Do you buy it or do you find it out here?
I don't buy anything anymore. Stuff just sort of comes. People have a lot
Yeah.
of stuff. And people got to get rid of their stuff. And the desert is one of the places that you can bring your broken stuff, your stuff that you're not willing to throw away yet because it's not quite garbage. Or even stuff that's still useful. That's nice. This is my book collection.
Okay,
Again,
so you got
a
your
lot
own
of
little
people-
private library. I went to the library a little bit earlier and checked
Oh,
out
yeah.
some of the books there, but this is cool.
Yeah, this is a smaller version. A lot of personal camps around have libraries.
Okay.
There's that many books, man. And the library is even like, no more books, man. Like, they want good books.
Yeah.
Right? And that's the kitchen. Don't even look at it. He's like, oh, you told me to. Oh, Meows, you did a good job. You almost missed it.
A lot of people have cats around here too.
Yeah,
I
cats
saw.
are a problem.
I met up with
Charlie the bike guy?
Charlie the bike guy. Yeah.
Yeah, that's where these cats came from.
How long have you been living out here?
Only 5 years.
5 years. And you built all this in 5 years?
Yep.
This place is really cool.
Well, that's the bone collection.
Bone
Head on up
collection's
in
in
there.
here?
Make sure you look in the fridge and all that good stuff.
What brought you out here?
Free camping.
Free camping?
Yep.
That seems like the story of a lot of people out here. Free camping, and they don't like the rules of being
Yeah,
in.
I have to admit that in my past, I have done quite a few art projects in places that I've lived, like in my yard and stuff, and living in areas where they're, got HOAs and stuff like that. It's not so cool to be.
Yeah, it seems like it's more so not the laws that they're trying to get away from, but just the regulations and the
Yes,
rules and
exactly.
the HOAs
regulation
of
limit.
HOAs
Yes,
of the world that you
exactly.
got to always answer to. But
Yeah, get on
that's
it and try that
interesting.
trailer.
So this is your bone collection. Oh wow. So are these are just is that a flathead catfish?
Yeah, so
Okay.
I found it on the beach.
Oh really? So you find all these bones? That's where you get them from?
Find most of them. There's
I guess there's a
handful.
lot of places to find them on the shores of the Salton Sea with
Yeah,
all the
yeah, not as
dying
many
animals.
bones anymore. More bird bones. There's a handful of fish bones every so once in a while. Like I said, the catfish probably came down the canal. So open the fridge there.
This
There's
fridge?
a lot of yeah. Nowadays you can't trust
Oh,
anything
wow.
you read on the internet. For all I know, the recent flooding took it up 2 feet.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I can show you the best piece of artwork that I have done by DNA.
Okay.
Which is this dragonfly that, oh my gosh, I try not to sell it, but people are constantly trying to buy this sucker. And I just keep putting really high
Do you
prices
sell
on it.
any of your artwork or no?
Yeah, right, everything's for sale.
Okay.
But yeah, it's,
Oh, so that's one of his.
right
He showed me a smaller version of one of those that he had made as well, but that's pretty incredible. I mean, he's got some real skill. Oh yeah. Wow. That's crazy. Really cool. Really sick place. You got solar panels. You got power. Is that how you get power out
And then,
here?
I also have my bus full. Let's wander out this way and I'll show you the bus. It's a free store, thrift store for the slabs, basically. So I like to take the closed donations when I get them and hang them all up and make them available to pretty much everybody who lives here and anybody who's in real need. And this is all stuff that's free. If
So this is
anybody
all
needs it.
donated clothes?
Yeah, this is not the good stuff. That's why the good stuff goes in here. This is stuff that, like, anybody, literally, if you want it, it's fine. You probably need to wash it. If you
Yeah.
step up
Oh,
in
wow.
here, you got to step up in there. I did a lot of work recently to make it look like all.
Oh, that's crazy. You got so much stuff. It's like a desert thrift store.
It is. Yep.
Wow. So is this all donation clothes?
Most of it. I mean, I have bought some things in my past that are still in here.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. It's fun when I see something that I've owned for 20 years, finally find a new owner.
Yeah, this is
And usually it's somebody that's
quite the collection.
Thank you. So that's just from donations of people that come out and visit and see the bus, and then they come back out again, or like you with your YouTube video channel, they see, oh wow, so that's someplace we can take our stuff.
Uh-huh.
And it goes to good use. Business card.
Oh, sweet.
It's got my YouTube channel on it.
There you go.
The House of Dots.
House of Dots.
Yep, I don't really do very much with it, but I'll share yours when you post it.
Appreciate it. Thank you. I really appreciate you taking me around and
Right on.
showing me your house.
Cool.
And then I'll be your...
Exit out this way. And then if you feel like you need to get something in the shop,
Oh,
let
is
me
this like
know.
a gift shop?
Yep.
Oh, sweet. Yeah, I'll grab something on
On the way out.
my way out. If you don't mind me asking, I've been asking everybody, what brings you out here?
Well, the free camping, most part, and then I've really always wanted to do some sort of crazy tourist attraction, making art, showing off my art,
Okay.
sharing my messages, which are odd and unusual, but fun for me.
Yep.
And then getting people to do weird things like climb through cabinets and such. Having an opportunity to do the things that I really want to do and not having anybody tell me I can't. And then getting the support for what I'm doing that makes me want to keep doing it.
So my camera died as I was finishing up my conversation with Dottie, but she is living maybe 100 feet from East Jesus, which is this area over here, which is apparently some sort of art installation where, according to the people I've talked to, people come out, add artwork. Sounds like they have college kids out here. Also, I had to take off my jacket because it was like, I don't know if you can see my sweat stains. It was getting, even in the middle of January, it's pretty hot out here. But college kids come out here and build art, along with, I'm guessing, the community members and all that kind of stuff. Some of these sculptures are massive too. We even got like a starfighter car here, BB-8 up top, and then its Sith counterpart. How's it going? Are you a caretaker for the area?
Yeah.
What was your name?
Here they call me Wizard.
Wizard, do you mind if I record?
Go for it. Yeah.
Awesome. So what's the story behind East Jesus, this art installation? I haven't even checked it out yet, but
Okay. I'll give you the spiel.
Okay.
Easiest way. Greetings and welcome to East Jesus. This is a sheltered workshop for the work ethic impaired. They are not lazy. They are work ethic impaired. Thank you. We too have feelings. This is the 501c3 420, and we have 2 rules. Rule number 1, everything is touchable. Rule number 2, if you touch it and it breaks, tell them it was broke when you got here. It works every time.
sounds good. Well, it was nice meeting you. Thank you for the intro spiel. I'll go check out some stuff.
Yes.
Crazy amount of art here. And unlike other art museums, the rule here is touch everything. Like this fuzzy lizard. Almost looks like medical gauze. Some of the stuff out here is actually so incredible. It's like almost unbelievable. And the people, I mean, the people are just completely different than what you would expect and what you see probably about this place online. Every single person I've talked to has been one of the friendliest, welcoming people that I've ever met in my entire life. It's been quite the experience walking around here, meeting everyone and just seeing the culture and the art that's out here. It's really cool. But yeah, see? Please touch. Probably the only art museum you'll find in at least North America where you can touch everything. Oh, look. If you guys have been watching my channel for a while, I went to the Kentucky Stonehenge, which is like a 1/10 scale version of the Stonehenge. So now I'm at the Slab City Stonehenge. Almost looks like an elephant. I think that's what it's supposed to be. Kind of see the tusks. Snoot. They've even got their own bowling alley. I mean, what doesn't this place have? Am I allowed to bowl?
You want to try the bowling alley of low self-esteem?
Yes.
All right, you can do it. Yeah.
Bowling alley of low self-esteem. That would have been a strike if there wasn't a bowling ball in the middle of all the pins. Just got done walking around East Jesus, and it is crazy. Even in the middle of January, 83 degrees. It's actually so hot out. So I got the AC on and cranking, but I was sitting here thinking about it, and I'm sure you guys are wondering the same thing, how this place actually came about and became kind of what it is. So in case anyone is interested, I'll give you guys the brief history of it. Basically how this place turned into what it is. Back before World War II, the Marine Corps and the Army needed a training ground for field and anti-aircraft artillery units, and they needed it in a place that was accessible by plane from San Diego, and they needed around 600 acres, which, if you know anything about San Diego, there's not a lot of places out there that are flat and have 600 acres of land that the government can just take for a training base. So they settled on right here in Slab City. And it was named after a General Robert Dunlap, and it was changed to Camp Dunlap in 1942. And it was used for about 3 years until the training need reduced. And then by 1949, operations significantly reduced, but a skeleton crew kind of still stayed behind up until 1956, when it was demolished and all of the military huts and encampments were taken out. But the only thing that was left behind was the slabs, hence the name Slab City. And then fast forward just about 50 years, and this is kind of what it's become. An encampment for people who have been neglected by society or feel like outcasts. They come out here and they start a new life. And as I've heard from some of the people that I've talked to since I've been here, this place is actually technically owned by BLM, which, if you watch my channel, a lot of the places that I camp in my van are BLM. So I'm not sure what's different about this place or why it's just gone unregulated. Maybe it's just because nobody knows how to deal with it or what to do about it, because it's become so involved and so ingrained, and there's so many people here and there's so many structures. But typically BLM land you can only stay at for 14 days and then you gotta get out. But anyways, I'm getting kind of hungry, and it is right around that time where the restaurant in town, or whatever it is, opens up. So I'll go grab myself some food. All right, so I just drove over here to Wrangler's Roost of Slab City. It looks like they got ice cream floats, banana splits, cold drinks, and then apparently burgers and soda. But I didn't get it on camera, but there was a guy walking out when I was pulling up, and I asked him if they were open, and he said they're not going to be open today. So sadly, we cannot get ourselves a burger here in Slab City. I guess maybe though that's a blessing in disguise, because probably isn't being made in a certified kitchen. I mean, yeah, this is one of the most interesting places that I've ever been to in my entire life. And honestly, it has more sense of community than any other place or city that I've been to, with everyone knowing each other and watching out for each other and having each other's backs. And I'm sure there's some bad eggs in there, but everybody that I met today, some of the friendliest people I've ever met. But I haven't eaten anything yet since breakfast, so I'm gonna head into town, grab some stuff for dinner, and I'm gonna take you guys down to the Salton Sea. We're gonna find a campsite in another town called Bombay Beach. So we've just pulled into the town of Nyland. I think that's how you say it. That's how it looks, how you say it. And for a lot of people who live out in Slab City, this is their only kind of town they have access to where they can go get groceries, and a lot of them only have bikes or can walk. And I've been driving down this road and I've seen a lot of people walking in and out of Slab City. I'm guessing coming down here to pick up some groceries, because this is the closest spot and it's still around 3 miles away. But it looks like there is a small market, so see if we can't find something to cook for dinner tonight. Never seen beef bacon before. Thank you very much. Have a good one, thank you. It's a little crowded in there. Got everything we need. Let's go find ourselves a campsite. We made it. Bombay Beach. And this is where we're gonna be camping tonight, right on the Salton Sea up there. This town is very similar to Slab City in the way that it's kind of abandoned and dilapidated, and there's only about 300 residents. But it once was a bustling beach town resort back in the 60s, where people would pay large sums of money. Presidents came to, a bunch of famous musicians, and people would come out here and hang out for a multitude of reasons that I'll tell you about once we get up here. This is what it looks like now. Somewhat abandoned trailer homes from the 60s. Well, we're pulling up here over this little sand dune, I guess. And this is where we're gonna camp tonight, I think. I've been here before. Last time I came down in this area, I did a whole video on this town, so if you want to go see more about Bombay Beach and its history, you can go watch that video. So I won't get too much into it today, but essentially it's an old abandoned, well, not abandoned because there's a bunch of people that still live here, resort on the Salton Sea, which we're about to see. We're pulling up here in a second. And that is her right there, the Salton Sea. And when I was at the store, I saw this meat that I've never seen before. Maybe I have, and it was called something different, or it's just I've never really looked that hard. But he called it beef bacon, and then another word, I forget what it was. But I was asking him, he didn't speak English very well, but I just pointed at it and I said, is it good on tacos? And he said, great on tacos, and then listed a bunch of other ingredients on the tacos. So we're gonna cook up some beef bacon taco bowls, because I'm trying to eat a little healthier, because I put on a few pounds, and someone commented on my video the other day that looks like I put on 20. So taco bowl's a little bit healthier than a taco, because you don't have the tortilla. Also, I know the guy from the internet cafe told me that I could stay in his lot and they offer free parking there, but I've honestly got nothing against parking there or staying there. It's just, I knew that this was 10 minutes down the road and it's a little bit more private, scenic. So there's no point in me staying overnight in his parking lot when I know that this is so close. So let's get to making some tacos. First things first, as always, apron, save my pants, and then we'll get to prepping. I didn't have any lettuce at the store, but I got this Caesar salad kit to use. And this is kind of like an all-in-one Ryan Toomey video. You got the adventure and you got the cooking. Usually I do one or the other because I only have energy for either adventuring or cooking, but I had a lot of fun with making today's video and it wasn't too much, so still got the energy to make some taco bowls. This knife is so sharp. Actually, before we do the prep work, I want to get the rice started cooking because I don't have a rice cooker, so it's going to take a little bit longer. Now that we've got that done, we can finish prepping. So this is what it looks like. I don't know if it's just a cut out of a ribeye or what it is, but it just essentially looks like a gigantic piece of super, super thick bacon. It smells good. It's already pre-seasoned, so I guess we'll find out how it tastes. Look at the sunset. Spectacular. Ooh, smells so good. Oh, I'm so excited. And now we'll just repeat that, the other two pieces of beef bacon. This smells so good. We have all the ingredients for our taco bowl. Gotta wait for this rice to finish. Actually, one thing I forgot. Warm up some of this corn and beans. Then we'll have everything ready. Now let's get a bowl assembled and eat. Rice going in the bottom, and then some beans and corn, lettuce, tomato, onion, and a bunch of this meat. And then to top this bad boy off, hit it with a little salsa, sour cream, and a little bit of cojita cheese. Bon appetit. So I think Slab City is probably one of the, if not the most interesting places I've ever been in my years of traveling. And I've been to a lot of places. It's not the most picturesque by far. It's not the most scenic by far. There's a lot of things that it doesn't have, but based on the few interactions that I had with the small subset of the population that I did interact with, it seems like a real genuine place, not a lawless place where people can go if they just want to break the law and be vandals. And I really do agree that it is one of the last free places, at least in America. Every time I meet new people out, it always reminds me that it doesn't matter where you are or what you're doing or how good the view is or how amazing the area is. The number one thing that makes a place is its people. After years of being on the road, some of my fondest memories are from people that I've met and things that I've done with other people, not necessarily the places that I've gone to by myself, because when you have someone to share it with or you have a good group of people around you, it makes that memory just so much better. But I don't know if that makes any sense. Essentially what I'm trying to get at is you can be happy pretty much anywhere if you surround yourself with good people. And everyone I met today might not be normal by your average societal standards, but they were definitely good people. I really enjoyed the conversations we had. Anyways, this taco bowl, absolutely delicious. Whatever this beef bacon is, couldn't have made it better myself. I think that's going to be it for this video. After I finish this taco bowl, watch whatever I have left of my sunset outside. It's already pretty dwindled down. And then just hunker out of the van, get this door closed, and probably play some Pal Worlds, which is a new game that I've been playing on my Xbox. Came out a few days ago. Fully addicted to it. I think soon here I'm going to be getting out of the heat and driving up north. But for now, I will catch you guys next time. Good morning and welcome to another fabulous day of living in the back of my van. So today's gonna be a good day. I'm actually very excited about the plan for today, but even more so than that, I'm excited about the spot we slept in last night because it was absolutely spectacular. The views from outside my window were absolutely immaculate, and you guys are really not gonna believe it when you see it. So this is what van life is all about. I mean, sleeping in places like this, it's just so incredible. I just can't get over it. Look at that. Just kidding. We're in a Walmart parking lot. Which, to be fair, is actually one of my favorite places to sleep in the van. Except for on certain nights, like last night, when they do their parking lot cleanup because they have a street sweeper that comes around, and it's super loud, and they don't come around till like 12:30 or 1 a.m., and they just drive around the parking lot and sweep everything up for about an hour, so that sucks, so it kept me up late. So we slept in a little bit today. It's not that big of a deal. We're kind of close to where we're gonna be camping tonight anyways. I slept in a Walmart, one, because I didn't feel like driving any further, and two, because I gotta grab a few ingredients for what I have planned tonight. So we're gonna be cooking a pretty big dinner somewhere up in the mountains, ideally. And also, look at how clean she is. Took some time last night, cleaned her up, wiped down the backsplash, cleaned everything off, swept the floors thoroughly, which they really needed. Very spiffy. The reason that I parked in this Walmart parking lot, like I said, is one, because I didn't want to drive anymore, and two, because there was a few ingredients that I still needed to get for my dinner tonight. Because yesterday I went to the Asian market and got a bunch of stuff to do a Korean barbecue feast up in the mountains tonight. Gotta get some Korean pears. Pork belly, get some short ribs. I really can't get over the fact that it's January right now and I'm hot. It's like 80 degrees. It's supposed to get up to 86 today. The motherland, my home away from home, Walmart. We just gotta get a few things. We got most of what we needed yesterday. Bag secured. So far away. I can never be bothered in the mornings to move my van closer to the actual Walmart. And then I end up regretting it when I gotta walk 1.5 miles to and from. But at least today we don't have too much. Oh, kind of already regret the decision to wear pants. But I feel like I wear shorts too much, so Pants I feel like make me look a little bit more put together and not as much like the van bum that I am. And the place that we're going tonight up in the mountains should be a little bit cooler because of the elevation, which is nice. But the fridge is packed full of stuff to make a real barbecue. And I got a lot of stuff. So we should be able to have a proper feast tonight. Also, one of my favorite things about going to Asian markets is they have this, which is essentially just instant pho. And it is so good. It's the only instant pho that I've ever had that genuinely tastes like a good pho. So if you're ever at an Asian market and you see this, I think sometimes it's in a green box. I'm not sure. I think last time I got it was in a green box. It might be a little different, but this one's just as good. Absolutely amazing. And it takes like 2 seconds to make. But I gotta say, I did go on this winter road trip in my van to get out of the heat, to get into some colder weather because I was kind of missing it because I'm from Maryland and I'm used to having 4 seasons and not being just trapped in the heat for the entirety of the year. Also, unpopular opinion, I've made videos about this before on my TikTok, but Walmart and truck stops are my favorite places to stealth camp conveniently in the van for a few reasons. One, they typically allow it so I don't have to worry about being kicked out. And two, because contrary to popular belief, they have the cleanest bathrooms, which is always a bonus because when you're on the road, you're pretty much using public bathrooms 24/7. So when you can find clean ones, it feels a lot nicer. But it is entirely too hot where we're currently at, and it's getting hotter by the second in the back of the van. So let's get out of here and get up into the mountains. Cue montage music.
Look at myself out of my dorm in the middle of the night. I wake up kind of wired and I wake up kind of cold.
All right, we have made it here. Bloody Basin Road. This is kind of where we get off the beaten path onto some dirt roads, about 3 to 5 miles depending on where we stop to camp. It is beautiful up here. And before I came up here, there's a lot of history on this road as to why it's named Bloody Basin Road. And basically, in March of 1873, U.S. soldiers tracked down a band of Apache Indians who had killed 3 of their people to nearby Turret Peak. And the soldiers tracked them down and caught them kind of flat-footed and ended up killing 25 to 27 of them and didn't lose any troops of their own. So kind of a dark history to this road. All right, so we've been driving for quite a while trying to find a spot. I think I might try to pull in here. I don't know, this looks pretty off-roady. I want to see if I can find a spot back down there. Before we do all of that, since this is a little bit more aggressive off-road, I'm gonna walk down the path and see what it looks like. Which is kind of a smart thing to do regardless of if you're in a completely capable 4x4 vehicle or a 2-wheel drive van. Especially if you're alone, just kind of makes sense. But it really doesn't look too bad. I'm trying to find a spot that has a good view of the mountains off in the distance and also is flat, which a lot of this stuff is. Oh. Which a lot of this stuff isn't. And my van is pretty high clearance, so I'm not really worried about getting past stuff like that where it's kind of back and forth and there's a little bit of a hump in the middle. Or so when I'm walking down into places like this, I'm kind of looking for sandy spots because front wheel drive, it's a heavy vehicle, any kind of sand and I'm getting stuck. This stuff is pretty gnarly. All right, so at the end of this road, there's kind of a nice, large, flat area. This spot up here is the main reason why I walked down here, is it looked like it had a nice view. It's also on what looks like to be a road, so I don't want to block that. Maybe we'll keep driving down the road, see if we can find somewhere else. All right, so I guess it can't hurt to drive a little bit further up over that ridge and see if there's something. Worst case, come back here and drive down there. And I love how it said on the entrance to this place, this road is not recommended for passenger cars, but I'm gonna be honest, the road in here, like the main road, it's graded pretty nice. I can't imagine a car that wouldn't be able to make it down, at least this main road right here. We might take that one right there. It's got a pretty good view of the mountains. I don't know if I feel like continuing to drive down, it looks like it just gets lower and lower in elevation. This spot would be perfect if it wasn't under massive power lines, but it looks like this road just continues on. I don't know if you can see it all the way down there through the valley. No point in driving all the way down there. So yeah, let's just go back and take one of those other spots. And it does kind of suck, like the best spots that I've seen up here, like that spot right there that has this crazy view, looks like it's taken by someone who's been staying here for quite a while. And there was one other spot that had the same story where it looks like the person who's staying there has been staying there for the last couple weeks. All right, so we pulled into this spot right here, and honestly, it's a pretty good spot. It's got a pretty nice view. It is close to the main road, which isn't the best, but I don't think this road is very heavily trafficked since it's a forest service road, especially at nighttime or once the sun starts to set. And the view here is way better, but there is a spot, if I follow this road, maybe about a quarter mile, you can almost see it right there. There's a nice flat level spot that's a little bit more secluded off the road, but since it's lower into that valley, all you're looking at is that hill, so you don't get this view. So I don't really think it's worth it. And I'm just gonna pull up here and we'll call this camp tonight. All right. I think I've got myself as level as I can get myself in this spot, but this is it. I kind of tucked that wheel into that rut right there to get this end a little bit lower because I am slightly tilted this way. Maybe I'll get out the leveling shocks if it gets too bad, but definitely not a bad spot. And the best part, it's like 20 degrees cooler than it was down in Phoenix. It feels pretty level in here. Usually once I get in the van, I can tell. Definitely a slight lean this way, but that should be fine. So as I said, I am gonna be cooking a Korean barbecue feast. And when I say feast, I kind of mean feast. Partially because I want to, and partially because I didn't really have a choice, because for some reason, the Asian market that I went to only had massive portion size options for all of the meats that I needed. We're gonna be making a lot. We've got enough pork belly to feed an entire family. Enough short ribs to feed an entire family, as well as enough pork belly to feed an entire family, and enough ribeye for at least 2 people. So I'm not gonna get started cooking quite yet because it is a little bit early, but I am gonna get the marinades going so that we can give them about 2 hours to marinate before we start cooking them. So that's what we're gonna do. We're making short ribs, spicy pork belly, and bulgogi, along with a bunch of other sides and different things. So for the first of our marinades, which is going to be the bulgogi, we need a folded bowl, 4 tablespoons of brown sugar. You can just imagine this is brown sugar because I somehow forgot to get it, and all I have is powdered sugar. A pinch of white pepper, 4 teaspoons of toasted sesame oil, 4 tablespoons of mirin. Okay, well that's 2. There we go. 3 tablespoons of honey. Half a cup of soy sauce. 1 chopped and blended Asian pear. And then 6 to 7 cloves of finely chopped garlic. Also, if you want to be extra fancy, some finely chopped green onions. Give that a mix. And that is pretty much it. That is our bulgogi sauce. It smells so good. So, now that we've got that done, and if you're making this the correct way with brown sugar, your mixture might be a little darker than mine. But we can take our ribeye and our short ribs. And I'm gonna cut these short ribs into smaller pieces just so they don't crowd my pan as much. Didn't even use half of it. We can get down a separate bowl, pour some of this marinade into that bowl, and then add our short ribs. And we'll let these marinate at room temperature for just about 2 hours or until we're ready to cook. Next up, prime rib. Take that out, and we're just gonna take this and we're gonna cut this as thinly as humanly possible. We wanna go for like a shaved type meat, kind of like that. This is what we're looking for our bulgogi. And there we go, beautifully shaved ribeye. Add that to the rest of our sauce, get it nice and coated, and then it's the same story for this. Let it marinate for the next 2 hours or so at room temperature. So now we can go ahead and set these over to the side. Just loosely cover them with some tin foil. Most of you guys know from the type of stuff that I cook on this channel, I'm not a cook, so I don't really ever come up with my own recipes. Sometimes I do, but they're never too complex. This one specifically I got from Josh Wiseman, and I watch his stuff all the time, but I've never made a meal from a recipe he's put out. So this is his Korean barbecue recipe that we're trying out. And if he watches this, I'm sorry that I used powdered sugar and not brown sugar, but that's all I had. But now we can move on to the marinade for our pork belly. I don't have any other big bowls. So we'll just have to use a pot. But for our spicy pork belly marinade, we need 2 tablespoons of gochujang, 2 tablespoons of honey, 1 tablespoon of rice vinegar, which I also forgot to get, so we're using white wine vinegar. The juice from 1 freshly squeezed lemon, and this is a Ryan Toomey Audible just because I had it, but I'm gonna add some spicy chili crisps, as well as a ½ teaspoon of sesame oil. And then again, if you want to be extra fancy, you can add some finely chopped green onions. And we can give that a nice mix. That should be good to go for our pork belly. And then it's kind of the same story with the pork belly as with our ribeye. We're gonna cut this thin and get it marinating. And I kept this in the freezer to make it a little bit easier to chop, or slice, I guess. There we go, beautifully sliced. I cut it in half and honestly left it in the freezer for too long, so it was a lot harder to cut through than I would have liked. It would have been nice if it was just like slightly frozen, so it was easier to slice, but it was like a brick. But now that we got this cut, add this to our sauce. Get all those boys nice and coated. Look at that, absolutely beautiful. And then it's kind of the same story with these guys. Let them marinate for the next 2 hours. Beautiful. So now that we've got our meat marinating and ready to go, I think the last thing I'm gonna work on, at least right now, along with making myself a quick sandwich lunch, is the sauces that we're gonna use for dipping our meat. And the two sauces that I'm gonna be making today are Samjang sauce and garlic oil, which are two of the sauces that Joshua recommended in his recipe, and also two of my favorite sauces when I go out to eat Korean barbecue. America really is the best country when it comes to doing stuff like this. What other country you can have not only the views like this, but have it be free and open to the public? America's public use BLM Forest Service lands are some of the most amazing things, honestly, about this country. Lunch is done. It was much needed. Sometimes on days when I'm filming like this, I forget to eat sometimes, and I haven't even had breakfast, so definitely needed to get something in the system. Let's get to making some sauces. So when I was at the Asian market, I saw these little trays that I'm gonna use for some of the sides. These ones are gonna be for the sauces. So for our first sauce, which is Samjang sauce, we need, and I'm probably butchering how you say that, and I'm just eyeballing this, but some gochujang, some honey, toasted sesame oil, sesame seeds, doenjang, which is just a soybean paste, and a crap ton of garlic. And that, my friends, is sauce number one. So we'll get that all nice and mixed together. And then this is what we're left with. So that is sauce number one. For sauce number two is the garlic sesame, which is a pretty simple sauce. It's just sesame oil, garlic, and some flaky finishing salt. And that is it. Not really much to it. I think that's pretty much it for the prep work I'm gonna do. Other than, while I'm sitting around waiting to cook this dinner, I'm just gonna get some rice boiling. And I honestly do want a rice cooker in the van, because I do eat rice quite often, but I only have so much room for appliances in the van. And honestly, if I was gonna get anything else before I got a rice cooker, it would be an air fryer, but I don't even have room for that, so gotta make my rice over the stove. I also have very limited water, so I can't really wash my rice as thoroughly as I want to, but we'll give it at least 1 or 2 rinses. There we go. Get that to a boil. It does look like outside, though, this is kind of a shooting range some of the time. A bunch of what looks like 22s, and then some larger caliber stuff out here. And you can see the remnants of a clay pigeon. And that's just another thing people use these public lands for, because you can do them for a plethora of things. Off-roading, camping, shooting, cooking, Korean barbecue in a van. So I was just laying in bed for like 30 minutes, but the rice is done. And it's a little bit overdone. It's actually not too bad. And I guess I will probably get started cooking here on most of this stuff soon, because the sun is starting to set. Got maybe about, also if you didn't know, a quick trick you can do to see how much time you have left with the sun being up, which I guess is kind of pointless now that we have iPhones and everything else, but if you're out and you don't feel like pulling at your phone, if you hold up 4 fingers is about an hour. So we've got about an hour. You hold it up to the bottom of the sun, full arm's length, maybe an hour and a half until the sun sets, which let's see if that tracks. It is currently 4, sunsets at 6, so right around 2 hours till the sun sets. Obviously it's only an estimate. Bet you guys $3 one of these window shades comes falling off when I pull this door open. Yep. Every single time. I think that, I don't know if magnets degrade over time or what, but these just do not stick like they used to. They used to stick up here, no problem at all, but now every time I open them, they fall off. I think maybe 4 cars have driven by in the past 2.5, 3 hours that I've been here. And the one that just passed wasn't even a car, it was like a 4x4, side by side. But anyways, let's get to cooking. There's one final side dish that we have to cook, and it's something that I really like when I go to Korean barbecue, but I've never actually made it myself, and that is fish cakes. Just kidding, there's two sides. I forgot I was making some seasoned cucumbers as well, so we'll make those along with fish cakes. So I'm basically just gonna do a kind of fish cake stir fry. It's my understanding with this stuff that you can kind of throw whatever you want into it. One of the recipes called for like a green chili and a red chili, but I'm just gonna use green bell pepper and a red bell pepper, just because that's what I wanted to use. And we're gonna take these and we're just gonna stir fry them up with those fish cakes. And also the good thing about doing stuff like this is it's expensive the first time because you kind of got to buy all the ingredients, but a lot of the different seasonings and mixtures that go into at least seasoning the meat you can have for a while and kind of just make any kind of Korean barbecue you want, at least the more basic kinds, like the sliced beefs and the pork bellies. Also, I don't know how much you guys are on TikTok, but this song that I heard on there has been stuck in my head for the last week and a half, and I just, no matter what I do, I cannot get it out. It's one that goes like, I'm 2 days into college and I'm 3 lectures behind. Dun, 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 name him Colin. He says he wants to be mine, but it doesn't really sit with me quite right. And every time I'm not recording, I turn it on and I listen to it again. It's like ingrained in my brain. And I don't know why, because I've been out of college for like 5 years. So, into the pan, get a little bit of sesame oil, get that heating up nice and hot. I might have to close my back doors because the wind, I don't know if you can hear it, but it like blows my flame. Makes it take longer for the pot to get hot enough to cook anything, but we'll see. I kind of like having back doors open. So this is a fish cake. I'm honestly not sure what it is. I'm guessing it's just like a fish chicken nugget. I don't know why this one's shaped like a star, but it's kind of cool. They're always served as a side at Korean barbecue places, and I really like them. So while we're waiting for that oil to heat up, I'm just gonna add the rest of the seasonings that go in here. And actually, I'm gonna throw these in there real quick first. Get some of these fish cakes in there. And then just a little bit of soy sauce, more gochujang, and then some more mirin. And then the only thing we need other than that is just a little bit of white pepper. None of that went in the pot. I'm gonna have to close those back doors. I'm also gonna sprinkle some salt on there. Give that a nice stir. Everything nice and coated, and I'm gonna have to go close that back door. Oh, pepper went right up my nose. This is the only thing that sucks about having this flip up table right by the door. Every time I have to get out of the van, I gotta clear everything off of it. And it's getting kind of cold out, honestly. I might have to put a hoodie on soon. There we go. Now this should start cooking up. And then while we wait for that, I'm gonna finish the actual last side that we have, which is our seasoned cucumbers, but those are very, very simple to make. So we'll get that done real quick. So for these bad boys, I couldn't find a large English cucumber, so we got these, but these will be fine. Cut the ends off, and we'll just simply cut these into coins. And then basically to each one of these coins, we're gonna lightly score it in a cross pattern on one of the sides. Just like that, so it kind of looks like a checkerboard. But we're gonna repeat that with all of them. And this is, I'm guessing, this is from the recipe that I'm following, to get those flavors up in there, so they're not just sitting on the outside. There we go. Bunch of beautifully scored cucumbers. Now, we can hit these with a little bit of salt, let that drain the water out of them. Give that about 5 minutes. And I think these are just about done. So we'll go ahead and take those out. There we go. That is our side of fish cakes completed. And I think we're finally ready to move on to the main attraction, which is all of these meats. We've got our spicy pork belly, our bulgogi, and our short ribs. I did also at the Asian market the other day grab this because this is the biggest struggle I've had while cooking Korean barbecue or any kind of meat that I want to get a good sear on over a gas stove. It kind of drowns in its own oil unless you take a paper towel and dry it up as you're cooking it. But with this, it has an oil catch pan, kind of like you'd see at a Korean barbecue restaurant. So all the oil drains off and you get nice crispy meat. So I've got all my meats set up on my table right next to me. I think we're good to finally cook it. And it is getting a little bit chilly out. I'm gonna throw my hoodie on and make sure I get my apron on as well. Also, this hoodie is actually my merch. So it's got the coordinates. This is from my trip up to Alaska. We just restocked with a bunch of different colorways. It's got the coordinates of the Brooks Range and the Adigan Pass, which is the highest mountain pass on the Dalton Highway, also known as the Hull Road, or the road from the show Ice Road Truckers that goes from Fairbanks all the way up to Prudhoe Bay, north of the Arctic Circle and the Arctic Ocean. And then this on the back is the topographic map of the Brooks Range and the Adigan Pass. If you like it, get yourself one. If you don't, don't. Either way, still appreciate you guys. Let's get this meat cooking. I'm excited to see how this thing works. Get some sesame oil on there. Let that get nice and hot. All right, I think she's just about ready. So I think we'll start off with the non-spicy stuff so we don't get it kind of mixed in with the spicy stuff. And we're just gonna kind of cook this in batches. Oh, wow. And this might take a while. I got a lot of meat. First batch done. Now we just got to do it with the rest of this bulgogi. Alrighty, bulgogi finished, and it actually browned it up beautifully. Camera won't focus on it for some reason, but it looks absolutely delicious. And it's pretty nice. Came with this little hook thing, so I can like take this out, pop that down, and clean it off when I need to. But there's plenty of room left in that little grease reservoir, but I think I am gonna get it emptied out before my next round, just because I don't feel like dealing with having it overflowing. So all of the grease is kind of trapped around here. I'll do my best to drain as much of it as I can without spilling it. Wow, none of it's stuck too. That's actually pretty amazing. Ready for round two and the short ribs. Woo! It smells absolutely delicious in here. Let's give this bulgogi a first little taste test. Look at that. Oh, all right. Short rib time. Oh, now look at that. All right. First round done. Whoa! Alrighty. There we go. And I'm definitely gonna have to go open that back door, I think. Getting a little too smoky in here. Oh gosh, I gotta crawl under this stupid thing. Look at that sunset too, wow. Should crack it open a little bit. Get some airflow coming through so I don't smoke myself out of the van. Alrighty, back in we go. Okay. All right, so I rearranged my thing over here, and I don't think I have enough room for more of these on here, so I'm just gonna set these to the side in this bowl. This second batch is finished, and now we can move on to the spicy pork belly. And before we do that, you can kind of see how much water has drained out of these cucumbers. Oh, just from putting that salt on them. You can drain that out. Give those a nice rinse. And this is the last thing we got to do, I think, in terms of prep. But we will just take some of that spicy chili oil, spoon that onto those cucumbers. And then I didn't have any lemon juice left over, but I did get this from the gas station the other day when I camped there. So, squirt some of this lemon juice on there. And that is pretty much it for our spicy cucumbers. So now we've got everything ready except for these spicy pork bellies, but those will be done in about 4 minutes. And I think in terms of plating, I'm gonna put these cucumbers on here with the meat. And then use this bowl for my rice. There we go. This is starting to look real good. My van's gonna smell like Korean barbecue for the next 2 weeks, but it smelled like worse. Without further ado, pork belly! There's no way I'd be able to cook this without the door open now. And while we're cooking this, the last two things that I need for this meal is just some lettuce. And I got some of these just cause. Little seaweed snacks. Smells so good. All right, I think we only got just about one more batch of pork belly, maybe two, and then we're done. All right, I think these last few pieces are finally done, and we can finally, feels like I've been cooking all day, which I guess I kind of have, eat this magnificent feast. Now, I know what a lot of you guys might be thinking. Ryan, that is way too much food for one person, and you're completely right. But it's kind of a lot of effort to make this stuff, so I made enough for a couple days so that I can have this for lunch, dinner, whenever I want to eat it. I got enough seasoning left over for the rest of the meat, so I only have to do the whole cooking thing once, and then whenever I want it, I can just throw it on the grill and be done with it. And I got some leftovers for tomorrow, so before this gets too cold, let's bring it outside and let's eat. There's also kind of a bunch of bugs starting to fly into the van, so I want to get the doors closed. Now that is a feast and a view. Genuinely, I don't even know where to start. I think I'm gonna start with this pork belly. Cheers. Try some of this sesame oil sauce. Absolutely divine. So good. I think I like the bulgogi a little bit better, but I think I should have added a little more spice to this spicy pork belly. There's not really any kick to it. Next sauce up, the Samjang sauce. Ooh, I really like that one. I've always kind of liked that sauce better than the sesame oil. Just kind of depends on what mood I'm in. But look at this. Absolutely stunning sunset tonight too. So I guess I'll take this time for anybody who doesn't know how I ended up in the middle of the desert cooking a Korean barbecue feast on film. I used to work for the government on the F-35 program, and then at DARPA, which is the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, for 3 years pre-COVID. So this was before COVID. My commute to work used to be 2 hours each way, driving from where I lived in Maryland down to the southern tip of Maryland at Pax River Naval Base, and then in Arlington, Virginia for a little while working at DARPA. Long story short, worked there for a while, saved up like 10 grand in my bank account. And while I was working there, I'd always see these videos online, not necessarily van life videos, but of people working from their computers in places like Bali and all over the world. And I thought it looked so cool, but I had to go to the office every day, so it really wasn't an option. And then COVID hit. And after a few months, when it didn't look like we were going back to the office, I was like, this might be the only time that I have tried to do that. And I figured I don't have a lot of money saved up, so I can't really just up and go to Bali. Also, I had a security clearance. I don't even think I could have worked internationally. So I settled on this. Van life is the most economical choice to be able to do that. And I figured worst case scenario, if I do decide to do this and build out the van, I could sell it and I still have my job. So it doesn't really matter. But after 6 months of building it, I finally got it done. We still were back in the office. So I went on the road full time for 4 months while working my government job. So I had my government laptop with me. I had to log on every day. I could only park in places that had Wi-Fi. I was essentially just in parking lots. And then on the weekends, I would zip over to national parks and then go back to parking lots for a week. And then zip over to national parks and go back to parking lots. And I started kind of documenting my stuff on TikTok. And I did that for about a year, 6 months of which I lived out of my van in my parents' driveway. And then one day I got a brand deal through my TikTok for $500 every 2 weeks. And I thought to myself, maybe I'm $20,000 in credit card debt because I decided to build this van out on a credit card. But that $500 every 2 weeks brand deal gave me what I thought was at least a 3-month runway to where I could pay the minimum balance of my credit card debt, afford some gas, and be able to buy some food without working my full-time job and try to go all in on this whole content thing. And so I quit my cushy government job for $500 every 2 weeks, went all in, and kind of the rest is history. So I didn't come into this whole van life thing expecting to turn it into my full-time job. I never would have thought in a million years. I don't have much of a YouTube personality that anyone would want to sit there and watch me do anything for any amount of time, let alone for 30 minutes cooking food, being an idiot all over the country. The fact that this is what I get to do is just beyond amazing. And I really do, from the bottom of my heart, want to thank you guys, because none of this would be a possibility without you guys. And I don't really say it enough. I know I say it at the end of each of my videos, but I truly do appreciate you guys and all the nice comments and kind words you guys leave, and the likes, the shares, and being kind of my companion out here on the road for the last 2 years. Holy crap, look at this sunset. Look at that. I love when the clouds do that. But essentially, one decision led to another, an opportunity arose, and I kind of jumped at it. That's me in a nutshell. Also, fun fact, I never really watched YouTube, and I never really did watch YouTube before I became a creator on this platform. So I had no idea how to film, edit, or do anything that I do pretty much on a daily basis now before I started. And I did take a lot of inspiration from when I was first starting my channel. My friend showed me Mav. In the beginning, I took a lot of inspiration from his videos. I've kind of taken that and made it my own now, but in the beginning, that's what I used. Oh my God. Look at the sunset. It just keeps getting better. Like, that is magnificent. If I was a little bit higher up over this ridge, looking over those mountains. But anyways, that's a little bit about me. Also, shout out to Mav. He makes absolutely great videos. And since my friend showed me, I've become a really big fan. And I'm full. This is way too much food. I think I'm gonna sit out here for the next 10 or 15 minutes, enjoy the sunset, and not talk to a camera. So I will catch you guys in a little bit. Welcome back. So the sun is fully set. Can't see anything outside, but it is officially nighttime out. I got most of the stuff cleaned up. All my leftovers are there. We've got a bunch, enough for lunch and dinner tomorrow. I also got myself some of these. Feel the flavor of Korea. That's what it says on the bottom there. And then this one. So I got a rice punch and I got a peach something. I don't know. We're gonna try both of them. They're super small. Cheers. Not gonna lie, I hate that one. I meant to drink these with dinner, but kind of got sidetracked with all the cooking and stuff. I also got this Japanese cake, shoido. I don't know, it looks good. So I'm gonna have a small piece of it for dessert tonight. Save the rest for tomorrow. Ooh, this feels crazy. It feels like a kitchen sponge. So, cheers. Oh, wow. That is good. It's almost like an angel fruit cake, but not really a fan of this one. It tastes good with the cake. It's kind of something maybe I'd have it for breakfast, but I don't think I'd have that with dinner. Let's try this mango one, or this peach one. Oh, now that one's good. It's basically just peach juice though. I think I'm gonna hit the hay pretty soon. Cooking and eating all that kind of took it out of me, so get all this cleaned up, get to bed, and I will catch you guys in the morning. Morning. I got woken up by the wind this morning, but when I got woken up, I peeled back my blinds and I saw a bunch of clouds up in the sky off in the distance that kind of look like they might be storm clouds-ish. And I checked the weather and it said there's, I don't know how this works, but it went from a 0% chance of rain today to a 60% chance of rain. We're probably gonna get out of here because I don't feel like getting stuck on this dirt road. I think today might be one of our last days of the kind of warmer winter weather. We're heading up north. I think I want to make it up to southern Utah, maybe up into Salt Lake City even. I haven't really decided yet. And then from there, we'll kind of arc back to the west over to California. We'll see. My plan kind of changes on a daily basis, but I think I'm gonna get myself packed up here and get out of here. So I will catch you guys next time. Good morning. It is a very cold morning. It's about 45 degrees Fahrenheit, which in the grand scheme of things, I guess, isn't really that cold, but waking up in it and not having heat makes it feel a little bit colder. Cooking myself up some breakfast here in our lovely campsite for the night. A Cracker Barrel parking lot. Looks like someone just got here to go to Cracker Barrel, but it is super gloomy out. Slept here last night, rained almost all night, and I think we might be getting into some snow today, either today or tomorrow. It's been snowing up north of here where I'm going. Don't know if it'll still be snowing, but should be at least snow on the ground. And if you've been watching my channel and following along on this road trip, you would know that I made a Korean barbecue feast in my last video. And for the past 2 or 3 days, all I've been eating is Korean barbecue and Korean barbecue leftovers. And this little bit of rice is the last of the remnants of it. And listen, I can already hear it. Keyboards clicking, typing away. Someone's just about to send a comment. Do your dishes. Your house is so dirty. Listen, first of all, I am completely out of water, which as you can see over there is why my water pump is off. So I haven't been able to do my dishes for a day and a half. And I'm hoping I can find somewhere today to fill it up. And 2, I don't have a dishwasher, so it's not as easy to just do my dishes every day. And I know it sounds like I might have a different excuse every day as to why my dishes aren't done. But some days I just really don't feel like doing them. And I guarantee you, if half of you guys took a camera through your house every single day and posted it on social media, there would be a lot of criticisms about some aspects of your home. So I keep the space as clean as I can. Sometimes I don't do my dishes, but all in all, my bed obviously isn't made, but I'll make that before we leave. And at the end of the day, I'm the only one living here, so if I leave dishes in the sink, it's not hurting anyone but me. And maybe some of my viewers with OCD. And I know refried beans look like legitimately like a pile of poo. If you haven't had them before, I promise they are extremely good. So today on our journey, we're gonna be driving down a stretch of road that is probably one of the most famous, if not the most famous road in America, and that is the historic Route 66. So surprisingly enough, after living on the road for 2 years, I have never driven Route 66, at least in its entirety, or intentionally for any extended period of time. So I do want to make that road trip sometime this summer, from the start of Route 66 in Santa Monica all the way up to the end of it in Michigan, Wisconsin. But that'll be for a later date, because obviously today we're not driving the entirety of Route 66. We are driving one of the longest continuous sections of the road. We are starting out right here in the town of Kingman, and we're driving just about 70 miles to Seligman, Arizona, which is known as the birthplace of Route 66. Not because that's where it starts or where it ends, but because that's the town that first petitioned to turn it into a historic road and preserve it for future generations to appreciate, like myself. I think it is time to get out of here and hopefully find somewhere to fill up the tanks with water so I can do my dishes and have something to drink. Also, don't know if you guys can tell, but after 2 years, I finally decided to buy new sheets. Don't know why I need to tell you that. It's not very exciting news. Before we leave and get out of this Cracker Bar parking lot, they do let me stay here for free, so a lot of the times I like to walk in and grab something from the general store. And they do have some cool stuff in here sometimes. Hi, is it possible to do just a coffee to go? Coffee? Yep. Thank you very much. Have a good one. I'm gonna be honest, I didn't know they would do that, but I can't really drink it right now because it's like 9,000 degrees. So it's honestly kind of surprising, even to myself, that I haven't taken the time in the last 2 years to drive Route 66, because in a lot of ways I feel like Route 66 is kind of the embodiment of the spirit of adventure in America in like a physical form, because back in the 1920s when this road was first commissioned by Cyrus Avery and John Woodruff, it was kind of America's only lifeline from the Midwest out to California, and hundreds of thousands of people used that road as a path on their journey westward in search of a better life, money, and just being in California. There's just so much history and lost culture on this road because, as you guys know, or maybe don't know, with the advent of the interstate system, Route 66 and all of the towns that were along it were completely bypassed, and over the last 50, 60 years have just fallen into oblivion and disarray. So the first stop of our trip is right here in the town that we slept in, Kingman, Arizona. And this is kind of going to be our start on Route 66 today. So I think they've got some cool history and information in here that I want to check out before we head out there. I have not, but I did read about him online. He's known as the Angel of Route 66 because he was the first person in a town along Route 66 to organize and created the Arizona Route 66 Association, which made all of the Route 66 roads in Arizona a historic road to preserve them. And then after that, every single state pretty much followed suit, and now every state has its own Route 66 Association. What would you like people to know about Route 66?
Listening to the traveler, and if you listen to that person, you can gain so much wisdom for yourself.
So yeah, if you come here, you can kind of ask him questions. I think he's still alive. He's like 96, but he lives in Seligman and was a barber. I think he is retired in the last couple of years, but he was a barber there. So they got all this barbershop stuff. So this is a good map kind of this section of Route 66 we're going to be driving. So we're going from right here, Kingman, all the way up through Hackberry, Valentine, Peach Springs, and then down here to Seligman. And if you look at the map nowadays, from Kingman, Route 40 bypasses all of this Route 66 and kind of just goes right through this area and back up to Seligman, and then follows kind of the same path over towards Flagstaff, which is where we're eventually going. I don't think we're getting there today. You guys want to talk about OG van lifers. People who traveled across the country in these prairie schooners are the true OG van lifers. Heck, all your stuff in there, 2 horsepower, all the way across the country. And this is the type of car that when the road was fully operational would be driving down it. And over here, actually, I watched a video on this one time on YouTube. This is actually an air conditioner. Back before cars had air conditioners. It was basically just a giant vent that you hooked onto the side of your car, and it would suck in air and push it into the cab, and that was your air conditioner. All right, let's get out of here. Continue down the road. See snow on the mountains over there in the distance. All right, so I just remember there's actually one last thing I got to do before we hit the road, and I actually just found out online that Interstate 40 in Arizona is shut down. So the only way to get to Flagstaff right now is actually to drive Route 66. Hoping the weather conditions aren't too bad, but before we get on the road, I gotta get my water tank filled up. And I think there should be a spot at this gas station on the way that I'll fill it up real quick. And that is actually the famous Mr. D's Diner. And I think I read online once that Oprah ate there or something, but it's been around since almost the start of Route 66. Pretty cool. There's a few places that you'll see like that that are still kind of open in some facet, but most of the places, even if they are open, are not what they once were. For example, I don't think that store was always the Old Town Vape. And technically we are on Route 66 right now, driving through the center of town in Kingman. And that's how a lot of the road was built back in the day. It was built to kind of interlink all of these kind of rural communities that kind of had no connection to the outside via a roadway. So a lot of the roads on Route 66 drive right through the center of a town. So yeah, there's Interstate 40. Right up there on that bridge. And this is Route 66 that goes straight up that way. So this is where the interstate kind of bypassed the entire need for this road. Online it says there is a water fill-up station here, which might be where those people are. There she is. All right, let's hit the road. So while I was at the gas station filling my water, I was looking at the highway report for I-40, and it's like full-on blizzard conditions. 50-mile-an-hour winds, 20 degrees, driving snow. It is showing that it's open on Google Maps, but I'm hoping the route that I'm taking isn't as bad. All right, so this is the first stop on our trip, and that right there is Giganticus heticus, supposedly. Home of Giganticus heticus. It's a pretty cool name, but the store is closed, so we can't go in there, which kind of stinks. But this is not an original feature of Route 66. It's kind of what a lot of the things are today on the route, just people trying to build cool things and kind of revive the culture of the road. So this is just a giant green head in the shape of a kind of slightly tiki looking vibe at this gas station. But roadside attractions aside, there is a lot of history to be told about this road. So Route 66 is also known as the Mother Road and was officially established on November 11th of 1926 and became one of the most famous roads in the United States. It originally ran from Chicago through Illinois, through Missouri, Kansas, Oklahoma, Texas, New Mexico, where we are in Arizona, and then finally to Santa Monica in California. And it covered a total of 2,500 miles roughly. And it was essentially the first significant path for people to migrate west, especially during the Dust Bowl of 1930s. And it was honestly an economic lifeline for all of the small communities that it passed through. People who had businesses on the route saw a lot of growth with the influx of people traveling from east to west to get to California. And it created a lot of opportunities and pathways for people to kind of pursue their dreams, which is pretty cool. But as you can tell by the current state of the road, it obviously didn't last. As we talked about before, with the help of people like the Angel of Route 66, it's now kind of experiencing a revival and allows people like me to drive down it and see all of the history on the road. But yeah, there's just a lot of cool history and a lot of cool stories about this road. Also guessing there's a lot more people on the road today because of the closure. But even with that, there's really still not a lot of people on the road. This place looks so cool. You know, this is what you think when you think Route 66. And this is Hackberry General Store.
Yeah, usually.
So many dollars on the wall in here. What's the story behind the store? What did this used to be?
It's always been a general store since 1934.
What's the story behind the dollar bills?
I think there was a map of the Route 66 up there originally, and people started putting money up there, like where they were from, and then it just became an obsession.
And the lady at the desk said she didn't want to be filmed, but she gave me a good history of the place, that this always used to be a general store. Now it's kind of like a souvenir shop / general store. All these dollars that you see on the wall up here, they used to be, you can kind of see under it, it's like a map, and people would pin where they're from, but it's kind of just become a hodgepodge of dollars over the years. But got myself some stickers and a little snack. This really is such an interesting stretch of road. I can't help but imagine what it must have been like to drive down it in its heyday. All right, so I just pulled over on the side of the road here because I wanted to kind of point out these signs. I read about these online, that they're on this stretch of road, and I thought it was super cool. So I wanted to pull over before I drove by them. We're about 15 minutes outside of Seligman, and we actually are getting some snow. You can't really see it right now. It's like more of a misty snow than anything, but apparently Seligman's supposed to get 3 to 5 inches tonight. It's supposed to be blizzard conditions, so that should be interesting. Prime Masters aren't known for how well they handle snow. And basically these signs are the Burma Shave signs, which is a company that went out of business. It was around when this road was an actual highway, and it's just a bunch of signs that have these words on them that you read in sequential order as you drive by. And these signs are replicas of the original Burma Shave signs. And they were put up by the state of Arizona in like 2021. You can see the Burma Shave right there. I think to try to get people to slow down as they read them, because if you can't really tell, this road is like just dead straight for miles and miles at a time with nothing else. So I don't know, I just thought it was pretty cool, so I pulled over. But we will be in Seligman in roughly 15 minutes. There we go, Seligman, birthplace of historic Route 66. So I was gonna say, I read online that this place is the birthplace of Route 66, and in my mind it kind of felt like it was more a rebirth place of Route 66, but I just reread the sign and it says the birthplace of historic Route 66, which makes a little more sense. Roadside grill, you kill it, we grill it. And apparently these type of grills were actually popular back in the day, where you killed roadkill, you could bring it in and they would cook it for you. Obviously they don't actually do it anymore, but still thought it was pretty interesting. But yeah, this is it. This is the main street of Seligman. A lot of abandoned houses and stores. Some look like there's still people staying in them. But apparently, from what I've read online and heard from a lady back at the market, this is the town that was that Radiator Springs was based off of. Got a bunch of gift shops, saloon over there. And these signs, I think the signs are what make Route 66 so cool. Old 50s style signs and architecture. But I do want to make a stop here at Angel's. It is closed, which kind of sucks. I think every place around here is actually closed. But I'm gonna get out and check these places out real quick. Apparently these places get pretty busy in the summertime. The lady back at the shop was telling me that sometimes in the summer that parking lot is completely full and you're basically shoulder to shoulder in there. But right now there's not too many people. I really wanted to get food at this place because I heard cool things about it. Looks like everything is closed for the season and reopens in November, which doesn't make sense because it's currently February. I don't know. But these places are pretty cool. But the main place I wanted to see here in Seligman was Angel Delgadillo's actual barbershop. So that guy that we met virtually up in Kingman, this is the barbershop where he used to work at and cut hair up until about 4 years ago. This is his barbershop. Again, closed, so we can't go in. Would have been cool to get a haircut from him. And man, it is cold out. I filled up my diesel heater yesterday, so we should hopefully be able to stay nice and toasty warm as we ride out the potential blizzard. There's like a 40% chance. So eerie out here. But it was nice to get my first taste of Route 66. I will definitely be coming back probably this summer to drive it in its entirety. And there are a lot of sections of Route 66 that kind of merge up with the highway, so you're not on these back roads the entire time. I'm getting kind of hungry and it's getting kind of later in the afternoon, so I think I'm gonna go find somewhere to sleep tonight. I'm hopefully gonna be able to stay at this place nearby, depending on the road conditions. I saw about 5 miles down the road, just off of Route 66, there was this little pullout that I'm hoping I can pull into and camp for the night. I haven't seen a single car drive by since I left Seligman. Kind of eerily lonesome out here. All right, so this is apparently where it's at. Right back in there. I don't know if I want to pull back in there. I'll pull up there and we'll see. Doesn't look like it's too bad. Let me go check it out on foot before I drive up there. It is nice and gravelly, which is good. Yeah, this doesn't look like you would get too bad in the rain or in the snow. I think I'd still be able to get some traction. It's not really mud, it's more so just rocks. Yeah, I mean, this doesn't look too bad up here. I think we could probably find a spot. I'm gonna pull up back around to the other entrance though. Might pull in and take this spot right here. Got another person joining us tonight too, riding out the storm. At least we won't be alone. We're starting to get some snow already, at least some flurries. But yeah, it's a beautiful spot. I mean, great views, and we are right off of, I don't know if you're gonna be able to see it, maybe 50 yards, Route 66 right there. The only thing that really worries me about coming up here is I am, other than my winter snow tires I have on the van, very unprepared for driving in snow and being off-road. Don't have chains. I tried to find some pretty much all day yesterday because I knew I was gonna be driving into a snowstorm. No stores had them that fit my tires. And I also tried to find traction boards, but not a single store where I was had them. So I was just kind of banking on being able to make it to Flagstaff and hopefully getting some supplies there, but guess we'll see. Honestly, I haven't fully decided whether I'm gonna stay here or not for the night. Just gonna kind of keep an eye on the weather and play it by ear. It's not supposed to start snowing until like 7 a.m. tomorrow, so we've got some time. At least snowing a lot. And I really do want to keep the door open. I just like cooking with the door open. It's like 30 degrees Fahrenheit out, so bundle up a little bit. I might kick on my diesel heater too. Ooh, it is actually freezing out. I am going to kick on that heater. I hope it still works. I haven't used it in quite a while. As I was kind of researching the areas around Route 66 that I was going to check out, I happened to stumble upon that the cheeseburger was actually invented on Route 66, kind of. On the way here when I was filling Kingman, I stopped by the store and I grabbed all the ingredients for making a cheeseburger up here. So we're gonna try to make a nice cheeseburger for dinner. So the reason that I say it was technically invented, and this is also debated widely for who has and who made the first cheeseburger. There's other places that trademarked the word cheeseburger. I think the one that was made on Route 66 out in California, they called it a burger with cheese, and other places after the fact trademarked the word cheeseburger. So it's heavily debated where it was actually invented. But we're going with the story it was invented on Route 66. The story basically goes that back in 1926, kind of right around the heyday of Route 66 and all of that kind of stuff, this kid Lionel, who was 16 years old at the time and working at his dad's burger joint, called the Right Stop. It was located in Pasadena, California, just off of Route 66. And one day, out of just pure boredom, so the story goes, he decided to throw a slice of American cheese on a hamburger, which, fun fact, was invented in Hamburg, Germany. It was more so of a steak on a bun, but anyways, he decided to throw the slice of cheese on his hamburger, and thus cheeseburger was born. And as I said, they might have called it a different name, burger with cheese, whatever. Windy. But the first technical cheeseburger was actually created in Louisville, Kentucky by a man named Charles Kalin, but he's not the one who trademarked the word cheeseburger. The word cheeseburger was actually trademarked. Louis Ballast of Humpty Dumpty Drive-In of Denver, and he trademarked the name in 1935. I don't think the trademark has held up since then, which I guess makes sense because everywhere in the world calls the cheeseburger and doesn't have to pay them. I almost forgot, throw on the apron. I got a lot of people telling me I need to throw this in the wash. I actually did laundry a few days ago and completely forgot to wash it. And my heater is not working right now. Let's see if we can fix that. So I got some pretty nice beef here for this burger. I got some Wagyu beef from Walmart. So I'm just gonna hit it with some salt and some white pepper. And that's all we're gonna do. All right, so I got our meat all nicely seasoned up. Before I do anything else, I'm gonna get one of these brioche sesame buns nice and toasted. I also turned the heater on again, so I'm hoping it kicks on more so to keep my feet warm than anything else. But just get this butter nice and melted and then toast up some buns. It's gonna be a cold night tonight too if I can't get this heater to start working on me. The heater is making a weird noise. Hopefully it kicks on. Every time I turn that thing on, I just say a prayer that it works. I've done little to no maintenance on it. It's installed very crappily. So every time it works, it's like a godsend that it actually kicks on and keeps me warm. But look at that. Beautiful buns. Now we can get started cooking. I'm not just doing a plain cheeseburger because that's boring. So we got some thick cut bacon I'm gonna throw in there too. And lettuce and tomato. I love when bacon packaging is resealable. I hate getting bacon in those stupid packets that you open and then there's no way to reclose them and you just kind of have to like fold it over itself and put it back in the fridge. Oh. Smells so good. Oh, it's really starting to snow now. Look at this. Looks like styrofoam. Might have to close my door. Looks like it's just a passing cloud though. Also, my heater came on. It's blowing out nice hot air right at my legs. Feels so good. I think this bacon is just about done. Now we can get started cooking the meat. So I decided to make these balls a little bit smaller because I honestly prefer a smash burger myself. So we're gonna see if we can't make a smash burger. Cook it in the bacon grease too. Snow stopped, so that's good. I don't really have the proper smashing tools, so I'm just doing as best I can. Don't forget the cheese. Beautiful. I really do want to get a rig that's a little bit more capable too. 4x4, I don't have to worry about the snow, I don't have to worry about the mud. to an extent. It'd be so much less stressful. Anyways, I think those burgers are just about done. We got one patty, 2 patties, tomato, onion, bacon. Top it off with a little ketchup, mayonnaise. And that, my friends, is what you call a burger. Oh, I'm so excited. I got some extra supplies left over. Some more meat, tomatoes and stuff, just in case I get hungry later. But I finally have water. Wish I got some french fries or something to eat with this. If I get hungry again, I'm just gonna make another burger. Look at that. That looks so good. Cheers. Absolutely decadent. That's a pretty good burger. Not to my own horn or anything, but it is quite tasty. And I know I used to like rate my meals. I don't know why I stopped, but I think I give this a solid 8.4. I mean, it's just a burger, but it is a good burger. I do think it's getting colder by the second though. I'm gonna get this door closed here pretty soon, warm up a little bit. I think I'm gonna take some time to get this all cleaned up, get my dishes done. There we go, look at that. Dish is done. And the sun is just about fully set. I mean, pretty much entirely set. Still flaring a little bit. It is that time of year and it is that temperature outside where I'm breaking out the tea again. If you've been watching my channel for long enough, this tea, Tazao, however you say it, glazed lemon loaf, chef's kiss. It genuinely tastes like you're eating a glazed lemon loaf dessert. So good. But I want to take this jacket off, so I'm gonna get this door closed. Let the heater really get it nice and hot in here. It is currently 29 degrees Fahrenheit, whatever that is in Celsius, will go right here. And this heater will easily keep it 70, 80, if I really wanted it to. Obviously I don't. But if I put it on its high setting, it would essentially cook me alive in here overnight, which is kind of nice because I can keep it on low pretty much the entire time I'm in here and not really use that much diesel fuel, so I can keep it going for like 4 or 5 days if I need to. And also I utilize something I haven't done in the van for a very, very long time, just because I'm never patient enough to wait for it. But I kicked on the hot water heater. I did my dishes with hot water, so my hands weren't freezing cold the entire time. Now, we've got some nice steaming hot water. Feels absolutely amazing. Oh, there really is just something cozy about knowing it's below freezing outside and 60 degrees in here. Nice candle lit. Turn off these harsh overhead lights. Cozy. So, I'm gonna kind of keep the van clean tonight, just in case I need to bug out. I'm keeping an eye on the weather. Report right now is still the same, but if it gets any worse, I might bug out of here and find a spot somewhere at a truck stop or something before I get snowed in on Route 66. I'm also not familiar with what the plowing timeline is for Route 66. I couldn't find anything online, so yeah. But anyways, I've got my tea, I've got my candle lit, TV's on, probably gonna hang out, get cozy up in bed, and watch a movie. So I will check in with you guys in the morning. Can't really see much, but definitely got some snow last night. I did end up staying last night because I just didn't feel like driving anywhere else. And worst case, I would stay today and wait it out and hopefully not get stuck, but I guess we'll see. Good news is it's very warm in here. It's 30 degrees outside. My feet are a little cold because I don't have any insulation on my floor. It is, I don't know if you can see that, 63 degrees Fahrenheit, which is this in Celsius. So nice and warm in here. I am gonna go ahead and turn my heater off though. Save some diesel because I don't really need it during the day. And I did have it off all night. I got up early this morning and just clicked on and crawled back in bed. We're definitely snowed in, at least for today. I don't think we're gonna be going anywhere. I don't know if I already said this, but I did hear some snow plows going by super early this morning. 2 or 3 of them have gone by since I woke up, so that's good. At least these roads are getting plowed. But definitely won't be going anywhere today, at least, because I'm heading towards Flagstaff and they got absolutely hammered with like 12 to 18 inches. So the highway and the streets up there are probably gonna be pretty rough, so I'm not gonna head up that way yet. So we just get to enjoy our snow day. Definitely gonna get myself all nice and bundled up here. Oh God, I can't see. The front windshield is completely covered in snow. And snow is pretty much one of the only weather conditions where I won't wear my Birkenstocks. I gotta put real boy shoes on. Let's head out into this winter wonderland. Oh, wow. Alrighty. Oh, there's actually a pretty decent amount of snow. Wow. It's a good 5 inches. And it's still coming down. Definitely a little bit snowed in here. Don't know how the van's gonna do handling this snow, but I'm gonna go walk out and check the road out and see how it looks. By far, this is the most snow that I've ever been in the van, so it'll definitely be interesting to see how it goes. But there is a decent amount. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna be going anywhere today. Roads look kind of horrible right now. That's the road right there. And I do hear a car coming. Oh, it's a plow. Look at that. So yeah, we are good. As long as we can make it out of this and to the road. Hopefully we'll be fine, but we might have an issue with snowplows kind of making a big hump over that. So we might have to shovel some stuff out when we go to leave. But that'll not be something that I worry about right now. We'll worry about that a little bit later. Curious to see how the van's gonna handle the snow too. It's definitely still snowing a lot out there though. So I do have some gloves, so I think I'm gonna go wipe off my windshield and give the van a quick test drive, see if I am stuck here or not, or if the van can actually move. See if we're stuck. It doesn't seem like it. We can get some movement. I think we should be able to make it out of this if we need to. Seemed like it was fine, but I guess I didn't really drive in the snow that much. I think the snow is supposed to stop in about 2 hours from now. We'll see how deep it actually gets, but I don't really think about that though. The snowplow is making a giant mound right at the entrance of this off-road kind of area. So I'm definitely a little bit worried about that, but nothing we can do now. We're already here. And I have no equipment for this. I have no shovels, no max tracks, no chains. Genuinely have pretty much nothing to get me out of here if I get stuck. Hopefully the snow stops kind of sooner than later, but I'm really holding my breath. It's not coming down too heavy right now though, so that's good. I also did drive around a little bit more. I don't know if you can see from my tracks, I drove up there and I drove out to the left, and snow's pretty dry, so it's not too bad to drive in, at least right now. Maybe once the snow stops a little bit later, I'll try to get out of here, but for right now, I think we're kind of just stuck until it does stop. Since we're stuck here, might as well make the best of it, have ourselves some breakfast. All right. A literal Honda Civic just drove by. Maybe I'm exaggerating. Or maybe I'm just a little bit worried because I'm not very experienced with driving in the snow. This is actually my first time being, well, I guess technically second time being snowed in somewhere. First time it was only an inch of snow, and it was in Sedona, and I got stuck in a foot of mud. So I guess technically I wasn't stuck in the snow. And here I'm not so much worried about the mud, but the amount of snow we're supposed to get. So I think we might get another 2-3 inches. As long as it doesn't come up over the bumper of the van, I feel like we should be okay to make it out of here. But I think once I get to Flagstaff, I'm gonna see if I can find some traction pads and maybe some snow chains, since a lot of the rest of this journey is gonna be in weather like this and in the snow. I also have to be kind of cognizant of how much energy I'm using. Kind of using the door as light right now because it's not blowing in too hard. The snow's actually letting up a little bit. It is super cloudy out, so I'm not really getting much power in through my solar, especially with all the snow that's on top of them right now. So I might have to go knock that down at some point. I have to double layer up on some socks because my floor is freezing cold. It's the only place in my van that I didn't put insulation. And the only reason that I didn't put insulation there is because I wanted the headroom. Because another 1.5 inches of insulation would made it unlikely that I would be able to stand in here. So I had to make a sacrifice. Cold feet, but I'm able to stand. This really turned into more than a Route 66 adventure. Turned into getting caught in a snowstorm adventure. I just gotta wait for that coffee to finish brewing. My feet are freezing cold. Nice and hot. It is pretty peaceful out here too. I think the snow just makes everything so much quieter. Nice crispy bacon. This is nice though. I have missed the snow. I grew up on the East Coast, so I'm kind of used to having very defined seasons. All right, so I closed the door because it is pretty cold out. But breakfast is done, and there's really not much I can do other than wait out the snow and then try to get out of here once it stops. And kind of just hope I didn't make a bad decision coming here and staying the night. Snowplows are coming by pretty regularly though, so that's good in terms of the main road. My own personal winter wonderland. Our friends, I guess, had the right idea. They left before the storm came. I thought they were staying here all night, which made me feel a little bit better, but it looks like I was abandoned, so now I'm all alone. These tires are snowflake rated though. Got these up in Alaska. Actually in Canada, but you can see the little snowflake right there. Mud and snow tires. I don't even know where I'm gonna go if I do get out of here. Hunker down at a gas station, wait till the highways get plowed. We are pretty close to the main road. It's just that last section up there that I'm probably gonna either have to get out my poop shovel or just try to punch through it. That'll depend on how much snow we end up getting before it stops and how high the plows plow a berm there. But I think I have about half of my battery bank. Yeah, I've got about half. So I should be good. I'm not gonna worry about wiping the solar panels off just yet. So I think for now I'm just gonna wait. I think the snow is supposed to stop within the next hour, but it's kind of hard to tell because we are kind of right on the edge of the storm where that big snowflake is, and the storm is moving up and this way. So it should hopefully stop snowing here pretty soon. And then I'm just gonna wait for the snowplow to drive by 1 or 2 times and probably get out of here. There's a truck stop maybe 20-30 minutes down the road, and then we're just gonna hunker down there for the night, let the roads get treated, and then head into Flagstaff tomorrow. It looks like the snow is starting to let up a little bit. Definitely still coming down, but it's a lot lighter. So it's been about 15 minutes and the snow has stopped. Don't know if it's stopped for good or what, but at least it stopped for now. Warmed up my toes in front of the heater. They're freezing cold. Now that I'm sitting down, my butt's kind of cold. But I think it is time to get this turned off and see if we can get out of here. No point in waiting anymore. The snow plows have driven by a couple times in the last 20 minutes. I'm sure the roads are fine. I wish I had a real snow shovel, but I think once we get up to the road, I'm gonna have to use my poo shovel, try to dig a path out of that berm right on the road. And I really think this is the maximum amount of snow that I would be comfortable with. We've gotten another about 1.5 to 2 inches since I last was outside. So, we'll see. See how she handles. 2-wheel drive, snow tires, about 7 inches of snow. This would be a good test for anyone thinking about getting a ProMaster. I'm not gonna go down that way because there's a steep hill down there. Just gonna turn around and come back the way we came in yesterday. Just worried about that front axle kind of becoming a snow plow. We'll see. Stuck here already. Let's see what's going on. All right, so there's a little rut I drove down into. Might have to try and pull out there and come around this way. I don't know, the snow is pretty deep. All right, we're moving again. So we're getting stuck right down in here. Doesn't seem to be as rutted, and I've already got tracks here. So maybe I can at least get myself pointed that way and then kind of power through it, but we'll see. I don't know, we might be screwed here. Just keep the momentum going. Try to punch through the snow. Ah, I sat there and dug out of that for 40 minutes to get myself enough boost to kind of just punch through all of it. Woo! We made it out and we're heading down to lower elevation. Oh, it feels so good. And the roads aren't the best, but they're really not too bad, and they should only be getting better as we drive down because we're getting into some lower elevation type spots. Oh man, it feels so good to be out of that though. That is probably the maximum amount of snow a ProMaster can handle, and it barely handled it. If the ground that I pulled in on was more muddy and not as rocky as it was, I don't think I would have been able to make it out of there. But luckily we did, and we're back on paved roads. So now I just gotta find a spot to hunker down while we wait for the roads more up north towards Flagstaff, because they got absolutely hammered up there. They got 12 to 18 inches, so probably head up tomorrow morning once the roads are nice. And also, we are still on Route 66, and this is never the image of Route 66 I had in my head of snow and freezing cold. I always think, I mean, I guess it does run all the way up north to Illinois, but you always think like desert, like the movie Cars. 6. I'm not sure how the road conditions look further up. So we're gonna pull into this gas station and kind of call this home, I think, for the night. Alrighty. This is where I'm gonna call home until tomorrow morning because it is still snowing pretty heavily up in Flagstaff, so I'm not trying to risk it on the highways. I trust myself, but not necessarily other people. But to be honest, it was actually kind of nice to be in that snow and kind of get a gauge for, which is kind of part of the reason why I stayed there, a gauge for how much snow the ProMaster can handle and what my limits are. And I think that amount of snow and that terrain is a two-wheel drive ProMaster's limit. And I think if I had stopped pulling out of there to either dig out that mound that the snowplows made or do anything, I don't think I would have made it. I think I would have gotten stuck and had to dig myself out for another 45 minutes, but we made it, and that's all that matters. So the next day and a half, I'm gonna be hunkered down at this gas station, call it home. They got nice hot food inside, a Subway. So all good and ready for the next adventure. But I think that's it for this video. I got some work to get done, and I got a bunch of time and not a lot of stuff to do with this gas station, so I'm gonna get that done, head inside, get myself some hot food, hot drinks, and I will catch you guys next time. Morning. It is freezing cold. Got down to like 20 degrees Fahrenheit last night outside. Luckily, it doesn't get that cold in the back of the van because I'm pretty insulated, but it does still get pretty cold. And this is where we slept last night, right in front of this convenience store gas station. And I've been here for like the last 24 hours, along with 50 other truckers who have been stuck here because up until this morning at 7 a.m., the highway that is up there, aka Interstate 40, has been closed because of the snow. And last night there was 50 trucks over there and 50 trucks over there, all sleeping. But once the highway reopened at 7, all of them took off and we're out of here. So I'm kind of the last one remaining. I also woke up about 30 minutes ago, kicked my heater on and just laid in bed and waited for it to heat up in here. So it is finally starting to get warm. So I can finally get up and start getting my morning started. Now that we are awake and moving and I can get changed without freezing to death, we can get out of here. My clothes are so cold though. It's like putting on an icicle. Today's video is gonna be a little bit different than my normal videos because yesterday I was looking around and I found a very unique opportunity. Tonight, we're gonna be staying in a traditional Navajo Hogan in the middle of the desert. It's cold out, but I went to the gas station, got myself some grapes, coffee for breakfast. So let's get out of here. So, a Hogan is a traditional Navajo structure, and it's deeply ingrained within their culture. So these huts are a lot more than just a shelter to the Navajo people. They're a place of religion and spiritual rituals and prayer. And even today, if you own a normal house and you spend most of your time in a normal house as a Navajo, you have to have one of these traditional Hogan huts in order to have these rituals and have these prayers. And there's a lot of interesting history to go with that. But there are two types of Hogans. There is a male Hogan and a female Hogan. And tonight we're gonna be staying in a male Hogan, which is typically the smaller of the two. It's more cone-shaped as opposed to more rounded. It's just kind of a wooden teepee covered in mud with 2 cots and a stove. So we're gonna be using that fireplace to stay warm and maybe cook some meals and spend the night on the Navajo Nation land in a traditional Hogan. Should be interesting, but we got about an hour and a half, 2-hour drive till we get there. So we have made it to Flagstaff, making a quick pit stop here. Some of these roads aren't really plowed yet, but they're drivable. It's nice and compact. But I got to stop by Walmart and pick up some ingredients for the dinner we're going to be cooking tonight. So this Hogan that we're staying in tonight has a fire pit that you can cook over inside. And I think I'm going to make myself a stew and some rice pudding. But I'm going to head inside and microwave this trip and grab all that stuff super quick. Starting to snow again, actually. I'm gonna go ahead and get all these put away, and then we are heading to our camp spot for the night. All right, groceries have been put away. Let's hit the road. And we're not too far away. Hopefully there's a lot less snow where we're going because it is at a couple thousand feet less elevation. camping for about 15 minutes and there's already significantly less snow. There's only about an inch on the ground where I am. And we still have over 2,000 feet of elevation to go down. So I feel like once we get down there, there shouldn't be any snow. Into the desert we go. This is actually going to be my first night ever since I moved into the van sleeping on Navajo Nation land or Indian territories, because it's kind of separate from the US in the way that there's no BLM land. Typically anytime you come onto any American Indian land you got to get permission. Luckily tonight we do. There she is. Home sweet home. Beautiful out here. So quiet. And literally nothing around other than the hut we're sleeping in and some storage and stuff over there. And it's nice. This has a lock on it. Wonderful. Nice fireplace right in the middle. Guess you can fit 2 people in here. And I think this might be for clothes. Oh no, it's got a stove in here too. Nice. Okay, I don't think we're gonna be using that. I think we're gonna cook on this. Got a bunch of firewood. And this is it. It's a lot roomier than I expected, I'm gonna be honest. But definitely gonna have to get that fire going tonight because it is already quite cold and it's only gonna get colder. But pretty cool. A couple lanterns. Wonder if these lights work. Oh, nice, and we got light all around. And flashlight if we wanna go exploring out at night, which I don't think I'll be doing. I think that's the pooper. This is a traditional Navajo Hogan. And as I said before, it's a male Hogan, which is more of a teepee shape. The female Hogans typically have a rounded shape, so it's kind of like a dome. And we're staying here for the next 24 hours. I think now that we've kind of gotten a feel for the place, I'm gonna grab some supplies from the van. It's actually even snowing here a little bit. Some light flurries. Looks like there's rain off in the distance too. But anyways, let's get what we need. Other than our food, because once we leave, other than to get the stuff we have in the fridge, I'm gonna try not to come back in here. I think we've got everything we need. Come back and eat the food in about an hour and a half when I start making some dinner. But it is time to say goodbye to the comforts of my van for the night and say hello to our Hogan home. This is pretty cool that the people that live out here allow people to stay here. I saw this opportunity and I thought to myself how cool it would be to stay here, so here we are. And I think I'm gonna get these lights turned off for now until we need them at night, because I can just leave this door open and it's pretty well lit from the outside. Oh. Oh, it's actually so comfortable. Wow. This is pretty cool. Looks like they've given us really everything we need. I guess I didn't really need to bring much. So we've got our own wash basin, some kindling, I'm guessing what that is, some already pre-chopped firewood, and then some of this stuff. So I'm gonna chop up some of this stuff, I think a little bit smaller. Oh, it's already set up for me. That's nice. I guess I don't have to do that. Thought I was gonna have to do some chores once I got here. But we've got bug spray, shampoo, conditioner, and then towels, body wipe, and then under here I'm pretty sure is a first aid kit. But so I think first things first, let's get this fire started. Hopefully that's enough. We'll let that start up a bit, and we'll throw on some of those bigger logs. Yeah, but from what I understand and what I read online, this place is still used as a Hogan, and ceremonies and prayer is done in here. Obviously not right now, but when they don't have guests, it's still used today. Pretty interesting. And I think part of the Navajo culture is you're supposed to have one of these no matter where you live or what kind of house you have in order to be able to do those kind of ceremonies. I had to take some of these smaller logs out of there. They were kind of starving the fire, but I think we got it going now. There we go. It's going nice and good now. Now that we've got this fire going, keeping us nice and warm in here. Figure Might as well go check out our bathroom situation. It's gonna really suck if I have to go to the bathroom in the middle of the night. It is kind of far, but I guess I'm used to it. Living in a van, middle of nowhere. I'd imagine it's just some sort of pit toilet. Yep, not gonna lift that up. I don't know why I even thought about it. I don't want to see it. I'm sure you don't either. We will let that stay a mystery. You can see the heat coming out of the top of our chimney there, though. Matter of fact, now that I think about it, I actually kind of have to go to the bathroom. Oh my gosh. It's so dark in here. Not bad. I do have a kettle heating up on top of the stove here. So I think I'm gonna make myself some coffee. And then I think pretty soon here I'm gonna get started making some dinner. It's already so much warmer in here. And I think while I wait for that water to boil, I'm actually just gonna go get the food now, bring it in here. Should be fine. I'm gonna start cooking soon anyways. All right, got everything. Changed sweatshirts because I spilled something on my other one. I'll grab another jacket just in case I need it. So I think while I wait for that to boil, all right, I'm gonna start prepping up some ingredients in order to save myself bringing a bunch of spices out here. This is gonna be our rice pudding later. Kind of just put it all in one Ziploc bag. And then all of my spices for our stew are kind of just put in this. Save myself from bringing out 10 different spices, but even with the door open, our stove is keeping it so warm in here. I think celery is one of my favorite things to cut. I think it's so satisfying. So this Hogan is owned by a woman named Shanna, and she opened this place up on her family's homestead in 2016 when her grandma passed away because she wanted to keep the traditions alive and share them with as many people as she could to kind of keep her grandmother's legacy alive, which is pretty cool. And along with her mother, they sought the approval of the elders in order to be able to share this place with people like me. And once they got their approval, they opened it up and are gracious enough to share their family traditions with anyone who travels through and wants to experience them. So shout out to Shanna, and I will link this place in the description if anybody else wants to stay here, if you're ever traveling through northern Arizona, because it is really a cool experience. It's very interesting. And our water is definitely taking a long time to boil. It's steaming, but it's not boiling yet. All right, I think that's all we got to do in terms of prep. We got our garlic, onion, celery, potatoes, and carrots, and I think our water is finally hot enough to make myself some instant coffee. So I think I'm probably gonna get started on cooking the stew because it takes about 2 hours to cook, especially over this fire. I'm gonna get that nice and hot. A couple of the logs. And then once that gets going, start cooking. So I'm gonna try not to use pots and pans here because I think I gotta wash them in that wash bin if I do. So I'm gonna use my own so I can just throw them in my sink and not wash them like I typically do. Get that on there, along with some oil. Let that get nice and hot. Very cozy vibe in here. Not gonna lie. I think that oil is just about hot enough. Good to put in our meat. And to the meat, we're just gonna sprinkle on some of that seasoning. Just about half of the mix we made. And in the seasoning mix is some salt, rosemary, thyme, paprika, marjoram, however you say it, and then some pepper. So nothing too complicated, but we're just getting this meat nice and brown on all sides, and then we can move on to the next step. My knee is on fire, it's so hot. I will say this thing is not getting as hot as I would like it. It's definitely cooking the meat, but it's not up to the temperature where I'd want it to be, and I'm not sure what is wrong, if I'm doing anything wrong, or if it just takes more time when cooking over a stove like this, but I don't know. We are cooking though. There we go, now it's getting nice and hot. And I think this meat is just about browned up enough. So go ahead and take that out of there. Set it aside. And then we can throw our celery and onions and garlic in there. And then once these cook down a little bit, we'll add the rest of the ingredients and let it simmer for a couple hours. And we got some dinner. All right, so now that the veggies are nice and cooked down, added a couple spoonfuls of tomato paste. And this recipe actually calls for red wine to be added into the mixture, but it is actually a Navajo law to not have alcohol or drugs on the land. So we're using some beef broth as a substitute. Go ahead and add that in there. That looks about right. Give that a quick stir, and then we'll just bring this mixture to a boil. Now that we've got that boiling, we can add our final ingredients, which is just some Worcestershire sauce. The rest of our spice blend. A couple bay leaves. Our meat, along with the juices that have accumulated, and then our potatoes and carrots. Get it all incorporated together. Put the lid on that. Let that cook for about 2 hours. It smells absolutely heavenly in here. Grab the lantern out because it is starting to get kind of dark. Set that over there. We might have to get these other lights turned on soon, but it is beautiful outside. Finally, no clouds, which is nice. And the sunset, look at that. That just looks incredible. Looks so cool. And I mean, if I'm gonna be honest, this is as close as you're gonna get to how it exactly was back in the day. Minus a little shed over here and that kind of stuff. Definitely gonna bring you guys back out here in like 30 minutes because that sunset is gonna be spectacular as long as those clouds don't cover it. Wow. They also left me 5 gallons of water in there, which is nice. That sunset is so bright. Sunset is the best time to look at mountains too because it lights them up so perfectly. And this right here is the shadow of my Hogan. Makes it look absolutely massive. I mean, honestly, what an absolutely perfect night. Oh, I'm so excited to eat dinner too. This looks so good. Man, it really does start to get cold real quick at night. So cool with the light behind it. You can't see until you get in. It's kind of creepy. Boom. Our fire is absolutely raging. Oh, it feels so good. It's supposed to get down to, I think, around 25 degrees Fahrenheit tonight, which is this in Celsius. So not the coldest, but definitely be pretty uncomfortable without this thing. Ow. Get that handle on there. So I can open it without burning myself. Smells so good. Cannot wait to eat. But that's the thing about stew, it takes a while to cook, so we still got just about an hour and a half before we can dig in. So just gonna hang out with the little bit of sunlight we have left. Gonna wait for dinner to finish. All right, so I had to take my hoodie off, my hat off, because it is so hot in here. It's probably 70 degrees inside, and it is currently 30 degrees outside, so very toasty in here, very comfortable. But I think this stew is just about done. Boiling up nicely. Oh, it smells so good. Last thing we gotta do is toss some of these frozen peas in there. And then get those mixed in. And the recipe that I'm following calls for cornstarch to be added, but to be honest, I'm not a fan of cornstarch. Adding it to a stew, I think it kind of ruins the flavor, in my opinion. To each their own though. But we'll let those heat up for like 5 minutes and then we eat some dinner. And I think while I'm waiting, I'm gonna get this rice pudding cooking so it's ready when I'm done. But I think I'm gonna do that over the Coleman stove because if I do it over the furnace, it's gonna eat up a ton more wood and it's gonna take 10 times longer. So we'll just use this since they had it in here. Hopefully there's enough propane. And I'm not sure if this is gonna work since because of the way I packaged my rice and ingredients, but we'll see. So typically all this stuff is separated so you don't have the rice mixed with everything else. And basically in here I just have salt, sugar, rice, a little bit of nutmeg, and then a bunch of golden raisins. I wasn't thinking about it, but I really shouldn't have mixed this before because you're supposed to cook the rice and then add all the other stuff, but I'm just gonna throw it all in there and see how it comes out. And I just poured the water out of my pot because I'm gonna have to add that after. We'll see. Maybe this is a better way of doing it. It'll come out better. So now we're gonna bring this to a boil. And I didn't rinse my rice, whatever. Bring that to a boil, let the rice cook, and hopefully this works. While we're waiting for that, it's dinner time. Look at that. Definitely didn't need any cornstarch. It's thick enough without it. And it's kind of hard to get any kind of a temperature regulation on that stove over there. So let's do the best we can. This is so hot. I'm not even gonna try to take a bite. It's gonna burn my tongue. It is hot in here. So creepy. Open the door, let some cool air in. It is so dark outside. Oh, it's terrifying. Should lock that. I don't think I'm gonna add any more wood to the fire for the time being. It's so hot in here. Alrighty, giving this stuff time to cool off. Cheers. But it is pretty cozy in here. It's not really like tent camping where you kind of feel like you're at the whim of the elements. I got a locked door and a solid wood structure around me. It's almost like being in a house. And our rice looks to be cooking up nicely. Maybe cooking it with all the ingredients in there will give it some extra flavor. Nice hearty dinner. Dinner done. I had to turn off the big overhead lights because running low on power, and I want to make sure I can still charge my phone tonight on this little power bank that they have. Because I told myself once I got here, I wasn't going to go back into the van, so I don't plan on going back into the van. But the rice looks like it's just about done. Steamy. Oh yeah, that's done. We can add some milk, just about half of this carton or bottle. Give that a nice stir, and then we'll cook this until it's like thick and a little bit creamy. Oh, and one more thing we gotta add. A little bit of vanilla extract. So that is pretty much exactly what we're looking for. And the last thing we need to do, crack an egg in there. Cook it for another like 3 or 4 minutes. And the power bank has officially died, so that is my only light source remaining. But this rice pudding does smell pretty good. And there we go. After about 2 minutes, it's our final product. So I ended up just rinsing out the same bowl that I used for dinner for this rice. Save on some dishes. Less for me to do before I have to go to bed tonight. But not a bad camp dessert. Some rice pudding. And I'm definitely not looking forward to having to go pee. I'm very familiar with a lot of scary stories about the desert at night. So running out there by myself just doesn't seem fun, but I know I'm gonna have to. Oh my gosh, that's so good. It's almost like a nice oatmeal dessert is what it tastes like. But what I was saying is there's no way I'm gonna be able to go through the night without waking up and having to pee. It's cooled down in here a little bit also. I haven't put a log on the fire in like 45 minutes. It's just embers right now. I'll probably pop one more on the fire before I go to bed. And that should be good enough. I'm not too worried about the cold. It's pretty well insulated in here. But I'm going to finish my absolutely divine rice pudding and then clean up all of this mess, do my dishes so I don't have to do them in the morning, and get to bed. So I will see you guys in the morning.
Good morning. Probably wondering why you can't see me. Oh god. It's because every single source of light I have is dead, other than my flashlight. It is currently just before sunrise, and it is freezing cold in here. And I've got to go to the bathroom. Oh. It is so cold. But it was so hot last night when I went to bed that I had to take my sweatpants off because I was sweating. Maybe I can get the last little bit of juice out of this lantern. Great night's sleep last night. I only had to get up and go to the bathroom once, right at the beginning of the night before I went to bed. It wasn't too bad. It was actually kind of beautiful outside. I could partially see some stars through the clouds. I don't know why this is still on. It died on me last night, but since this floor is made of dirt, I accidentally stepped out and put my foot back in bed and got a bunch of dirt all on my bed, and also my pillow fell off into the dirt, so that was fun. But I'm gonna grab my flashlight because I don't know if the sun is actually up yet. I think I'm gonna tell a spooky story. It is cold, but the sun is up, so don't need that. Oh, it's so much colder out here. When I get back in there, I'm gonna see if there's still any embers left on the fire and throw another log on there. Hello, Mr. Outhouse. Oof. It's incredible how much warmer it is in that Hogan. And I didn't wake up once throughout the night to stoke the fire. I just didn't feel like it. So it is kind of cold in the Hogan, but it retained a lot of that heat pretty well. It is currently 28 degrees Fahrenheit, which is this in Celsius. So dark in here. I wonder if the furnace... Nope. We're completely out on that. I don't think I'm gonna restart the fire. This flashlight is so bright, but I do want a cup of coffee, so I think I'm gonna get out the Coleman stove again. So I don't really want to open the door, but seeing as I have completely run out of light, I feel like I kind of need to. It's just so much colder out here than it is in here. Turn that off. So this morning, we are having real coffee via my pour over, and I stuck a coffee filter in there because the only coffee that I had was like a finer grain of coffee, and it fits through the slits there, and I hate when my coffee's super grainy, so I just popped it in a filter, and then that should be fine. But it looks like the sun is just crusting over the hill. Stunning. Man, this place really gets lit up in the morning. Sun shines directly through the store. It's a really interesting spot. It was dead silent last night. Not a single peep from anything outside. No coyotes, no skinwalkers. And it was nice knowing that the door actually locked. How much that would stop anyone, don't think it really would, but peace of mind. Also, for anyone wondering, no, I didn't waste my food. Got my nice bag of leftovers here. I didn't eat it all last night. And it also just started flurrying out a bit and then it stopped. But it looks like there might be some snow off in the distance over that butte. I don't know if that's a butte or not, but. So this little pour over thing I got is actually kind of cool. You just set it right on top of your coffee cup and it has this little diffuser on it so that the water's spread over the coffee evenly. And you take your water and you just pour it in there. After a little while, you should have a cup of coffee dripping out the bottom. You gotta be extra careful dropping stuff around here. The floor is made out of dirt. Now, got a nice hot cup of coffee. I didn't even think about it, but using this makes cleanup a lot easier. I just pull it out and throw it in the trash. Look at that, so easy. Give her a quick rinse. She's good as new. Also, I messaged the ladies let me stay here last night, and she said, don't do the dishes, because she's gonna have to wash them anyways. So she said, just leave them in the basin, so no one can accuse me of not doing my dishes. I did my dishes. And I'm bringing home that I brought in here, but made it through the night in our traditional Navajo Hogan. And I didn't go back to the van once after we got the food. It's starting to snow a little bit again. Beautiful out here. I'm pretty sure we're technically in the Painted Desert, which is really beautiful. I was there when I was in Petrified Forest, and there's a reason they call it the Painted Desert. It looks like it's painted because there's so many different layers and colors through the landscape. I'll overlay a picture of the Painted Desert here, but I'm pretty sure we're technically within its borders. And it's so weird. All around me, I can like see separate storm cells where it's snowing / raining. I don't know if you guys can see the snow falling. Very, very light. But like I can see one storm over there where it's snowing, one storm over there where it's snowing, and then a bigger one over there that just passed us where it's snowing. And I guess there's one above me. Maybe I'll catch a snowflake. Caught it. I feel like I could definitely catch one. They're coming down so slow. Got it. I think I'm going to get out of here pretty soon. The sun is starting to warm me up, getting ready to go. So I'm gonna finish my coffee, get myself packed up, and we're off. If you guys watched my last video, you know that I just came from Flagstaff, which is about an hour west of here. And there was about 18 inches of snow on the ground. And I completely forgot while I was up there, which is actually the only reason I drove through Flagstaff, is because I have a package there waiting for me, and I completely forgot to get it. So before we do anything, we gotta go pick up that package. And I always get a lot of people asking me how I get packages on the road, so I figured I'd just show you. First, we gotta finish breakfast. Let's get out of here. All right, back up into the snow. We go once more. All right, we've made it. This is what 2,000 feet of elevation difference means. 18 inches of snow versus 0 where we started out the day. It's pretty crazy, honestly. This person really did not clean off the top of their car, which is kind of dangerous. Let's go see if my package is there. Anytime I come to pick up a package when I'm on the road, it's always up in the air whether they're actually gonna have it or not. I always run into issues when I go to pick something up. How's it going? Just picking up a package, general delivery. Thank you very much. Oh, thank you very much. Have a good one. Package acquired. So there you go. When it works, it's super easy. The only thing you have to do is you got to look up online whether the post office that you're shipping it to accepts something called general delivery. And if they do, which it'll have it listed on the website, on the package's address, you put the post office's address
And then above your name, you put general delivery. And that way the post office knows when they get the package, they will hold it up to 30 days under your name. So when you get in there, you just show them your ID, bring out your package, and you're good to go. The only thing that's kind of difficult about it is the logistics, because it takes like 5 to 7 days to ship something. So I got to know where I'm going to be and when I'm going to be there 5 to 7 days in advance. So it's a little bit more difficult when you're on the move a lot, but usually I can get it to work out. I know generally where I'm going to be in 5 to 7 days. But now that we've got that done, let's head out of here and find a campsite out of the snow for the night. So we've made it to Page, Arizona, which is kind of near where I'm hoping to camp tonight, out on this beach on Lake Powell. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to though. It kind of depends on the sand and how loose it is and what it looks like down there. But I'm gonna stop in town and grab something to eat real quick before we head out there. So before we head out to our spot tonight, I have got to fill my diesel heater up and my gas tank because I'm on E. So typically with this diesel heater, I can get about 3 to 4 days of good heat in the van before I have to refill it and top it off, which is pretty good. So I could be, if I really wanted to, off-grid for 4 or 5 days, and honestly for a few weeks if I brought a 5-gallon tank and stuck it in the back and filled it with diesel. Because this little, I don't even know how many liters this is, 5 liters something, just doesn't hold a lot. And if I could hold a little bit more, I could stay out for longer. But typically I'm somewhere where I can get gas at least once every 2 days, and I've been using this thing for 4 days. Last night I didn't use it, but it's still not even empty yet. These diesel pumps, it comes out so fast. It's used to filling such large tanks. You gotta be careful while I'm filling this. I always wonder what people think when they see me open my engine bay and put diesel in it. And we're off. So I don't know what is up with the weather out here today, but so many of these just singular clouds pissing down with nothing else around. Just that one cloud. I drove through like 2 or 3 of them on the way here. It's so odd. This weather really is so strange. Like there's one cloud over there raining, blue skies, and then there's a cloud over there where it's raining / snowing, honestly. Weather like this never happens on the East Coast. I only ever see it when I'm out west. We made it to Utah. So it is a Saturday, which I always try to avoid camping in popular areas on Saturdays. But since it's winter time, I'm hoping it won't be too crowded down here. How's it going? Good. Camping, is it?
Camping is $14 a night.
Okay.
If you have a national park pass.
Thank you very much. So it does not look like there are really any people here. So that's really nice. Hopefully it doesn't get too sandy and I don't get stuck. But if you guys can't see already why this place is called Lone Rock, it is because of that lone rock in the middle of the lake. I do kind of want to get down onto the beach though. I don't know the best way to do that. Oh, right there. Look at that, there is nobody here. Every picture I've ever seen of this place has had like hundreds of people all camped out on this beach. So that's pretty cool. So I think theoretically I could go down there where that van is, but I honestly kind of like the view up here better. Not a bad spot. Wow. I mean, look at this. Canyons, snowy mountains, whatever this is, all at the same view spot. I'll walk down here real quick. Yeah, the sand definitely gets a little bit softer down here. Honestly, I think I'd still make it. Not worth it for me because I like up there better anyways, and it's freezing, so I can't even swim in the water, but I do think I can make it nonetheless. So quiet out here too, other than my footsteps. It'd be cool to kayak out there. I don't know if you guys can see it on the camera, but there is a little tiny beach right off of Lone Rock. It'd be cool to kayak out there and camp on the sand. But yeah, that's why they call it Lone Rock. It's beautiful out here. So this area that we're in is actually called, I don't know if I'm in it right now or if I think I'm right on the bottom of it. I think the bottom of it might be the Grand Canyon, but it's called the Grand Escalante National Staircase or something like that. And basically, if you were a giant and you were standing here looking down at this whole area, those cliffs over there, all of this stuff, down into Glen Canyon. It would look like a series of staircase steps down over cliffs from a super high elevation where you can see those snow peaks off in the distance. You can't see them down here. Down to pretty much where we are right now. But yeah, this is one of the first times in a while I've paid for a campsite while living in the van, but I've seen this place in so many videos and people's pictures that I figured I might as well. I'm here. There's really not a better option in the area other than the typical BLM campsite, at least within a distance that I want to drive today, which isn't very far. It is kind of a hike getting back up here though. It's actually kind of warm out right now too. It's supposed to get colder though as the sun sets. But before I do anything else, say goodbye to these dishes. There we go, sparkling clean. Tidied up the van a little bit, but I've been on the road for quite a while on this road trip, and for the past like 4 or 5 days, I haven't had anywhere that I can shower. Typically I shower at Planet Fitnesses, but between the snow and just kind of being in the middle of nowhere, there haven't been many opportunities to drive past a Planet Fitness, so I haven't showered in like 4 or 5 days. And I also haven't used my van shower in a long time, so I figured it took a lot of thought and creative building to get this in here. Might as well use it every once in a while. What better time than right now? And while I was doing my dishes, I did my dishes with cold water, and I thought about doing them with hot water, but I'd rather do my dishes with cold water and then shower with hot water and do my dishes with hot water and shower with cold water. So turn my water heater on while I was washing. Should be completely heated up. I got 5 gallons of hot water, which is usually more than enough for a full shower for me, but I'm gonna go ahead and close the door. Just in case someone walks by. So for those of you who don't know, I have a drain in my floor right here. It's usually covered with a mat. And this cabinet pulls out. And then this is my shower curtain, which I've shown this before, so if you watch my channel, you already know this. But it's just kind of jimmy rigged together with PEX tubing and shark bite connectors, and it slides in and out so that I can expand it when I hang it up to give me a little bit more room standing in the shower. And I think it might be time to change the shower curtain too. Getting a little old. There we go. Enter the shower here. Drain matches up down there. Water flows out and down, but it's definitely not perfect, and water definitely leaks onto the floor. But I've waterproofed that area as much as I can. I don't use it a lot, so I don't really care. It's gonna feel so good to shower though. And then my entry mat doubles as a kind of shower mat that I put down right there. So when I hop out, I don't splash as much water everywhere. And then my shower head, because I got lazy and I didn't feel like making more pipes for a dedicated shower head port, just screws right into my faucet right here with this 1/2 inch by 1/2 inch male nipple. And I have controls on the shower head to turn it on and off, so I can just turn the sink on here. And then when I'm in the shower, control turning it on and off. And I just hang it over like that. Now we're ready to shower. It's definitely not the most amount of space in here though, but it's good enough. Ooh, it's not hot yet. Oh, there we go. Now it's nice and warm. Let's get clean. I also like to do it in bursts. Like I never hold the shower on for too long to not overwhelm the drain with too much water. Woo, feels so good. Water is so nice and warm. And there we go, all clean. So in the summer times, typically I'll turn my fans on to dry it out and leave the door open, but it's kind of cold, so I don't want to turn my fans on. Just let it air dry with the door open. This exact scenario is exactly why I built my shower like this, because I knew, one, I didn't want it to take up a bunch of room in the van, because I know myself, I know how lazy I am. I barely ever do my dishes. There's no way I'm gonna set this up. And I knew I wasn't gonna use it a lot, so I didn't want it to take up a lot of space in the van, but I still want to have the option to be able to shower in places like this where I have to go a few days without a shower and there's nothing around. It's nice to be able to have this option available, but I definitely do not use it often because it is a pain to set it up, get it all hooked up, heat the water, dry it out, take it all down. It's not the most relaxing experience ever, but it is very refreshing. People walking by, waving at me. It does suck when I'm drying it out though because I can't go out that door. So I've got to make my way up through the front. So nice out. Now that it's clear. There's another one of those clouds over there that's just spitting in one spot. Ooh. Salty roads did a number on cleanliness. Maybe I'll take the e-bike out tomorrow morning too. Ride around. It is nice to be out of the freezing cold temperatures though. Still a little bit cold out, but not as cold as it's been. Oh. You know, I haven't been to a lot of other countries. I've been to a couple, but I just can't imagine any other country or any other place in the world having as much diversity in their landscape. I mean, America, I have been almost everywhere in America, and just the amount of different types of landscapes that are in this country is just breathtaking. This looks like a different planet. Genuinely. Full 360 all the way around. Spectacular views. Kind of want to climb that rock. I also think this place does have bathrooms. There's a bunch of at least what look like bathrooms lined all the way down this beach. I don't know. Ooh, it's getting kind of windy out. I guess it's kind of good though for drying out the shower. This thing does dry out pretty quick though, so it's not really that big of a deal ever. But I think while I wait for that to dry out and to cook some dinner, I haven't played Xbox in a long time, so I think I'm gonna log in and play. That was fun. Pretty much just spent an hour editing my base in Pal World, but it's relaxing to play video games every once in a while. My shower is mostly dry. Still a little bit of water left in the bottom here, but not too much. I need to put this bad boy away. I also turned my heater on because it is freezing cold outside now. Oh, nice. The floor is completely dry. We didn't have any leaking. Awesome. That's really good. I think I'm gonna leave this out for right now and let the bottom just finish drying out. I really don't like putting it away wet. It really kind of worries me with like mold or whatever, so I always like to completely let it dry out before I put it away. Which is another reason why I don't like using it, because it takes a while. I think I need to get a different shower curtain. It like absorbs the water, but it's the only one I could find that I could fit in there that collapsed well enough, like kind of like cloth-like, because the plastic ones, they didn't work. I just gotta make sure to drain this out too. I think it's time for bed. We got up at the butt crack of dawn before the sun came up. So I will see you guys in the morning. Morning. Slept like an absolute baby last night. Between my heater, keeping me nice and warm, and the fact that it was dead silent with nobody around, made for a pretty good night's sleep last night. Making myself a little egg semi-breakfast. Hoping I can keep one of these yolks running. One is already broken. Let's see. Oh, nice. Oh, and we got the runny yolk. Beautiful looking breakfast sandwich. Hit it with some mayonnaise, some ketchup, a little bit of salt, and we're golden. So I think after today, once we get out of here, from my beautiful spot at Lone Rock Beach, I'm gonna be heading up north for a little bit longer, and then hooking it back out West of California. Checking out a bunch of stops along the way, but I think that is it for this video. Pretty average day. Living in a van, we didn't really do anything special, more so than I normally do, but I will catch you guys next time. Well, that's not good. Woke up this morning in an absolute frozen nightmare. My heater stopped working, I guess sometime in the middle of the night. It's got an error code. I don't know if that error code is low fuel or if the fuel has gelled because of how cold it is outside. So the weather said it was only supposed to get down to 20 degrees, but it is currently -4 degrees outside, which is this in Celsius, which is quite a bit colder than 20 degrees Fahrenheit. So the diesel fuel for my heater probably gelled, and that is why I couldn't turn it on this morning. And for some reason, my water isn't working, which has never happened, no matter how cold I got, and my water heater is not working. So starting off the morning on a good foot, but still gotta brush my teeth. And luckily, since it's so cold out, we've got a bunch of snow on the ground, and I used it to cool some of my drinks last night when I got here. We can take some of that snow and boil it up. Just give me some water to brush my teeth with. I've also never woken up so cold in my entire life. I felt like I was waking up into a nightmare. Curled up in a ball under my sheets. I had to force myself to get out of bed to go up in the front, turn the car on so it would warm up, and the car barely turned on. Hi. It's beautiful out though. Nice frozen reservoir for our view last night with some mountains in the background. This pot is so cold. I'm not gonna worry about fixing the water here because of how freezing cold it is and the snow on the ground. I don't think the issue is a burst pipe or my pipes freezing or anything like that. Even if they are frozen, my entire system is made out of PEX tubing and braided nylon, whatever that stuff is called. So theoretically it shouldn't burst, it should just freeze and unthaw. Hoping that's the issue, but if not, I'll have to crawl back in there later today and try to fix my water system. But luckily everything else is working fine. We got the car started. My batteries are fine, they're not too cold. I think they have a internal shut-off system, so if they got too cold, they wouldn't kick on. But they're charging, they're discharging, so the batteries are good. Thankfully, I turned on my water heater last night before everything stopped working and heated up that water tank. So that way, at least that wouldn't freeze and explode. So that's good. But melting up some snow. Probably gonna have to get some more. So I also want a cup of hot coffee. Warm me up a little bit. After the traumatic experience we had waking up today. Grab a few more scoops. So if I remember correctly from either someone telling me this or reading this online, you're supposed to brush your teeth after coffee because coffee stains your teeth, but I don't feel like doing that, so I'd rather enjoy my coffee than rush it so I can brush my teeth. But I guess this is the benefit of the snow. I've got water. Perfect amount. I also think I broke my coffee maker if I don't stand here and hold the top down. And I guess now my coffee maker isn't working. I'm just gonna have to do this the old-fashioned way. It's a little bit of pour over, but I don't have a bag of coffee, so I'm just gonna have to cut open a few of these pods. Choose what's in there. Close this door because it is so cold. And days like this really make me wish I insulated my floor. My feet are literal popsicles. It is so cold on the floor. It's actually unbelievable. But at least my van started today, so we could use that as a source of warmth. There we go. And I'm using a filter in my drip coffee maker because the stuff that comes in these pods is like too fine and it like sifts right through into the coffee, makes it nasty. So that just kind of helps it filter. I need to get some like indoor winter slippers. I could swear I thought I had a pair. There we go. One beautiful cup of snow coffee. I'm honestly kind of interested to see if the issue with my heater last night was that I ran out of fuel or that the fuel gelled up in the lines. So I'm gonna go pop the hood and we'll find out. Yeah, so I definitely still have fuel left, at least a little bit. So that means somewhere down the line, the fuel gelled up last night, which is the reason why my heater turned off and the reason why everything's broken. Except for me, at least we made it through the night. All right, let's get out of here. Let's see, got some lower elevation areas where maybe we can get the back of my van warmed up a little bit. At the very least, get it above freezing and see if the pipe's freezing was the issue. That's the first time I've ever seen a negative sign on my dashboard and my tire pressure light's on because it got so cold and my car's all oil changed. The light's coming on even though I just got it changed. But -4, that's the coldest I've ever seen it. I didn't even know my car had the capability to put a negative sign there. So it's time to say goodbye to our winter wonderland lakefront spot for the night. Crawl ourselves out of this snow. Getting a little stuck there. And we're out. So the spot that I'm going to today is this small town in Utah that I have been looking at for so long to go there because there's this super cool spot on this cliff that I've been trying to find for forever, and I haven't been able to find it, but I think I finally found the location of this camp spot, so that is where we're heading tonight, hopefully to camp on the edge of this cliff, overlooking some of the coolest looking landscape in the world. But we got about a 2-hour drive till we get there. Cue montage. Alright, so I'm making a quick pit stop on the way to where we're going tonight in this area in here because we're only like 2 miles from the turnoff to where we're going, but this spot that I'm pulling into right now is a spot that I have driven by before and thought it was a fever dream. I didn't really remember if it was real or not, or if maybe it was a dream that I had and I was just remembering it, but it is real and we are here, and I just had to stop and show you guys this landscape because it's like some of the most incredible landscape that I've ever seen in my life, and I've seen a lot. So this area is like a OHV area, off-highway vehicle kind of recreation area, and you can kind of see all the trails off in the distance. I don't know if the camera's doing it any justice, but it genuinely feels like you're on the moon out here. Every single hill is like this moon lunar gray, and it's called the swing arm OHV area because if you can see up on those ridges up there, the tracks where the ATVs and the dirt bikes go up the wall, back around on all those hills all around this area. You can see it better over here, but it's just such a crazy landscape. And I remember driving by here and thinking like, this can't be real. It just looks so spectacular. But last time I was driving through, we were just passing by onto wherever I was going. I think I was actually going to Capitol Reef, the direction we just came, but yeah, I just had to stop and get out and look for a little bit. You can see someone riding over there way off in the distance. We're only about a mile from the turnout to where our camp spot is going to be for the night, and it's about, I think, 15 miles off-road into the wilderness. So hopefully the beast can make it. I think she'll be fine. It's just so crazy going from mountains to stark red rocks to stark gray rocks within an hour. Southern Utah has got to be one of the craziest places in the world. And luckily we just got out of like the real snowy area, so we should be fine in terms of snow. But this is where our 15-mile off-road journey starts. Almost there, only about another mile and a half of this road. No way. This is crazy. Look at that. Now, I don't know if this is where we're gonna sleep, but this is the first view that we've come across since driving down this road, and it does not disappoint. Oh my God. Wow. I don't know if the camera's doing it any justice. I'm also kind of terrified. This is very high up, but look at that. Got mountains over there. This weirdly lunar looking landscape here. Red rocks over there. Then snow-capped mountains way off in the distance. This is definitely the coolest spot that I've ever been to. At least that I could camp at. This is crazy. And this is free. Free camping. And nobody's here. Whole place pretty much to myself. I might try to drive up a little further, see if we can find another spot, but if not, this spot is perfect. Road's getting a little rougher now. This is spectacular. So it looks like it kind of comes to a point here, and this is like kind of it. There's a ring of rocks all the way around this, and then you just kind of turn around and go back. So this is as far as I think we can go. I wish I had my drone with me, but sadly I don't. This is incredible. How's it going? Good. Up here is definitely a little bit better. I don't know if you guys can tell how high up I am right now, but this is actually kind of terrifying. Full 360-degree cliff top views. So amazing that this spot is free. Look at her at the backdrop. Gorgeous. It looks like that's a campsite right there, so I think I might take that one. Right up here next to the cliffs. So I think the first thing, I got some water on my way here just in case my sink doesn't turn back on. Test it out. It's pretty warm in the back of the van right now. 76 in the back. I've had the heat blowing the entire way to try to warm everything up, but it is supposed to get cold again tonight. So I'm gonna go back there and see if I can figure out what's wrong with my water system. So I think it actually did freeze because this water bottle was sitting back here laying down and it's frozen, but it's melting. So hopefully, I mean, this filter is liquid, but I'm sure in this water pump right here, the water's frozen up, at least somewhat blocking it. And I don't have a heater to put back here to heat that up. I think we might give it till sunset to thaw out a little more and maybe kick back on. If not, I'll just flip this, shut the water system off until I can get into some warmer weather or get a heater on it. I've got that gallon of water. Hopefully the heater is working again. Turn that on so at least we can keep the water warm tonight. I think the diesel should be fixed by now. Kick it on, see if it starts going. And I filled up my diesel tank on the way here too, so we should be good to leave it on completely overnight and keep the inside of the van nice and warm. But I mean, just look at this. This is crazy. And I don't think I'm gonna get too adventurous with going out on these rocks out here because the guy that was up here with his dogs told me that last week some kid was crawling out on one of these sketchy looking outcroppings that borderline look like they're about to fall off, like that one, and he fell off, so we won't be doing that. Good news, heater's up, cranking out hot air again, so hopefully we shouldn't have any issues with freezing tonight. Put my hat on because my hair is crazy. Having that heater makes me feel a little bit better that at least the issues with the water system being frozen won't get any worse. This is kind of one of those spots where it would be almost a crime not to eat outside. I also got the e-bike out and set up. I might take that out either later tonight or tomorrow morning. Ride down some of these trails, check some places out. I don't know if you guys can hear it, but that noise in the background that's somewhat annoying, that's the heater, which is why it's tough to use that in a stealth camping situation because it's somewhat loud. It's definitely not generator loud, but definitely not quiet. I can't believe this is a real place. But you can genuinely see from where we are as far out as the eye can see. I think I'm gonna make myself some quick lunch though. Whenever I get to places like this and get to look out over like a vast landscape, it always baffles me how something like this gets created. I've seen this place so many times. I've seen so many people come here and I've driven past it before. There's like no signs, no road maps, no like anything that would lead you to here. I'm definitely getting up for the sunrise tomorrow. It's gonna be coming up somewhere over this valley over here. I know I've said it probably 100 times, but I cannot believe that is where we're camping. Okay, so I was just walking back to the van and I heard it start growling and I was like, what is that? And then I realized, I think that was my water pump going. Oh, maybe not. You hear that? That is the water pump trying to pump water. Nothing's coming out yet though. Oh, you can hear it trying so hard. Oh! There's definitely still some ice in there though or something because it's cold water is trying to come out. The hot water comes out perfectly fine, which is nice. But the cold water's definitely got some blockage in there from the ice still probably. But it's thawing out. Today's looking up. Let that run for a bit and hopefully kick out that blockage or whatever's blocking the cold water. And then I'm just gonna have to leave the heater on all night tonight so we don't refreeze. There we go. We have water. Beautiful. So when I was coming up here, I was only originally planning to stay here for one night and kind of leave tomorrow midday at some point. But this is one of those spots where you kind of just gotta take it in a little bit. So I might stay here tomorrow too. I want to take you outside and show you the one reason that I always see this place online. There's one specific photo spot that's really popular at this place, and I've always seen it, but no one ever says the location. Don't know why. I think it's to kind of keep this place as peaceful as it is. And there's a kind of satisfaction with doing your own research and finding a place like this. So I'm not going to exactly name it, but I'm sure you can figure out where it is if you try hard enough. So this is the spot down here. Might walk down there later, get a picture or maybe do it during the sunrise, but people walk out, you can see all the footprints down there, stand on the end of that rock and take a photo. there's a perfect spot here for a tripod, so I might walk down there a little bit later once the sun sets a little bit, or tomorrow morning. Get a picture of myself, because I never really get pictures of myself when I go out to places like this. I figure if I'm gonna get one anywhere, might as well be here. It's also a beautiful day out today. It's like 45 degrees. I'm supposed to get down to 25 again tonight, so that's why I'm glad I got that heater up and running. So my heater's getting another error now, error 5. When I looked up, it says error code 5 means that the air intake is blocked and the unit is overheating. So we'll go check that and see if it is indeed blocked. Oh. I guess it kind of is. A bunch of dirt on there. I guess I drove through a mud pit or something, or a mud puddle. A bunch of dirt caked up in there, clogging up the unit. So go grab a screwdriver and I'll take that off for now. Soak it, clean it, put it back on later. Yeah, I mean, this thing is just caked in mud. I'll cycle the heater on again later tonight and hopefully it works fine without this on there. And honestly, for the price of that thing, it has worked extremely well. It was only $100 to maybe $150 on Amazon, and it's been reliable enough for 2 years. I didn't really install it the best. Definitely don't take care of it the best, so the fact that it's even lasted this long is incredible. But yeah, I think I am gonna go walk out to that rock. I guess Birkenstocks aren't really the best shoes for this. I'm also kind of scared of heights, so this is okay. Oh God. Okay. This is terrifying. Oh my God. Oh gosh. Okay. There we go. We did it. I've hiked Angel's Landing and done a bunch of crazy stuff before. I don't know why that was so scary. I just don't trust these rocks. None of them look stable. But I know a bunch of people have done that one before, so I figure why not. But let me know. Did it look cool? Did it look like a real travel vlogger? I really hope the camera is doing these views justice. I just feel like it never does. Like, you never get the true perspective of depth and how high up I truly am and how far out you really can see. You just really have to be here to see it. It is spectacular. Maybe I'm just a bit. I guess that wasn't too bad. Definitely got the blood pumping a little bit. And also the thing is, that rock, if you look at it from all sides, it's supported underneath very well. But like something like this, that's way more terrifying. It's like broken off, it's overhanging, super thin and flat across the top. No way I'd go at any one of these. There is one thing that really doesn't get old about being out here though. Just kind of the unbelievable silence. No people, no towns, probably 40 miles in every direction. Oh, whoa, that was a close one. I haven't walked over here yet, but out on this point, it's like 360 all the way surrounding us. And even on the side I drove up in on, there's still views that way too. A little bit of snow down there, and there's some up here on like the underside of these rocks. Almost kind of looks like Bryce Canyon right there with the little hoodoo structures. You get a good perspective for how high we up, I guess, from this angle. Just a sheer vertical cliff right next to the van. Not a bad campsite. So crazy I have this entire place to myself too. That's the beauty of camping in the winter. Your pipes might freeze, but you get a lot of space. It's actually still so nice and warm in here. But clean out this filter a little bit. Like brand new. We'll go dump this outside. I think it's time to get started cooking some dinner. So I figured since I have running water, before I got to cooking, I wanted to get my dishes done, so. I also got the heater back on. Don't know if you can hear it, but it's running fine, so that's good. Probably replace this filter once it fully dries out. But all the issues we had this morning are fixed, and we've got a beautiful view. So there's not a lot of prep work tonight with dinner. We're just doing, as I said, shrimp and corn. And there wasn't very many options for shrimp, fresh shrimp, at a small grocery store in the middle of nowhere. So all they have is frozen, so we gotta defrost them a little bit. Turn my water heater on for like 15 minutes, so we got some lukewarm water. So it's not freezing cold. And I don't anticipate this recipe being too messy. But while we wait for this to defrost, I'm gonna start working on the sauce. And this sauce really isn't that much. It's just kind of like a somewhat Cajun spicy shrimp sauce, I guess. But a little bit of oil, a little bit of butter, some sweet chili sauce, Worcestershire sauce, a little bit of chili powder, paprika, oregano, some fresh garlic that I just chopped off camera because I forgot to chop it before I started doing this. A little dash of parsley. It's supposed to be fresh parsley, but couldn't find any, so we're using dry parsley. And then the juice from half a lemon or a couple squeezes of this artificial lemon with real lemon juice in it. And we can mix all that together, and that's gonna be our sauce. And we'll let that cook for like 5 minutes on low. Just simmer away a little bit. And while we wait for that, I'm gonna start getting these shrimp now that they're thawed out so that they're ready to go. And there we go. Now that we've got those done, you can take this off the heat, set that to the side for like 3 or 4 minutes, and then we can throw our shrimp in there and let them marinate up a little bit. Ooh, this warm water feels so nice. Alrighty, shrimp going in. We can get these nice and coated in there. And this will kind of help them finish thawing out too, since this mixture is a little warm still. But set those to the side and get started on the corn. Gotta wash all the shrimp juice out of this pot though. This corn is gonna be super simple. Not really much to it. Basically just gonna throw some oil in the pan and roast it up with some seasonings. And we're just getting a little color on these. Nice and roasted up. There we go. That looks good enough. Pan's getting so hot they're almost turning into popcorn. But to that we can add a generous amount of butter, some salt, and there's one last ingredient that I actually forgot for the shrimp too, some Cajun seasoning. So throw some of that on those, and then also onto this corn. And give that a mix. Ooh, that smells so good. And that is it. We can take that out, set that aside. And now we are ready to cook these shrimp. Let's take a few of them at a time, cook them up. Now that the sun's setting, I don't know if the camera's gonna pick it up, but you get a little bit better of a perspective of the depth and like stuff from all the shadows, maybe, I don't know if you can tell on camera, but it looks like such a crazy scarred landscape all the way around. First batch done. Second round going in. So I'm gonna eat outside and get this door closed to, now that it's getting cold out, keep some of the heat in there so my water doesn't refreeze. Because that would be no fun. So crazy. Cheers. Pretty good. Oh, that corn is really good. Nice healthy dinner tonight. Corn, shrimp, water. I already said it 100,000 times, but what a view to have dinner with. Absolutely stunning. So for some reason my mic died again right here. I'm not sure what happened with it, but after I finished dinner I got in the van and I turned on all of my stuff to keep the van nice and warm, my water heater, my diesel heater, and it was really nice and warm in the van. And then I just played some Xbox until the sun fully set. Alright, so I just realized that my mic was dead for the last 10 or 15 minutes of me filming while the sun was up, but I'm probably going to add some sort of voiceover to that. Don't know what it's going to be yet, but now we're back. And before I started playing some Xbox, I was talking about how being out in places like this, in these dark sky areas, it's usually some of the best stargazing in America. And I always love to go out at night and look at the stars. I never really show it. I usually do a star lapse, time lapse kind of thing, showing you guys, because it's kind of hard to get, at least for me, because I'm not really good with cameras. It's hard to really kind of show you guys what I'm looking at, because at night you can see the Milky Way galaxy with your naked eye when you're in places like this, and it's just absolutely spectacular. Obviously the camera doesn't pick that up, so we're gonna go outside and I'm gonna take a few pictures with my nice camera and overlay them to show you guys what I'm looking at out there. Hopefully it's a good night. I haven't been outside yet. I know the moon was up, but it's a waxing or a waning crescent. Don't know which one. See if we can get a few good pictures of the stars. You know what? I'm actually gonna wear this jacket. It's a little warmer. I got my camera. I never use this thing. You guys probably don't even know that I have it. I haven't used it pretty much yet this year. It's not even that nice of a camera, but it does take some decent long exposures of the stars, so go out there see if we can catch any. That's pretty good. It's not the best. The moon's kind of ruining it a little bit. On my $20 Walmart tripod, my camera. Let's go see if we can get any good photos. So you guys probably can't see anything. I'm also kind of scared because the cliff is like right there and I can't see anything. Oh, it is actually a really good night. Oh, I know you guys can't see, but this is spectacular. I'm gonna try to get a few photos. All right, so I've got my camera pointed directly at the Milky Way galaxy because I can see it right now. And we'll see what kind of photo we get. Wow. It's just incredible. I mean, the photo is a little off center, but you can directly see the Milky Way galaxy. So it's a little bit more vibrant in the photo, but that's exactly what I'm looking at. And it is just spectacular to see this and to look up and to be able to follow the entire line of the Milky Way galaxy across the sky. You can see the mountains off in the distance, and then directly in the center there, where that faint cluster, that gassy cloud, those are the spiral arms of the Milky Way. So in this one, you can see it a little bit more clearly. Right in the center of the screen is the Milky Way. And if you can see that cluster of stars on just to the right of the Milky Way galaxy, where it's like 3 stars and then a bunch clustered together, that's Orion, and those 3 stars in a line are actually Orion's belt. And that's probably the easiest constellation to pick out in the night sky. So you can see the 3 stars in a triangle are kind of his shoulders. And if you look to the right, you can kind of see an arc of stars right around to the right of where his shoulders are. And that is his shield or his animal. He's holding either a shield or an animal depending on the artist's depiction. But his right shoulder, so the bottom right of that top triangle, is Beatrix. And his left shoulder, so the left point of that triangle, is Betelgeuse. And I think I'm gonna try to get a photo of the Big Dipper, AKA Ursa Majora. That one's kind of off to the left over the canyons, not over the mountains. But almost right in the center, dead center of the screen, there's 4 distinct stars, and that right there is Ursa Majora, or some people call it, I used to call it the Big Dipper. And then the Little Dipper is a little bit harder to spot. It's to the left of the Big Dipper, and it's like inverted, so you'll see a group of 4 stars and then a spoon curving up and to the right, as opposed to down and to the right. I'll try to highlight them on the screen. But yeah, it's pretty magnificent. And then I'll just put on some music and a few more pictures. There we go. I love looking at the stars. I could sit out there all night and do that. Saw so many things, and actually a fun tip is if you're looking up at the stars and you're trying to tell whether you're looking at a planet or a star, typically Jupiter and Saturn are pretty bright, so it's hard to miss them, but if it doesn't flicker, it's a planet. If it does flicker, it's a star, so you can like stare at it and you'll see it twinkle a little bit like a star. If it doesn't twinkle, then it's a planet, more than likely. And also, if you're in a place like this and you focus really hard, sometimes you can see like 17 dots in a row of Starlink satellites, and you can like focus on the sky and see satellites flying by and a bunch of cool stuff when there's really no light pollution. It's truly spectacular. And if you guys watch my videos a lot, you know I have a space tattoo on my chest of the pulsar map that they sent out on the Voyager mission. So I'll put a picture of it right here, but they sent out this golden disc with a bunch of information about humanity, and one of the pieces they put on it was a pulsar map. In simple terms, shows a map to Earth based on pulsars in space. So if aliens ever found Voyager, since it's just shooting off into space indiscriminately forever, if they ever find it, theoretically they could use that map to find their way back to us, or at least figure out where we are, theoretically, which I thought was pretty cool. So I got it tattooed on my chest. Very fascinated with space. I also got my little spaceman over here. So if you didn't already know that, now you do. But I gotta be up early tomorrow. I'm gonna try to catch the sunrise, and it's already getting pretty late, so I will catch you guys in the morning. Good morning. Oh, it's cold, but it is currently 7 o'clock. I think we've got about 5 minutes until the sunrise. My back windows are kind of dirty from the snow, but let's get out there. I'll throw on some warmer clothes real quick. Wow, I forgot how beautiful it was out here. Look at that. Here she comes. Should have worn some gloves out here. My hands are freezing. You can see the sunrise has already started at the top of those mountains. They're already getting the glow. And the tops of those cliffs over there should be hitting us any second. There she is. This is probably the first time that I've gotten up for the sunrise in a couple years. And I'm not gonna lie, as I was laying in bed, I almost didn't, but definitely glad I did. So cool. The valley still hasn't even been hit yet, but you can see the line of sun slowly creeping its way across everything. But yeah, there you go. Sunrise over southern Utah. I'm gonna go make myself a coffee. Maybe now that everything has defrosted a little bit, my coffee maker will work. I also got myself this coffee cup yesterday. Pretty cool. Or not yesterday, but 2 days ago. Either way. I just recently got this new coffee cup. See if we have water. And the heater worked. Let's see if the coffee machine works. Aha! I guess the coffee machine was just frozen. Because she's working this morning, kind of. Nice. There we go. Everything is officially working again in the van. We made it through the night without it refreezing. I bought these grapes yesterday for breakfast, but forgot to eat them. Love grapes. Cheers to that. So I actually threw some gloves on before I came out here to drink my coffee. Keep my fingers on nice and toasty, but now it's hard to eat these grapes. I can't grab one. There are a few other photographers out here, but I can't imagine how early they had to wake up to make it up here. I didn't even want to wake up, and I only had to wake up 5 minutes before the sun rose and roll out of bed. I didn't have to drive up here or anything. Man, it is beautiful up here, though. I love my job. All right, so we've been hanging out here for about an hour and a half. It's starting to warm up a little bit, and the sun is getting a little bit higher in the sky, but I think it's time to take the e-bike out. Everyone else that was up here with me has since left. Last night, some guy living in a truck came over there, and then there was a couple of photographers out here this morning when the sun was rising. But we're back to being alone, taking in these magnificent views. I think I'm gonna take the e-bike out, ride it down the rim a little bit, check out some of the other spots, make some breakfast, and get out of here. So this is easily the best campsite I've ever stayed in. I've already said that, and I already cannot wait to come back, but I think I must get back on the road, so I will catch you guys next time. Well, that's not very good. I think my heater might be down for the count. Usually the error codes that I get on it are something like the bad airflow or something that I can fix, but I don't think I'm gonna be able to fix this one on the road because it's bad glow plug. So I would need to order a new glow plug and install it in the heater, and then even then it might not even work. But the reason that I went with this cheap Amazon diesel heater is unlike an S-Bar or a Webasto, which are the more expensive, they're like $1,200, $2,000 to get one of those diesel heaters. This one's only like 120 bucks, and it's lasted 2 years. So honestly, I'm probably just gonna buy another one, pop it in there, and even if I do that 5 more times, it's still cheaper than the more expensive ones. Unfortunately, that does mean we won't be able to go into very many more super cold climates, and that really sucks because I wanted to go up in the mountains again. And if you watched my last video, you would know that the van plus no heater in very cold temperatures does not work because all of my water pipes froze, my coffee maker froze, and my water stopped running. So I don't feel like dealing with that again. So if I can't get that diesel heater working, I think we might have to stay in a little bit warmer climates. We can definitely still stay in the cold, but nothing like up in the mountains where it's like below 15 degrees. So that's kind of unfortunate, but what can you do? It's not very easy to get packages on demand like that on the road. But this is where we slept last night. Nice Love's gas station. It's actually got a pretty good view of the mountains over there. I'll be driving through those today. trash day. We've got breakfast. Every time I go to Love's, I like to stop in and grab their breakfast bowls because they're super easy to make and they're relatively healthy. And it's got a lot in there. It's got like bacon, eggs, potatoes, peppers, cheese. All I gotta do is pop in the microwave and put some ketchup on it. And it's nice that they have microwaves in there because I do not have one in the van. So today, since we don't have any heat in the van, and we're kind of near this spot that I know called Meadow Hot Springs, might as well go find a way to keep ourselves warm. And this place is super cool. It's on private property, but the owner of the property discovered these hot springs in the ground on his property, and he allows people to go hang out in the hot springs and camp there for absolutely free. And they have a little donation box, but one of the hot springs has fish in it that eat the dead skin off your feet, so it's like a free spa. And then the other one is like 100 feet deep, and then the main one just looks really cool, so super pumped to go. Delicious. I don't have any trash bags, aka grocery bags left, but I think on the way to our spot tonight, I'm gonna stop by the grocery store and grab some stuff for dinner. Also, I spent a lot of my time at truck stops, and I don't know if I've ever said this on the channel before, but Love's is by far my favorite. They have the cleanest bathrooms, cleanest showers, the best selection of food, and usually a nice restaurant next to it. And even now, I don't know if you can see it across the street, they have big RV stops for if you want to plug up your RV. They got giant RV parks next to some of their gas stations now, but yeah, Love's is by far the best. And my window is very dirty from all the salt that's been on the roads. And I think this is the last of the kind of colder climates I'm gonna be in, at least now, since my heater's broken. I was planning to go back up into the mountains a little bit more, but that range right there is kind of the last higher elevation spot that we gotta drive through. And we're going around it today. But we got about an hour drive till we get there. So we have made it to the small town of Fillmore, Utah, and it's kind of hard to find grocery stores out here, at least big ones that have a lot of selection. But I think this town does have a large grocery store, so we're gonna stop by there. And I think I'm gonna make some chicken pot pie. And another reason I wanted to do chicken pot pie is because I made stew the other night and I have a bunch of leftover ingredients that I can throw into a pot pie. Have a good one. All right, so we didn't need to get much because I have like 80% of the ingredients already, but got 2 trash bags now. I think the water tank on the van is also a little bit low, so I'm gonna stop by the gas station down the road and see if they have a potable water spigot. And then we're only like 15 minutes from our camp spot tonight. All right, let's see if they have one somewhere. Love being on the West Coast. So many RVers and stuff out here that almost every gas station has somewhere where you can dump your tanks and fill up your water. Hooked up. And this green thing, for anyone who's wondering, is just another external filter I have to filter out some of the bigger stuff before it gets into my filters that I have in the van. There we go. Filling up. And I think we're almost on E, so it might take a little while to get it fully full. 30-gallon tank back there. All right, I think we are pretty much full. Good water pressure here. Actually didn't take too long. All right, now we've got that done, let's go find some hot springs. So this spot is kind of different from the normal spots that I camp at in the way that it's not public land, it's actually on private property, but as I said, the guy who owns it just kind of let it open to the public and lets people stay there and enjoy the hot springs. The road in is a bit rough. Oh God. Oh God. So many potholes. This is ridiculous. Oh my gosh. All right, we have finally made it. There is the first of 3 of the hot springs, and I think I'm gonna pull off right here and call this camp for the night. Pull over here because that spot over there looked kind of muddy. Put my back in. We made it. So this is hot spring number 1. I think this is the one with the fish in it. And then there's one over there, and then there's one all the way over there. And the one all the way over there is the really, really deep one. I think before we head out there, first thing I'm gonna do, get a bathing suit on. Luckily, it's not too cold out today, so walking around in shorts shouldn't be too bad. want to use my bath towel. I think I have another towel in here somewhere. I do. Let's go. I also think this one is the coldest or the coolest out of the three. Look at that. It's a little bit cold. But you can see the little fish in there, and apparently they eat the dead skin off your feet. So we're gonna see if that's true. Here come some of them. I don't know if you guys can see them in there. Oh, there they are. I don't know if you can see them biting my toe. Ah, bit my toenail. Oh my God. There's like 5 of them all on my foot eating my, that feels so weird. That one is just going crazy on my pinky toe. I don't know how well you guys can see this on camera, but there's like maybe 20 fish down there. And I'm gonna be honest, this pool isn't that warm. It's definitely not as cold as it should be, like 30 degrees, 40 degrees like it is outside. It's definitely a little bit warmer than that, but I don't think I'll be going for a swim in this one. I really hope you guys can see all these fish on the camera. Legitimately, like I'm getting a pedicure. There's a yellow one out there. There's so many of them. They're all eating the stuff off the bottom of my feet. So I'm gonna move over here and try a different spot because there was like one territorial fish over there that kept swimming out of the back and chasing them all off. So I'm gonna dip it in here. There's a couple fish over here. We'll see. Ooh, over here is so much warmer too. See if we can get some nibbles over here. It's so weird when you put your feet in, it's like ringing a dinner bell. They're all on my heels again. I wish this water was a little more still so you could see it, but I think I'm done with my pedicure for now. I want to get into some warmer water, but it is kind of a hike to get there. It's all the way over there. And I could technically drive over there, but I kind of like my camp spot. I don't want someone else to pull in here and snag it from me. There we go. This is the next one. Look at that. It's got to be at least maybe 20 feet deep. There's a little fish in there too. I didn't know there was fish in this one. I don't know if I can't pick it up on camera, but you can see clear to the bottom. Oh. That is crazy. It is so much warmer. Oh my gosh, that feels so good. Oh, it's chilly. Oh, that feels so good. It's not like the warmest. I would say it's like bathtub temperature, but man, it feels good. It is kind of creepy though. It feels like a monster's gonna come out and grab me from this like hole that's in the middle. And I brought my car key in my pocket, so that sucks. That probably is not gonna work anymore. Oh, that's so unfortunate. But it's nice that these aren't like muddy. It's very, very clear. You can see a school of fish down there. Oh, this feels so good. I wish it was a little warmer though, but I think the one that's over there is much warmer than this one. It's nice to have this all to myself too. And these are completely natural hot springs. Oh, there's a cliff there. Just stepped off that. These are completely natural hot springs and they're geothermally heated. There's a lot of geothermal activity in southern Utah, Wyoming, and all around this area. So all the water comes from under the earth as well as the natural heat. But I mean, look at this. So picturesque with the mountains in the background. I don't know if you can see where I'm standing, but it's like legitimately on the edge of the cliff of this hole. There's like a little point right here that I'm standing on, and then it just sinks down maybe 30 feet. There's a bunch of trash down there, which kind of sucks. Found the giant fish. Look at him. This is nice, and it doesn't smell like sulfur at all, which usually these hot springs do. When I come to places like this and I find hot springs though, I don't like to put my head under because you never know what kind of stuff is in the water, and I just don't want that going into my brain, getting like a brain-eating amoeba or something. But I kind of want to go over to the hotter one. This one's just not doing it anymore. Oh. All right, I think I'm gonna dry off a little bit and then head over to the other one. Oh, it's cold. Man, it's cold.
That's where the warm one is.
It is? Oh, it's warm? That one's warmer?
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's the one people go to.
Awesome, thank you. I know I say it every video, but I love America. Look at this. Over here, it's like walking through a minefield of mud. Oh God, it's slippery. Oh, this one is not fun to get to. Oh, okay. Made it through the minefield. Not looking forward to going back. Oh, okay. The helicopter. I think that helicopter is landing there. Or doing something. I don't know what they're doing. They are landing there. I guess they're going for a little dip in the hot spring. By far the warmest one. Feels good, but it is a little bit smaller. All right, so I couldn't film a lot at that one because a bunch of people showed up, so it's kind of packed, but I think I'm gonna walk out this way and avoid those big muddy potholes. I'm getting kind of hungry, so I think it's time to head back to the van and make some dinner. Oh man, this is kind of a long walk and my hands are turning purple from how cold it is out here after being in that water. And this is the road that I had to drive down in on. It's like a minefield of these foot-deep craters. It's also kind of nice too that everyone else who came in here didn't really feel comfortable driving down this road, so all of them parked up there. And I got this whole spot down here kind of to myself, which is nice. Let's see if my van's key still works. Doesn't seem like it. Yep, van key is broken. And there's no keyhole on this door. Kind of sucks. This is the only key I've had, and the only key I've had for 2 years since living in the van, and nothing's ever been wrong with it. For some reason, new keys for this thing are like $300. So I'm gonna take this apart and dry it out and get some dry clothes on. Hopefully it starts working again tomorrow. All right, so I got the battery taken out. It was all kinds of wet, literally soaked all the way through, and the inside, the whole motherboard in there is soaking wet. I think I do have another battery for it in the van that I'm gonna try to use after I let this kind of air dry a little bit. I don't know. Might be a lost cause. Should get nice and dry right there. It is pretty cool to have the hot spring right outside the front door though. Even though I wouldn't even really call that one a hot spring, it was more lukewarm. But I'm starving, so I'm gonna start making this pot pie. There we go. Our happy little pot pie is ready to go in the oven. And we'll let him cook for about 20 minutes. And I am very pumped because one, I haven't eaten anything since breakfast, and two, I've been craving pot pie all day. But looks like the wind has died down a lot. Walk over there and check out this little pond again. See if you can see the fish any better. Oh yeah, you can really see them now. Look at them. There's so many of them. Might have to come back out here, put my feet in again. There's a couple of big guys in here too. I can see one down there. I think while I'm waiting for that to bake, I am actually gonna go for another little toe dip. Looks like we've got some takers. There's two of them back there eating up my heel. Golden one. Peace out, feed eaters. Look at that sunset too. It's beautiful. But I've been here all day and they just got here to take some photos, so I figured I'd give them the pond so they could get some good ones. She came out here in a dress and is walking in that water. But now, all I have to do is wait to eat. All right, so the pot pie needs about probably 5 more minutes. But look at this sunset. Looks amazing behind the clouds. And she has gotten fully into the pond in her dress taking pictures. All right, let's see if she's done. I got this piece of bread out because I was gonna make some toast, but I don't think I am. Oh my God. That's actually horrifying, but hopefully it tastes good. So now I'm just gonna let this cool off a little bit and we get to eat. We're going all out for this photo shoot. I bet these photos are gonna look really good with that background. Kind of want to see what they look like. All right, it's time to say goodbye to Mr. Pot Pie Man. Take out his left eye right here. Ooh, that looks good. And this is like the perfect consistency. I still got my key drying on. I'm hoping it's doing a little better. Maybe we'll put it over here by the window. I already know this is gonna be face meltingly hot. And I have a bad habit of eating foods when they're a little too hot. Cheers. Oh. That's perfect. That really hits the spot. Oh. And also luckily at this spot that I'm at, it's not supposed to get too cold, only around like 34, 35 tonight. So I shouldn't have to worry about anything freezing since my heater is broken. So that's good. But pot pie was delicious. Also, I think my battery has dried out as much as it's going to. And I did have an extra battery in the front. So I'm gonna throw this in there and see if it works. Hopefully this works. Nope, it is still not doing anything, so I'm gonna have to let it dry overnight, but wow. Look at that sunset. That is a magnificent sunset out there. Oh my gosh, it does work. Now it's working, but I'm gonna take it out and let it dry out overnight, just in case, because I don't want this new battery to get wet, but it's good to know that it works. Pot pie was delicious. I got the rest of it in the oven, staying warm, because I might want a little bit of it later. Potentially. What's your Instagram?
Yeah, dude.
Oh yeah, okay.
I'll come give it to you.
Sweet. I want to see the pictures.
Yeah, dude. What's your Instagram?
It's Ryan, R-Y-A-N.
You type it in. My hands are cold.
I was about to say, you must be freezing. That water's not even that warm, too. Reese?
Yeah, nice to meet you, Doc.
Nice
I'm Aubrey.
Aubrey?
I'm Courtney. I'm the
Courtney.
friend to this.
Nice to meet you guys. I was talking to them while they were out there taking their pictures, and I asked them to send them to me so I could show you guys. Anyways, dinner done. Hot springs, done. It's a little bit cold without my heater. Not too bad. It is dark outside and it's cold, so I'm probably just gonna hunker down in here for the rest of the night. Get under my covers because I don't have a heater. Watch a movie. And I will catch you guys next time. So nice having warm water. And I'm finally out of the super cold weather. It was still pretty cold last night in the van, but I didn't have to sleep in a full sweatsuit, which is nice. Took this morning to heat up some hot water so I could take a nice head shower. Just get my hair feeling cleaner. There we go. That's how she's done. And also, a fun little trick I learned from my girlfriend while I was home. Make a little towel hat. I don't actually ever use this, but I thought it was so cool. But anyways, nice and clean. So last night I slept at this casino parking lot in Nevada. And last night I went inside to kind of check the place out and see what kind of restaurants they had. And while I was in there, I saw that they had an all-you-can-eat breakfast for $10.99, which in my opinion is a pretty good deal, especially in today's economy. So I'm gonna go see what that's all about. And the only clean socks I have left are 2 different colors. And yes, I could wear shoes that cover them up more, but honestly, I think it's kind of a vibe, especially since I got white, black. Kind of looks like it could be on purpose. But this is the casino we stayed in last night. Borrego? Eureka. Oh, Eureka. Eureka Casino. I'm also running kind of late. I think the buffet is only open for another hour because we stayed in the van for too long because I have a sick addiction to TikTok and woke up and sat on TikTok for an hour before I started to get my day started. Is the breakfast buffet still going on? Awesome. We got a table for 1. Love me some hash browns. Look at that. So I know it might not look like it, but I'm trying to keep it light for the first round. Just get a taste of everything, see what's the best, and then figure out what I want to get for seconds. It's honestly not that bad. Hash browns could be a little crispier though, but overall for the price, pretty good. Something I've been thinking about a lot is like everybody you know in your life has like a perspective or a paradigm for who they think you are as a person. So like my friends have one version of who they think Ryan is. My parents have one version of who they think Ryan is. I have my own version of who I think I am. My girlfriend has her own version of who she thinks I am. And I've been thinking about like with posting on social media and having hundreds of thousands of people watch what I'm doing. Who do you guys think I am? What image am I putting across on the internet? Because I honestly don't know. And I'm curious if it's individualized or if like you guys all collectively have the same idea or image of who you think I am. I don't know. But I hope it's a good one. All right. Let's get out of here. So many people in here so early on a Thursday. But I always get people asking me how I always go to dinner and breakfast and lunch out of these places by myself. And honestly, it just gets easier with time. Like when I first used to go out and go to these restaurants and sit down and ask for a table for 1, I felt really awkward. But over time, I've just kind of become a little bit more secure with who I am and comfortable with myself. And I know why I'm there, so it doesn't really matter what other people think or why they think I'm there. Once you kind of get that, caring about what other people think or what other ideas people might have about your life, and realize how it really, truly has no impact on you, makes it a little easier. Anyways, that buffet was very, very mediocre. But the price to quality ratio of the food that was in there was very on point, if not perfect, so I am very satisfied. $10 for unlimited mediocre breakfast food is exactly what I expected, so can't really be upset that the food wasn't the best. So I'll leave my towels up to dry kind of right here, and then let's get out of here. Find a spot to camp somewhere out in the desert that's not the parking lot. And I found this recipe on TikTok last night that I really want to try out, so I'm gonna stop by the store and grab some ingredients for it. Back at Wally World, home away from home. I gotta stop throwing my groceries in the car. The basil popped open. Tube meat. Honestly, we didn't really need to get much. This recipe doesn't take a lot of ingredients. I've really got to take her through the car wash. She is so dirty from driving up the mountains. So now that we've got that all put away, go drive in the desert, see if we can't find somewhere cool to camp. All right, so I'm making a quick pit stop on the way to the camp tonight at Valley of Fire State Park. And this place is pretty cool because you go from normal looking desert and all of a sudden you get these bright red orange rocks sticking out of the earth, and I'm sure you guys can understand why it's called Valley of Fire. Hello. Didn't you get one ticket to the park? Right when you pull in, I think you drive past one of the most famous rock formations in the park. Elephant Rock, which is up there. You can't really see it, but look at that. So crazy. We'll probably see Elephant Rock, I guess, when we pull back out of the park. I think you get a better angle when you're driving out. But I wanted to pull in here today because it might sound weird, but I have a problem with getting myself out of the van when I'm on road trips, like going out and actually doing stuff like going on hikes and exploring. And I think it's just because I've been doing this for so long that in a way it's kind of gotten a little bit stale. I don't want to sound arrogant or ungrateful, but I haven't got out of the van to go explore anywhere in a while. So I'm gonna go out and check out a few places here. And this spot kind of gives you some perspective for how stark the contrast is between the non-red rocks and the red rocks on the left. It's like different biomes in Minecraft. It just drops off so quickly to another one. So beautiful. Wow. It's so nice having a van and not something bigger too, so I can fit in just a normal parking spot. Makes life so much easier. I don't know what RVers do, honestly, but respect to them for driving around something so big. And the temperature here is pretty mild right now. It's not hot, not cold. It's like a perfect like 60 degrees. But in the summer, a lot of the places in this park get closed because of how hot it gets, and people die doing these hikes. But it's always so crazy coming out here and seeing these formations in the rocks, like these round circles that are being formed by the wind now, but were initially formed when this place was underwater. Like whenever I go out to places like this, I always get caught up trying to figure out how everything formed and what gave the rocks these weird shapes. I think it's partially the wind and the water that used to be here. So those little nooks that you can see up here, they start off as little cracks, and then water and wind would get in them. Now more so wind obviously gets in them and just creates these little bowls all over the sides of these rocks that look like little miniature caves. And you'll see similar kind of stuff all over the southwestern US and Utah. I always just find it so fascinating. Like there's huge ones up there. Like if I was a gnome, I would live right there. And there's even spots in the park where you can see some Native American petroglyphs, but I'm not convinced. It honestly looks like a kid just came out here and drew squiggly lines and circles, but they say they're from the Native Americans. Maybe it was a Native American kid just having fun drawing on the rocks, and now we look at it as an insight into their culture. And I always think about that, like if the world ever ends and all the humans die and then aliens come here and they find something like Chicago bean, are they gonna think we used to worship that? Or just like us trying to apply meaning to some old petroglyphs, they'd be doing the same thing. I don't know. But there's some more up there. It's also cool, some of these holes have turned into miniature arches. You can see right through. I think this is the end of the trail. This trail is actually called Mouse's Tank because of that down there. Little pool of stagnant water, which I'm guessing back in the day might have been a godsend if you were walking through the desert, but it doesn't look very appetizing. Yeah, this place is crazy beautiful. I think I might go check out a few more hikes and then get out of here to find camp tonight. Made a little quick pit stop at the visitor center, and I got myself a little push pop popsicle because I haven't had one of these in a long time. Probably since I was a kid and the ice cream man used to come around my neighborhood. It was the last time I had one. Kind of hard to push up though. But we should hopefully get a good view of Elephant Rock on our way out. There it is. And you can see why it's called Elephant Rock. I only saw it for a second with the blue sky behind it, but there you go. That is Valley of Fire State Park in Nevada. Now let's go find somewhere we can sleep outside of the park because you're not allowed to stay here unless you book a campsite, which I am not going to do. All right, so I drove a little bit farther than I really wanted to, if I'm being honest, but I think I found a spot where I can camp tonight. Pretty good view, and I think there's actually a rally car race going on here tomorrow. I saw a bunch of signs for it, and they got all these fences up and like arrows pointing on a route. I wake up just caught in the middle of it. Rally cars driving by. Absolutely gorgeous out right now. Perfect temperature. There's actually a porta potty. I'm guessing that's for the event. I don't know. Hopefully I don't get kicked out of here, but I'm definitely getting started on cooking dinner because I am starving. So for dinner tonight, we were making pad cra pow. Pad cra pow, which is something that I've never made before, but it looked really good, so I'm excited. And I finally get to use my wok style pan. I haven't used that ever since I've had these pans. Before we do anything else, I'm gonna get my rice going. Because honestly, I think that's gonna be the longest thing on this dish is the rice. Get that going. And then once that boils, we'll just simmer that. But for other ingredients, we just need to prep up some of our veggies. Paper towel, stop that from moving around on me. Starting with 1 shallot. And we'll just finely chop that up. Next up, we need a diced chili. I couldn't find any red chilies, so we're using a green serrano chili, serrano pepper. We'll just finely slice that up. That should be enough of that. And the last thing we need, a few cloves of garlic. And now that our rice is boiling, we can cover that, turn that to low, and it's on autopilot till it's done. Yeah, there's definitely an event going on here tomorrow. There's a bunch of rally cars that are driving by down to the dry lake bed that's down there. There we go. All of our ingredients prepped. So you can get this wok nice and hot. And I ran out of olive oil today, so I had to buy some new stuff. Get some of that in there and then wait for that to get nice and hot. And I haven't bought this tube meat in a while, but we're back on the tube meat grind. It just fits in the fridge so well. It just really does not look appetizing when it comes out of this tube. All right, so I think our oil is hot enough. So now we can add everything in there. We can add the shallots, the garlic, and then our chopped chilies. And now that this is all nice and cooked up, a little bit at least, we can add in the tube meat. Oh God. There we go. Now we can just let this get nice and cooked through. And we'll start adding the seasonings / sauces. So now that the meat is like almost cooked through, it's not quite there, but it's almost there. I'm gonna start adding the sauces in, starting with a little bit of soy sauce. And if you have dark soy sauce, you can add that in there too. I don't, so I'm just adding a little extra regular soy sauce. And a little bit of oyster sauce, about a tablespoon of fish sauce. Just eyeballing that. And then the last thing, just a little bit of sugar going in there. And we can mix all of that together. And there we go. That is pretty much it. The last thing we gotta do for the meat, throw in a ton of this fresh basil. Throw that in there. Let that cook down a little bit, and this will be all done. And I think our rice is just about done as well. Almost perfect timing on both of these. So now that the basil is nice and cooked down, grab a bowl, and I'm gonna set this meat aside in here. And then there's one more small thing I gotta cook as a topping for this, but it should only take like 20 seconds. I'm just gonna kind of lightly wipe this down with a paper towel. Get most of that stuff out of there. Get a nice generous bit of oil in there and then get that hot again. And now that that's nice and hot, I'm gonna fry up an egg and hopefully get some crispy edges on it. I've never made an egg like this. I actually had to Google it before I started this recipe, how to get an egg with crispy edges. It basically just says put a bunch of oil in there, let it get really hot, and then fry the egg and spoon it over. And if you want to really cook the top of it, you can spoon some of the hot oil over the whites of the top of the egg. But she is just about done. I'm gonna get my bowl ready. A little bit of rice in there. Some of that meat. And finally, fried egg. With nice brown, crispy edges and a runny yolk. Delicious. That looks so good. This is probably one of the simplest meals I've cooked in my van, but it really does smell like it's gonna be the best. It smells so good. And it's very similar to, if you've ever had lettuce wraps, I don't know if it's the same process for making the meat, but it's very, very similar in smell, consistency, maybe even taste. But anyways, cheers. Ooh. Wow. That is so good. Definitely tastes slightly different than lettuce wraps that I've made in the past, but honestly, I think it might be a little better. This is another one of those meals I'm gonna be keeping in my bank because this is really good. Sun is starting to set. We didn't get here till a lot later than I wanted to because I drove like an extra hour and a half further than I wanted to today to find a campsite, but this dinner is really good. If I had to give it a rating, in terms of ease, I give it an 8.4 out of 10. In terms of flavor, 7.9, 7.8, it's pretty good. All right. Dinner done. I absolutely deleted that meal. I was so hungry, but honestly, the more I ate it, the better it tasted. I might up that to an 8.1. Oh, and also, Forgot to mention, I did add a tablespoon of hoisin to the meat as well. Would change the flavor. So if you end up making this, add a little bit of hoisin. I think it made it taste good. I don't really know what it would have tasted like without it, but tasted good with it. It is really starting to get dark out there. Probably lose most of the light here in the next 10 minutes. And since it's so warm here, there's still bugs out. I'm gonna get this closed. Get all of this cleaned up. And by cleaned up, I mean thrown in the sink so I can do my dishes tomorrow morning. And actually, I think before I close the door, I forgot today was like the first day in a long time I haven't worn socks and went on a hike, so my feet are kind of dirty. I'm gonna turn off this main light so I don't attract as many bugs. Rinse them off real quick with my shower head outside. Oh, that's so cold. Ay, ay, ay. Wow, that's freezing. Honestly, I just genuinely hate getting into bed with dirty feet. My sheets already get dirty enough with showering once every third day. I'm not gonna lie, I'm pretty beat. It has been a long few weeks of traveling, and I've got to pick my friend up from the airport in a few days because one of my buddies is flying out for a work trip, and it just so happens to be near where I'm at. So I'm gonna pick him up, and it's just gonna be 2 dudes camping in a van for a few days, which should be fun. And add a little bit of excitement to the channel that's not just me, because I'm sure watching every video with the same character over and over again, doing pretty much very similar things, it can get boring. So I'm excited to have him come out and film a few videos with me. But I think that is it for this video. Sun has set. I'm pretty tired. Honestly, I'm probably just gonna watch a movie, go to bed, move on in the morning. So as always, I truly appreciate you guys watching, and I will catch you guys next time. Good morning from the beautiful city of Las Vegas, or at least a Planet Fitness parking lot just outside of Las Vegas, which is where we stayed last night. And today is kind of a special day because I have a friend that I'm meeting out here. He was out in Vegas on a work trip and he just got finished today. I've been dying to take one of my friends on a van life trip, so I convinced him to come with me. I'm gonna go pick him up at his cushy Vegas hotel, and we're gonna go traveling around for a few days, just 2 dudes hanging out in the van. I cleaned the van up yesterday because entertaining. Gotta have a clean house for the guests. But I'm not too worried about it because this guy that I'm going to pick up has been one of my really good friends for, I don't even know how many years, more years than I can remember. So he won't be too judgy. I think it'll be fine. I got the van pretty clean last night. But last night he stayed at the Bellagio, and we're just about 15 minutes from the strip, I think, where we're currently at. It's been raining all morning. There's actually a little bit of sunshine peeking out over there, but first things first, let's go pick him up. There he is.
What's up?
It's my buddy Donovan. We've been friends for how many years? A lot of years.
12, 14?
12, 14 years. He just had a work trip with his company, hence the name tag. This is Don's, not his first time in Vegas, but this will be his first time staying in the van and also going to a national park and a state park potentially. We're going to a few national parks. It kind of depends on the weather because of the rain, but
also
we're planning.
First time camping.
Yeah,
I've never been camping.
First time doing a lot of things for Don.
Yeah.
Hopefully if the weather works with us, I'm going to take him to a few of the national parks and then just get some camping in today. We're going to try Valley of Fire State Park, Zion, and maybe Bryce, depending, but we'll see. You can just ignore that camera. We can just act normal, talk like we know each other.
Okay.
What was that? But anyways, we're gonna stop by Walmart because I'm gonna get some stuff to cook Donnie here some dinner tonight. I found a recipe that I think you're gonna like actually a lot. For anyone who's watched my videos, I went to Valley Fire a few days ago, but I didn't do this one specific hike because I wanted to do it when he came out here because it's the coolest hike there. So we're gonna head there after Walmart, do that hike, and then we're gonna find somewhere we can camp nearby. And I know your mom was worried about bears and stuff with you coming out here, so I got you a little whistle.
No way.
So if you ever see a bear, you can just blow that and I'll come rescue you. And make sure your mom knows I'm looking out for you.
I will.
If she watches this. So I think tonight we're gonna try to do some wilderness camping. So I told Don off camera, if he has to go to the bathroom, should probably go here. He's not used to the old hole method. All right, so we're gonna divide and conquer. Don's really in his camping mood, so he's gonna go look for a harmonica because he really wants one. And I'm gonna go get the groceries that we need, so let's get it. And I think we have got everything we need. Got some breakfast stuff, some lunch stuff, some stuff to cook for dinner tonight. We should be good to go. All right, so we got everything loaded up. Picking up some propane. Gotta get everything put away. Have you tried to see if you can stand in here yet?
No. I always crouch.
How tall are you?
6'2" and a quarter.
So verdict, he can stand, mostly.
Not fully. But that's good enough. Oh, okay. Everything's put away. Got fresh propane. Food stocked up. That didn't fit because it's so big. Don's looking good. I think we're ready to go. First stop on the Ryan Donovan van life weekend extravaganza is Valley of Fire, where we're gonna hike the Fire Wave, but it is about an hour away. What do you think?
This is crazy. It looks like the candy.
Yeah, it really does look crazy. And the storm in the background is sick.
Yeah. There's just so many different like colors and terrains, and it really does look like Minecraft.
There we go. Made it to our first stop, Fire Wave. We're gonna go try to get a picture down there on his camera once those people leave.
I'll head down there so you can line it up. Let's go. What should we do? I don't know. This is so nice, actually.
I hope it's not cloudy tonight so you can see the stars.
I hope I can see some stars. I'll get my binoculars out.
Yeah, true.
It's not that I'm gonna, it's just gonna look like a closer
dot. Yeah, these clouds look crazy through these binoculars.
Oh, really?
Not really, actually.
This is way too introspective for me.
What do you mean?
That's too much alone time.
At a certain point, it just becomes like life. Like it's not like a...
True.
It's not like I'm traveling. This is just my life. I'll be in places like this playing Xbox.
Just doing your normal day-to-day shit.
And for like most people, this is like a once-a-year vacation.
You try this head on. It's a medium.
Similar size heads, okay? I just squeezed this on mine.
Okay, but it's like screaming for dear life.
Yeah, it really is. Oh yeah, let's get, you ready to go?
Yeah, let's do it. Oy.
Oh, I almost just walked off the edge. Oh God. I'm hot now.
I'm hot as
what?
as crap.
Like now, we're gonna go find a campsite for the night, 20 minutes away, hopefully somewhere on a cool cliff. Give Don the full van life experience, light a fire, cook some dinner. Hopefully something good, and wake up, go to Zion in the morning. Don't forget to say hi to your mom.
Oh yeah. Hi, Mom.
There's so many more people here now.
I know. We got in at a great time.
Onward to camp. Oh yeah. This is where we're gonna go find a campsite. It says 4x4 recommended, but read online that you don't really need it. But we'll see. Pretty good views from up here too. All right, I think we found our spot. Getting a little bit of rain right now though. I'm hoping that cloud over there doesn't come over us.
Yeah.
Pretty nice views here too. This is crazy. And again, with those weird storms where they're just hissing in one spot. One spot. There's a little rainbow over there. So I think tonight I'm gonna get camp properly set up. More so than I normally do on my channel. And we're supposed to get some rain tonight, so I think I'm gonna put the mat down so we can walk around without wearing bat track and dust and stuff. Don, you wanna set these chairs up?
Yeah, let's do it.
I'm gonna try to get my bed set up too right now. So I bought this like $700 blow-up mattress, specifically built for the front of a Ram Pro Master for this exact scenario. So I've been very excited to try it out, get some use out of it. And while we both could fit in this bed, it's only a full-size bed and we're both pretty big dudes and might just be easier. And also, since he's my guest, I want him to get the bed to himself.
So, I might need help with this one.
Sometimes that happens. What, that doesn't look comfy? No, sometimes if you don't click it out before you get the legs out, it like won't go.
Interesting.
There you go. Rainbow's getting a little more defined. I don't know if you guys can see it on the camera, but that storm over there looks pretty mean. A little bit scary. But I'm glad it's past us.
That looks terrifying.
It's like almost like it's reaching down. Your mom's worried about bears, you're gonna get struck by lightning. I don't think I'm gonna set the bed up now. I'm gonna wait until see if this wind dies down. Because if I need to move the van, I can't have the bed set up in the front. That rainbow is just, I feel like it's getting bigger and bigger.
Yeah, it's super vibrant.
So me and Don just sat out for the last 15 minutes and analyzed this storm, trying to figure out which way it's moving. I think it's moving
this way. We looked at Doppler. We think it's moving this way. We think that the wind is just being sucked into the storm, and then it's kind of coming like across us like this. So I don't want to set anything up yet, because once this little cell passes, this wind will probably die down, and I don't know which way it's going to be going. I don't want to get too set where we're staying, but for now, this is fine. So while the rain is, for now, holding off, Don's going to hang out outside, and I'm going to cook some hot honey, crispy baked chicken, because both of us love everything hot honey and everything chicken, so I figured it was the perfect meal to cook. So let's go. Do you want a full body, like wearable sleeping bag?
Is it warm?
Yeah, it's a sleeping bag. I actually really like that thing. I never wear it.
Why?
So I never get cold enough. And it's like a little big on me. Oh my God.
Oh, this
feel
is
warm?
so, dude, the arms. Oh, this is pretty, this is pretty nice.
Give me a twirl. So this chicken should be pretty simple. Feels weird with a spectator sitting outside staring at me cook. This chicken should be pretty simple to make, especially since it's baked, not fried. I hate frying stuff in here. Basically, wet dry mix, dredge the chicken. So let's keep going for our dry mix. I don't know if you guys can hear that thunder too, but that is the craziest sound. That is such a crazy,
close.
That is such a crazy sound. But yeah, it's definitely coming towards us, but the rain is at least staying away from us. Anyways, I'm just gonna get to cooking and stop worrying about it. So we got some cornflakes, Parmesan, paprika, garlic powder, or what's left of my garlic powder.
I think we're gonna get nicked with the heavy part here.
You think?
Yeah, based on what I think it changed.
All right, well, hopefully I can get this cooked before then, so I'm gonna get to going. And I'm just gonna combine all of this into a bowl, along with salt. Some pepper. And technically we're supposed to use a food processor for crunching all this up. I don't feel like doing that. And then I'm just gonna beat this to a pulp and probably do that with 2 or 3 bags of this stuff. But I think we've got enough cornflakes crushed up, so just add in the other stuff. I'm just gonna kind of eyeball it. Parmesan, paprika, salt. I'm just gonna add the rest of whatever garlic powder I have because I didn't have that much left. There we go. Mix all that up. And this is gonna be our dry portion of the mixture. So just before I got started making this wet sauce, it started raining a little harder outside and saw some lightning, so Don migrated to the front seat. Because both of us in the back, it would not work. But this wet mixture is pretty easy. It's literally just eggs, hot sauce, and then you dip the chicken in. I can keep the door open for now. The rain isn't too bad, but I'll probably have to close it soon. It is kind of peaceful though, hearing the rain hit the roof of the van.
Dude, I love the sound of rain.
Yeah, doesn't it sound cool?
Not much.
When you fall asleep to it too, like if it actually does rain tonight.
That'll be nice.
Yeah, it's really good.
It's so peaceful. It's free white noise. Nothing like curling up on the couch.
Yeah, it's starting to drip in. I'm gonna close the door up. Sucks, I thought the rain was gonna miss us and it never works out. Every time I have friends in the van, I feel like I get crap weather. Right now, I'm just waiting for the oven to preheat. We'll get this chicken all prepped up and ready to go in. Along with, I'm gonna do some just simple baked broccoli. So the recipe I'm following calls for chicken breast, but I prefer chicken thighs, so I just kind of made the substitution there. Use whatever kind of chicken you like best, I guess. I'm gonna line the pan we're baking these in parchment paper to make it a little bit cleaner and easier. And then basically go through, dredge and coat each one of these in the egg and hot sauce mixture. And then into the cornflakes. And I've never made this before, so I kind of hope it turns out good.
Like most recipes you make for the first time turn out pretty well.
I always hate cooking a recipe that I haven't had before for someone else though. It smells so good.
What is it?
The cornflake mixture smells so good. I think it's the Parmesan I bought.
Ooh.
And the oven is almost preheated, and I think I'll be able to fit 2 of these other baking pans in this. I'm gonna use one for the broccoli and one for a few more pieces of chicken. We're just keeping the broccoli pretty simple. Just some olive oil, salt and pepper. And we can just kind of hit everything with a little bit of extra virgin olive oil. And I decided to use both trays for the broccoli. We'll make more chicken later if we need it. Hit those with some olive oil. Just make it nice and crispy in the oven. A little bit of salt. And some white pepper on the broccoli, and that's pretty much it. So it looks like we still got a few degrees to go and waiting for that oven to preheat, but the rain is almost stopped. Now that it's properly muddy outside, I'll Blue skies above us, gray skies past that way. So we should be able to get back out there in a minute. But got a few more minutes so this oven's preheated enough to put this chicken in. That's good enough. The last thing we got to do before we eat is I'm going to come in maybe about 10 minutes before that's done, make our hot honey sauce, which should be good. But for now that we've got that in the oven, I'm going to get that mat set outside now that it stopped raining. That's what just hit us. It's perfectly clear skies after that. Nice, somewhat not muddy place to be able to stand. Our old friend the sun has come back. And it's crazy how quickly it dries up out here. This was all just one big puddle like 15 minutes ago. I think we got about 12 minutes left on that chicken in the oven. I'm gonna finish off this hot honey sauce real quick. Basically all you need for that is some honey, obviously. A little bit of chili powder. Just a tiny bit of cayenne. And then obviously your hot sauce. And we can just mix that all together and get it nice and warm so it's ready when the chicken comes out. Do you think you could beat a coyote in a fight?
No, hell no.
Yes, I could.
A coyote?
You know how small a coyote is?
Are they little? I feel like
they're like little foxes.
they're like dexterous though.
It's like this big.
Yeah, that's fair.
Like, what's it gonna do? Wait, Google how big a coyote is. I actually don't know. I'm like 80% sure I could take a coyote on. Show me what should you do to the coyote?
I could definitely take a coyote.
I guess that's what we all think until we get put up against the coyote.
Running. Let's see how fast these things run. 43 miles an hour?
That's pretty fast. What's the average human speed?
8 miles an hour running?
Oh, wow.
we are cooked.
Yeah, definitely losing in a foot race. Okay, I think this chicken might be done. Yeah, broccoli's done. Just about another 5 minutes on the chicken, though. Let's get to eating. Some broccoli. Chicken. This chicken looks so good. I'm actually so happy with the way this came out. And the last bit of finishing touch, some of this hot honey going on top. Oh, that looks so good. Ooh. Oh, that looks so good.
Yes.
Now she is complete. Bon appetit. Oh, also, the recipe does call for a little bit of finishing salt on top. Just a little bit of the coarse salt. Oh, this is why I love getting to camp early. I like being able to eat dinner outside. While the sun's still up. That's what I'm saying. Dinner with this view? How much would you pay for this at a restaurant? Like,
bro, my mom would literally pay a ridiculous amount of money for a view like this.
Talking bad about your mom on social media? Man. I don't condone this. So try a piece of the chicken and try a piece of the broccoli. Usually I'll give it a rating. I'll be honest, because my viewers want to know. What do you rate? Well, take a bite of the chicken. Okay. Take another bite. Give it a fair chance. Or give it a chance. If this was a restaurant, take me out of the equation.
Oh, this was a restaurant? Mm-hmm. Give me an 8.6. 8.4.
Wow. That's a lot higher than I was going to go.
Really?
I gave it a 7.2 in my head.
Really?
In my head, yeah.
That's pretty low.
I think it could use a little bit more flavor in a lot of areas. Like, it's really good. I just think it needs like a little bit more in the cornflakes. A little bit more in the sauce.
The chicken is cooked perfectly. Sauce isn't too overbearing. It's a nice little tang to it.
Well, Don likes it. That's all that matters. I think we're going to finish our dinner and then I'm going to try to get that bed set up because I don't want to do that when it's dark out. So I've only set this bed up one time, and I didn't really fully set it up, and I've never laid on it, so I genuinely don't know how well it works or how well it's going to work. This bed was specifically built for a Ram ProMaster, and each of these pieces just kind of inflate with this little pump they sent. Why is this not working? So, turns out I will be doing this at night because the pump that you use to inflate these doesn't just plug in. You have to charge it in order to be able to use it, and you can't use it while it's charging. So now I have to let the pump charge before I can pump these up and set up my bed. So just gonna have to be something I do later tonight. And Don is hiding behind the van because he's scared of the wind. Yeah, I guess I'll just leave this stuff out, let that charge for maybe an hour, and then set up the bed. But I think while I wait for that to charge, I'm gonna get a fire going for Donnie Boy and I.
I
Hell yeah.
have made fire.
Fire.
Name that movie.
Troy.
Castaway.
I've never seen Castaway. With Wilson?
Yes. So now that we've got our fire cranking, I recently got a Switch, and Don brought his Switch to his work trip. So I think we're just gonna hang outside, play some Switch, some Super Smash Bros, enjoy the fire pit, or wait for that pump to charge so that I can then make my bed. All right, so it started raining and we just kind of sat in the front seat because it's the only two comfortable spots where we can sit. Played some Switch, but now that it's stopped raining, probably head outside again. I'm gonna get the fire going again because it's actually kind of a nice night out. I'm gonna get my bed set up. Pump's charged. So I got the fire going for Donnie so he can stay warm. And I think this bed has two parts. Like this part blows up and fills up this area, the middle area, and that area, and creates like a flat base, and then the other part blows up to create the bed. I think before I blow it up all the way, I'm gonna get it in a position, I guess. I also left it on the rain a little bit so it got wet. So that is kind of part one. And this should be part two. I guess that's it. That will be my bed. I think it came with actually a set of sheets too. I'll take two of these pillows. I think I'm just gonna use the blanket from the couch here, but it's not bad. It's actually the perfect length, and it's not too uncomfortable. But bed set up, which is good. So that stressed me out because I've never used this before. I didn't know how much of a pain it was gonna be set up. It wasn't too bad, but definitely would not want to set this up every single night. But I think we're probably just gonna hang out, enjoy the nice, cool night, maybe try to see some stars if the clouds clear out a little bit, and then go to bed. So I will check in with you guys in the morning. Morning, Don.
Morning.
How'd you sleep?
Pretty good. Pretty comfortable back here, actually.
Yeah, up here wasn't too bad either. I actually could stretch out fully.
Really?
Yeah,
That's
which
pretty nice.
I found surprising. Honestly, pretty good guest bed. Definitely not the most convenient to set up, but not too bad. Ooh, that's bright. Beautiful day out though. Wow. So what do you think of night one? No bears.
No bears. I slept with my whistle right next to me, just in case.
What do you want for breakfast?
Bagel.
Bagel?
Selecting a bagel.
I don't know how this folds up. Here, you try to stuff that in there. I'm gonna deflate the other piece.
Okay.
Now it fits in there easy.
Yeah, pretty easy. Oh, super easy.
You want a face wipe?
Yeah, that sounds nice.
Like usually if I can't get a shower in, I like to at least do this.
Yeah.
If you want to, I can get those full body wipes and we can take full body showers later. We should got fresh bagels.
I know. I saw them.
Did they have them?
No,
was
I
like
saw croissants.
Assembly is not included in this bed and breakfast. Green peas and knife are over there. We're heading to Utah today. Taking Don to see his first few national parks. I think we're gonna be able to make it because the weather is nicer than it was supposed to be. I think all the rain that we were supposed to get hit last night, so we should be able to make it to 2 of the parks today.
This is the best bagel I've ever had.
All right, calm down. I think we're just gonna drive through Zion today. I think we want to hit more of Bryce. So we're gonna drive through Zion and then kind of get out and explore Bryce a little bit. But I don't think we're gonna sleep up there because my heater's broken and it's supposed to be like 25 degrees tonight. And sleeping up in the front, there's no insulation up there. I think I would freeze to death.
No, that's a breakfast sandwich.
A touch of salt. Such a beautiful day out. It rained all last night too, and you wouldn't be able to tell. This desert and ground just soaks it up so quick.
I want a rematch.
On what? Earlier this morning we had a competition. So you could hit the
pole with a rock first and I won.
I had just woken up. My arm was a little sore, you know.
All right, ready?
Yeah.
I'm gonna go one-handed. Actually, you know what? No, I'm not.
Oh, you're getting serious. Yeah, you go first. I'll get rebuttal. Oh.
That was horrible. Come on. Give me no rocks left.
I know. This poor campsite.
You get a rebuttal.
Oh, I do get a rebuttal. Let me get the perfect rock.
Winner, winner, chicken dinner.
That was the worst one.
Loser. I'm not used to having guests in the van, so I don't have many games.
We're making our own fun.
We have to resort to more archaic tactics, but we grew up together, so I guess we're used to getting a little more creative.
True.
I ain't gonna be sweating.
I know.
And we can't shower. Breakfast is done. Campsite's cleaned up. It's time to hit the road. Yeah.
Oh, jeez.
All right, made it to Bryce Canyon. It's a little bit snowy up here. We made it. We kind of just drove through Zion. The main road driving through the park was closed to vehicles, so we just drove through and decided to head here.
Oh my God.
And they've got like 2 feet of snow.
Everybody has hiking shoes on.
And we are not prepared for any of this snow. He's got European track shoes on. Everyone else has crampons and boots, but whatever, let's get it.
What?
Put some energy into it.
Hey guys, Ryan here. Out here in...
It's not Ryan. Come on, give it your best shot.
Hey guys. Donnie here.
Why'd your voice get so deep? It's the first time you guys are getting a third-person view of me.
Is it really?
Or like a non-stationary of me walking around. Do I look cool?
You do look pretty cool. They didn't even know what your other arm looks like.
Oh, I use both arms. I switch off. At least the paths are plowed.
Oh, this is pleasant. This is crazy.
Never been here when it's covered in snow.
Are these the yoo-hoos you were saying?
The yoo-hoos? The hoodoos?
The hoodoos?
Yeah, these are the hoodoos.
Wow.
There's so much snow here, though. Usually it's like, there's hoodoos everywhere, but even over there, it's
covered
like...
in snow.
Yeah. How do you feel about this?
Bad.
You can walk down a little bit. Yeah, maybe not. That person is struggling.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it's a little bit easier to walk when there's not 3 feet of snow. No, I don't think I would do this without spikes on my shoes. I'm gonna be slipping all over the place, especially you. Yeah, there's no chance. Those people are slipping all over the place.
Imagine.
I mean, I would probably do it if I was alone, but...
Really? With those?
Yeah. I don't think Donnie could handle it.
No shot.
It's almost like you can't tell where the edge is. Like, I want to jump in that, but I feel like I would just fall through straight into the canyon. Crazy. It is so beautiful up here.
It kind of looks like you.
Oh, I was just about to make that same joke. Come on.
Good here.
It's so beautiful from right here, though.
Oh, I should have brought my binoculars.
You should have. So, what do you think about Bryce Canyon so far?
It's sick.
Anything else?
It's super sick.
You heard it here first.
Bryce Canyon is really cool.
I want to go sledding down that.
I would do that. Tubing, not sledding.
Oh, but you can't go walk down a hill?
No, walking. I feel I'm sitting down, going like this. I could do that.
That's crazy. We're gonna find somewhere to camp, maybe in some lower elevation, maybe back near Zion, where we came from. Walk around here a little bit more, check out some more stuff, and then see you guys back when we find some camp. All right, we made it to our spot. We spent like almost the entire day today driving from here to Zion to Bryce to back to here. Well, we got lucky because we missed a lot of the rain. This stuff out here, I've camped in this area before and it turns to straight peanut butter, but most of the rain seems to have missed us, but we got a pretty good view for our camp tonight. No complaints.
Thank you.
I decided to keep dinner pretty simple tonight. I'm not gonna do anything crazy, but look at this view.
This is super nice.
It's a little cold out. It's supposed to be a little bit colder where we're at tonight than it was last night, which kind of sucks, especially being in the front because it's going to be super cold. So I'm sleeping up in the front here. If you watch my other video, I have like a blow-up mattress I'm going to put up here, and then Don's taking the bed back there. I think I'm going to cook dinner now. It's also always tough when you have someone else because they have bags, and I don't have a lot of room in the back of my van, so it's like playing Jenga, trying to find places to put this stuff. Let me get to a spot where we can park, but I just kind of throw it in the chair and up there.
Perfect.
All right, hop on in.
Shoes off inside.
Always. Comfy?
Super.
So if you've been watching my channel, I'm making something that I've made before called Pad Krapow. B-E-licious. Cheers. Basically, it's just ground meat over rice with some seasoning on it, but it's really good. You're missing the beauty, Don. Look at that, so busy in his book. Oh, look at that. Donnie putting in some work.
I can help. It is really pretty. Let me show you how to do it.
Yeah, give me a lesson.
So you're gonna want to break down the turkey like this to release some of the enzymes. It'll help be a catalyst for the sauce and the sugar to caramelize and...
Caramelize what?
The sugar.
The sugar in what?
The sugar that we're putting in.
Oh, but we haven't put it in yet, so how's it caramelizing?
No, it will. That's why we had to break down so the enzymes can do that in the future.
Yeah, shut up. Give me my spatula back. Now that this is mostly cooked, we can start adding in our sauces. Some soy sauce, a little bit of fish sauce, oyster sauce, and then just a little bit of sugar. And that is it. Get that nice and mixed in, let the turkey cook the rest of the way, and that's pretty much it. Our rice, I think, is pretty much done. Yep, there you go. Pad Krapow. I did almost forget there's one last thing we gotta add. Calls for fresh basil. Didn't have any at the store, so we're just using this lightly dried basil. Throw that in there. And that is it. That is our finished dish. Dinner is served. Rice. I've never made it with turkey before, so I don't actually know if it's gonna be as good as the last time I had it, but I guess we'll find out.
Perfect amount.
Yeah. Perfect 2 portions. There you go, my friend.
Thank you.
I had to take my table down because I had to move my seat back, and this kind of gets in the way if I move my seat back, so I can fit my bed up here. So the only place I really have to eat is in the front seats. I'll just sit up there and eat. Yeah, it's a pretty good view up front too.
Cheers.
Cheers. You got to give this one another rating out of 10. It's a little hot though. I always burn my mouth. It's definitely better with beef or pork, but...
You think?
Yeah, 100%. Turkey's just really dry. It's hard to cook, I know.
So hot.
I do that every time. Also, when I bring my friends out to come camping with me, it's like introducing a new character onto my channel. I don't think you guys have ever seen Donovan. Other than maybe in the montage I did a long time ago for Thanksgiving. And last but not least would be my friends, my best friends. It's hard to time things up with my friends and like actually do stuff. He just so happened to be out here for a work trip, so it worked out.
What did I give the food yesterday? Give me an 8.6. 8.4. That was very good.
That was pretty good.
I'll give this a 7.8.
Yeah, I'd probably say 7.2, 7.3. I want people to have the full experience when they come out to the van.
I think I've definitely had the
It's like, I'm sure I'm gonna get some comments like, Don didn't do anything that whole trip. he just sat around. I like to cook and like drive and do everything when I have friends, because I like to give them the full van life experience, because I do this every day. But this is his first and maybe last time doing it. Also, I guess this is kind of like a kid visiting me at work. Since this is technically my job.
Let's take your child to work day.
It's a pretty good view out front. Got the, I don't know if that's a butte or a mesa. I actually don't know what makes the difference. I think a mesa is just bigger, but snow-capped mountains over there. That over there, and that over there. We got some pretty good views all around. And we made it here before sunset, which is actually crazy with how much driving we did today. We drove like 6 hours.
Did we really?
So we drove from Valley of Fire to Zion.
Through here, eh?
Yeah. To Bryce. Hung out in Bryce. Drove back. We're just south of Zion now. Jeez. And we still made it before sunset. Anyways, We're gonna finish dinner. Check with you guys after. And I'm gonna get a fire started outside because tonight we should hopefully get a proper night outside since hopefully it's not supposed to rain. But I'm not gonna set up any of the other stuff, just chairs. Alright, well that's too hot to put away. I don't know if you guys probably can't see because it is so dark out right now. We sat outside for like 3.5 hours just hanging out by the fire, but leave that stuff out there for tonight and then we'll clean it up in the morning, but still gotta get my bed set up. So I won't speak to whether this was worth the $700 or not that it cost for this air mattress. I mean, for the 2 nights that I've used it, it's definitely more comfortable than the $20 one I bought off Amazon. But honestly, if I built the van again, I would just build it so it was like a little bit more reasonable to have 2 people in. No way this thing just died. That's crazy. I charged this thing for 3 hours last night. It got 1 fill.
That's terrible.
I'm gonna have to charge this again for a few minutes so I can pump up my air mattress because it doesn't work while it's plugged in. Fatal flaw. If you get this bed, buy a different pump. All right, it's been about 15 minutes. Hopefully it's charged enough. We have a bed. Thank God. But it is freezing cold outside. It's like 25 degrees, so I got this, I used this last night too. I got this like camping down blanket, sleeping bag thing that'll keep me warm up front. Along with this blanket, my fuzzy socks on, hat, probably sleep in my sweatshirt. I think that is pretty much it for the night. Brush my teeth. We're both pretty tired, so we're gonna go to bed. We'll see you in the morning. It got so cold last night. You were cold?
Yeah, I slept fully under.
So did I. I had the blanket all the way over my head. I was freezing up here. Like if I ever changed positions or moved, it would just get freezing again. Beautiful day to have a day. Wow, we slept in. I didn't realize it was 10 o'clock. I didn't fall asleep till super late last night though, so.
Same.
I've got to get Don back to Vegas today to catch a flight. We both got to get back to Vegas, probably take a shower. And I don't think we're gonna do breakfast here. I don't feel like cooking, so we're just gonna pick something up on the way, maybe get some coffee or something, but beautiful day outside. Finally getting some good weather.
I know.
We've had like marginal weather the entire time we've been out here with the rain and the cold and the snow. I think that's it for the Ryan and Don van life adventure.
For now.
What did you think? What's your overall rating of van life?
This trip or in general?
I don't know, just your experience with it.
I give it a solid 8.2.
Nice.
It would be higher if we had better weather, because last night was the best. We got to sit around the campfire, eat some good dinner, chat for a while.
I'll do it again sometime soon then.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Yeah. And thank you guys for watching. But I think that is going to be it for this video. So, as always, I know I just said it, I appreciate you guys watching. If you haven't already, think about clicking that subscribe button. It really does help out the channel. And I will catch you guys next time.